Chapter 374, Heaven Sect. Book 3, The South. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed as well as he jumped out of the figure, and shot forwards like an arrow. In just a space of 10 breaths, he managed to overtake Zheng Mingyi and charged onto the battlefield. Zheng Mingyi was shocked in his heart as he rushed to Bai Xiaoxing's side. So fast! No wonder he was termed as Tianxin District's #1 expert. They discovered that there were currently 2 factions of people engaged in slaughter at a distance in the snow-white field. One of which were people dressed in all sorts of tattered clothing, the other dressed entirely in black, their heads wearing some strange hats. The first faction with the assorted clothings were carrying various guns, while those in black were mainly wielding machetes and other weapons. Both were fighting furiously, and the black-dressed faction were being overwhelmed, as they retreated continuously, and a few of their women and kids were abandoned, before being taken by the militants in tattered clothes. When those gun-wielding militants caught those women and kids, they would immediately laugh out cruelly and tie them up, before continuing their assault on the other faction dressed in black. Zheng Mingyi gave an order to Bai Xiaoxing, "Stay here and observe. I'll go notify the leader." "There's no need. I alone will be more than enough for this bunch of thrash." Bai Xiaoxing eyed the militants, the sides of his mouth curving in an arc, as he revealed a malevolent smile. He waved his hands before a pair of green daggers appeared in his hands, and with just a step, he seemed to transform into a specter as he shot forwards. "Asshole!" Zheng Mingyi could not help but curse when Bai Xiaoxing blatantly ignored his orders. He despised those soldiers who did not give a hoot about military command on the battlefield. But he's really fast. Zheng Mingyi observed that within a few breaths of time, Bai Xiaoxing had actually already reached the midst of the group of fighting over 300 m away, and his heart involuntarily trembled. Bai Xiaoxing's speed was truly fearsome. Having suddenly appeared in the midst of the gun-wielding militants, he slashed his daggers about in a mad frenzy. The militants found either their throats slashed or a nick at their chest, causing their hearts to bleed, and they fell to the ground in disbelief. 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds from appearing within the group of militants, Bai Xiaoxing had totally wiped out 16 members of the 19-strong group, leaving 3 alive. The remaining 3 immediately quailed in fear, as they threw their weapons down, raising their hands, afraid that their lives would be taken from them at any moment. Zheng Mingyi took all this in, his eyes flashing with a strange glint as he thought silently, "Formidable." Seeing that display of speed from Bai Xiaoxing, Zheng Mingyi knew he wasn't Bai Xiaoxing's match, and there has to be at least 100+ elite soldiers to fire a cover of bullets, otherwise ordinary soldiers would not be able to even catch up with his speed. Bai Xiaoxing was an agility-based evolver, and he had reached level 46. The moment he fully activated his speed, it would far surpass Yu Zhong's own. Based on this speed alone, he had been termed as the #1 expert in Tianxin District. Zheng Mingyi looked at Bai Xiaoxing and a thought passed in his mind. Seems like leader was worried that Wu Yin and the rest might not be able to handle this guy, that's why he brought him along. Zheng Mingyi was truly on the mark. Yu Zhong was not okay with leaving such an expert at Tianxin District or Jingxi City when things have not yet stabilized. If Yu Zhong was not around and Bei Mingyang instigated Bai Xiaoxing to start a revolt, should the moment be right, their chances of success would definitely not be small. Hence, in the operation this time round, Yu Zhong had specifically brought many of the experts that used to be under Bei Mingyang. On one hand it was to bring them away from the 2 bases, on the other he wanted to see if he could subdue them totally and win over their loyalty. These experts had surrendered to Yu Zhong due to the difference in strength, but had yet to follow him wholeheartedly. Soon after, Yu Zhong arrived with the rest of the fleet. When Yu Zhong came to the scene, he saw the ground littered with corpses, and he frowned as he barked, "Any survivors?" "Leader. These are the ones left alive." Bai Xiaoxing kicked the 3 captives as he brought them in front of Yu Zhong. When Bai Xiaoxing stood straight, his eyes could not help but roam over to Ning Yusen and Ming Jiejie dressed in military wear beside Yu Zhong, and he blurted out, "What a pair of beauties with such heroic auras. Leader, why don't you give me the lowly? I'm willing to exchange 10 beauties for her." "Shut up." Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold as he reached out for Bai Xiaoxing's neck with lightning speed. Bai Xiaoxing was an agility-based evolver after all, and he was fully equipped with agility-enhancing items. The moment Yu Zhong moved, he also reacted, his body tensed and poised, as though he was ready to launch his own counterattack. At this moment Yu Zhong's eyes retracted, and he activated the Art of Fear. and the horrifying spiritual and illusionary attack blasted Bai Xiaoxing's consciousness relentlessly. In that instant, Bai Xiaoxing was sent through years of torment, through various means like backbreaking, dismembering, being lit on fire, his heart carved out, even beheading. It caused his mental faculties to collapse. Illusion. Although Bai Xiaoxing was frivolous, he was after all an expert that had gone through countless battles. Right before he lost his mind completely, he managed to regain a little clarity, and bit his lips viciously, causing it to bleed, and the pain shaking his head clear, pulling himself out of the illusion with great difficulty. The moment he managed to extract himself out from the illusion, he discovered his neck was already held in the vice-like grip of Yu Zhong's right hand. While Bai Xiaoxing's body was slightly tougher than ordinary people, as long as Yu Zhong squeezed a little harder, Bai Xiaoxing's neck would be crushed. Yu Zhong's eyes were like ice-cold daggers without a hint of warmth, as though he wanted to pierce Bai Xiaoxing's heart as he said, "I don't like that tone and the kind of jokes you're making. If there is a next time, Bai Xiaoxing, don't blame me for being harsh." Bai Xiaoxing felt like he was being stared at by a beast filled with killing intent, and he replied with difficulty, "Yes. I understand." Yu Zhong's spirit was reaching 165 points, and with a spirit of more than 16 times that of a normal person, activating the art of fear, on Bai Xiaoxing, whose spirit was much weaker, took only 1 to 2 seconds. In a battle between experts, this 1 or 2 seconds could easily determine the victor. Yu Zhong then released his grip as he let go of Bai Xiaoxing's neck, before patting him on the shoulder and said indifferently, "Great work nonetheless. Since you like women, as long as you have the capability, there are plenty of beauties in this world. However, I do not wish to see you impeding my plans because of your lust. If it's like that, I'd rather send you to hell myself." Bai Xiaoxing's neck immediately broke out in cold sweat, as he replied in an extremely honest and docile manner, "I got it." As an evolver, Bai Xiaoxing possessed unparalleled combat power. He was full of himself as well and disdained normal humans. He even looked down on Bai Mingyang. That was why for the majority of the time, he was involved more with women than assisting Bai Mingyang. Bai Mingyang needed Bai Xiaoxing's power, and hence could only tolerate his idiosyncrasies. However, he never expected that Bai Xiaoxing would be so unreliable at the moment of crisis, and cause Tianxin district to fall into someone else's hands. At first, Bai Xiaoxing could not care less that Tianxin district had switched leaders. He believed that with his power, even if the master had changed, they would not be able to do without him, and hence, he had not the slightest ounce of respect for Yu Zhong. However, now in just a single exchange he had discovered the true might of this new leader, and he knew that if he did not get his act together, this new leader would easily cut off his head to be treated like a soccer ball. Zheng Mingyi saw Yu Zhong settling the issue of Bai Xiaoxing in one move, and his heart was filled with shock and awe. Leader truly is unfathomable. He's too strong. Holy shit. Even Bai Xiaoxing could not last more than a move. Leader truly is too fearsome. Seeing the proud and obstinate Bai Xiaoxing yielding to Yu Zhong, those who had followed Yu Zhong out of Tianxin district were filled with shock. They knew Yu Zhong was strong, but to what extent they weren't sure. Seeing the top expert of Tianxin district being defeated at Yu Zhong's hands, they had finally understood just a little of what Yu Zhong was truly capable of. Yu Zhong then came to the 3 captives and interrogated, "Who are you people?" "Pay." One of the captives looked at him with hatred as he spat out. With a pung, Yu Zhong fired a shot from the stinger that he pulled out. The captive's brain was blasted apart like a watermelon, and the red and white matter splattered onto the floor, as the headless corpse slumped to the ground lifelessly. Seeing how ruthless Yu Zhong was, Bai Xiaoxing shuddered, and celebrated that he had not pushed this death god too far, otherwise his own brains might have been already blasted. "Who are you people?" Yu Zhong aimed at the second captive, his eyes cold as he drawled. I'll speak. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." The captive was frightened to the point that he wet his pants as he cried out and begged, before answering Yu Zhong's question, "I'm Lu Ningshui, a disciple of the Heaven Sect. This time, we are out here on orders from Zheng Qiu, also known as Altar Lord Zheng, to capture these seedlings to be sacrificed to the sect leader." The other captive immediately burst out and cursed Lu Ningshui, "Lu Ningshui, you traitor. You dare to betray the sect, you will not get away with it. I curse you to all 18 levels of hell, never to be reincarnated." Yu Zhong furrowed his brows as he glanced at the other stubborn captive, and handed a Tang replica sword to Lu Ningshui, "Chop his head off. You can live after that. Go die." Lu Ningshui received the Tang replica sword and struggled for a while before coming to a decision. Swinging the blade, he bellowed out as he sliced his comrade's head off. He then kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and proclaimed, "Lu Ningshui is willing to work for this master, and plead that master accepts this lowly one." Yu Zhong eyed Lu Ningshui and immediately gave a command, "I'm Yu Zhong. From today onwards you're part of my group. Tell me everything you know about the Heaven Sect." "Yes, Boss Yu Zhong." Lu Ningshui gritted his teeth, before revealing all that he knew to Yu Zhong and was thorough with it. Heaven Sect was founded by an expert called Linghu Xiangru. Lu Ningshui was unclear on his background, but knew that Linghu Xiangru possessed 3 strange abilities: a Buddha light on his back, invulnerability as well as incantations. With those 3 abilities, Linghu Xiangru had taken the teachings from Christianity, Buddhism and Taoism to found his own Heaven Sect, and proclaimed himself to be the sect leader. He called himself the Apostle of God and was sent here to walk amongst mortals and to save them. Those who believed in him would enter the kingdom of God and have an immortal soul after death. As for his enemies, they would be banished to the 18 levels of hell, and would never reincarnate. In such a world, this sort of religious influence had a huge attraction on those who had lost their faith. The moment the Heaven Sect was formed, it attracted many followers from all over the place, and it became in existence with over 8,000 followers. The scary thing was that out of these 8,000 followers, 3,000 of them were true fanatics, and were willing to do anything for the sect leader, to the point of throwing their own lives for him. In the post-apocalyptic world, the power of faith can be a fearsome strength indeed. Especially at the start of the apocalypse, there was the voice that claimed to be God, which proved the existence of God. This led to people with reasoning to lose their sense of rationality and join the Heaven Sect. Of the 19 people that came to capture the people from the other faction, 13 of them were fanatics. Lu Ningshui were one of the few that maintained his clarity. Although he knew that this Heaven Sect was unorthodox, for the sake of living, he continued to put on a farce of being a follower, and did their jobs for them. Lu Ningshui's eyes flashed with dread as he continued, "Other than the sect leader Linghu Xiangru, who has unfathomable strength, there are 8 great elders, 72 law protectors and 108 altar lords. Every one of them are high-leveled enhancers and have great strength as well." Yu Zhong asked, "What kind of weapons does the Heaven Sect have? Heavy weaponry?" Lu Ningshui pondered for a while, then replied, "There aren't many guns in the Heaven Sect, only about 200 to 300 old rifles. As for heavy weaponry, I have not seen any. There shouldn't be any." Yu Zhong nodded slightly, then turned towards another middle-aged man that was brought to him as he asked, "What about you people?" "I'm Wu Shanshi, the head of the 9 Holes camp. These people have been under my protection. Those bastards had attacked us with no forewarning and stole our rations, as well as kidnapping the women and kids. Those bastards." Wu Shanshi looked at Lu Ningshui, his eyes filled with hatred as he shouted out. Chapter 375, Grain Tree? Book 3, The South. You may go. After Yu Zhong heard what Wu Shanshi had to say, he pondered a while before giving the signal to his subordinates aiming at the 9 Holes people, who then put their guns down. The women and children were also released to rejoin their families. Bai Shaoxing walked over in a relaxed manner and asked Yu Zhong while laughing, "Leader, how about we go and decimate the Heaven Sect? Since they have over 8,000 members, there must be at least a dozen of beauties, right? The most beautiful ones will naturally belong to leader. As for the rest that don't suit your taste, I'll gladly take them off your hands." Bai Shaoxing was naturally strong, but had 0 governing abilities, and only seeked to fulfill his desires. This was how Bei Mingyang had easily recruited him into his ranks, and became his top fighter. Even now that the leaders have changed, a leopard can't change its spot, and he still lusted after women. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "No. The Heaven Sect has 8,000 members after all. If we want to eradicate them, we would need to spend a huge amount of time. We don't have that kind of time to waste. Shangluan, adjust our route." The Heaven Sect was also nothing in Yu Zhong's eyes. Without any heavy weapons, Yu Zhong estimated that 5 tanks and a fully equipped infantry battalion would be enough to wipe them out. If it wasn't for the uncertain weather as well as the difficult progress for the troops, Yu Zhong would have deployed some people to wipe out this unorthodox sect. Shangluan replied, "Yes, leader." The soldiers from the fleet then disembarked and gathered the weapons and resources from the corpses of the Heaven Sect members, and made preparations to leave. When Wu Shanshi saw this, his face fell, and looked at Yu Zhong before he came before him and dropped to his knees. He started begging, "Sir, I beg you, please save my tribesmen. I'm kneeling and begging, please. Those animals took our people and will engage in blood sacrifice. We have lost over 30 people to them. If you don't go and save them, they will definitely die at the hands of those bastards." Yu Zhong replied apathetically, "I'm very sorry. I don't have the time to spare. Since those animals have kidnapped your people, you guys should go save them yourselves." Yu Zhong only had the objective of rushing towards Guilin City on his mind now, and did not want to entangle with the Heaven sect. In this post-apocalyptic world there were poor souls everywhere. If Yu Zhong were to help each and every one of them seek justice, even till the day he died, he would not be able to solve every single problem. Furthermore, he had no relations with this Wu Shanshe. He wasn't willing to waste time for a stranger. Wu Shanshe gritted his teeth. If someone of his caliber were to head to Heaven sect, he would fall before saving anybody. Only the young man in front of him had the capability to rescue his tribesmen, but he was obviously not interested. Wu Shanshe continued in a low voice, "Sir, if you can bring your men to save my people, we're willing to do anything for you. We're willing to offer you a tribe treasure, the grain tree." Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and asked directly, "Grain tree? What's that?" Wu Shanshe then revealed the biggest secret of the Nine Holes camp. Grain tree. It is a huge tree that can produce grain. There are a few such trees in our Nine Holes camp. Each tree could produce a few hundred gen of rice. The people of our tribe have been relying on these to survive till now. In this post-apocalyptic world, rice was indefinitely more valuable than gold. Most of the seeds of the pre-apocalyptic world had no way of germinating currently. Only a handful of mutated seeds had managed to grow. Because of this, the agriculture industry crashed entirely, and there were no new ways of farming yet. If what Wu Shanshe said was true, then the dozens of grain trees at the Nine Holes camp could become the cornerstone of the farming industry. If it were really the case, the dozens of trees would be more valuable than a few thousand tons of rations. Yu Zhong's gaze was piercing as he became a little excited and asked, "Is what you said for real? If it's true, I can deploy troops to save your people. However, if you're lying, you and your tribesmen will have to pay a painful price." If Yu Zhong managed to obtain that grain tree, then he could begin mass planting of such trees, and he would solve the problem of rations. Wu Shanshe nodded profusely and swore, "It definitely is the truth. Should there be the slightest lie in my words, you can shoot me dead." Yu Zhong eyed Wu Shanshe and the corners of his mouth lifted. "Fine. Go bring Lu Ningshui over." Mahogany Town was a small rural town, and within the town, other than a shopping mall, there were no other tall buildings. In a room within Mahogany Town, there was a man dressed in a few layers of clothes, while his face was flushed red from the cold, and he was carrying a huge axe on his back. He cursed out, "Making me work in this damned weather. Fucking troublesome." Another young man who was dressed similarly and had decent features replied, "Zhao Lin, suffering is a blessing. Since we can slog for the Heaven sect, when we get to the kingdom of God, we get to enjoy 3 times the blessings. This was promised by the altar Lord Zheng after all. You must cherish it." Yes, I got it." Zhao Lin agreed on the surface, but innately he was cursing, "This idiot. Still calls himself a university student. Must have damaged his brains through his studies, to be brainwashed so completely. What a fool." Zhao Lin then turned to another guy lying in bed, wrapped in blankets as he asked, "Old Wang, didn't Li Xing, Zhou Su and the rest catch a bunch of pigs asterisk? Amongst the group of them there are some good-looking ones. Wanna go and play with them?" Asterisk, referring to the captives. Old Wang shook his head. "The good-looking chicks are to be offered to the altar lords, law protectors, great elders and the sect leader. If we were to fool around we might get banished to hell." Zhao Lin urged, "I know. But other than those extremely pretty ones, the rest should be fine. Let's go find a few young ones to have fun with, even if the upper guys know, they won't say much." Old Wang was tempted when he heard this. In such cold weather, hugging a young woman's body to warm oneself was a sort of bliss, and while he didn't dare touch those picked out by the top, the rest were in fact no problem. The young man frowned and barked out sternly, "What are you guys thinking of? Those are pigs, demons. If you were to yoke with them you will be tainted. In the end you'll go to hell." Zhao Lin and Old Wang exchanged a glance, and both felt that the fanatic in front of them was beyond hope. "Zhao Lin, open the door." At this time, a voice resounded from the entrance of the town. Zhao Lin looked out the window, and saw Lu Ningshui bringing a bunch of people to the entrance of the town. Hot damn! Such quality goods. Zhao Lin saw Ning Yusin standing beside Lu Ningshui and was instantly captivated. He had only seen beautiful women like this twice. Zhao Lin hurried to let the group in, and stared hungrily at Ning Yusin while saying, "Old Lu, how did you get such top-quality goods? You have struck it rich this time. If you offer her to the sect leader, he would probably be so happy and confer you the title of an altar lord." The fanatic Su Heng came over, speaking in a righteous manner. "Zhao Lin, don't smear the sect leader. My heaven sect is upright and moral, and test one's faith and contributions. We don't operate on desires and lust. If you continue to smear the sect leader, take care that I will go report this to Altar Lord Zheng." After lecturing Zhao Lin, he looked towards Lu Ningshui, who had come back alone with Yu Zhong, Bai Xiaoxing, Shang Luan, Ming Jiejia and Ning Yusin in tow, and could not help but ask a question out of suspicion. "Lu Ningshui, how come it's only you? Where's Zhang Yu and the rest? Who are these guys?" Lu Ningshui's face turned stony and scolded back, "Su Heng, who the hell do you think you are? On what grounds are you questioning this daddy? When I fought the war in the south and battled in the north, you were still not part of Heaven sect yet. I'm a high-ranking disciple, while you're just a apprentice-level disciple. Your offense this time, do you want to be banished to hell?" Su Heng bit his lip and lowered his head to apologize. "I'm sorry." Lu Ningshui coughed before resuming a proud look. "I was separated from Zhang Yu and the rest. I caught these pigs when I was wandering. Bring me to Li Sheng and the rest." "Yes." Su Heng replied and brought them towards the center of the town. Along the way, Ming Jiejia grabbed Yu Zhong's hands, revealing the locations of the various soldiers hidden within the town. Yu Zhong had already obtained intelligence from Lu Ningshui, and this town was just a sentry outpost. It had over 300 disciples, and most of the members would use it as a base before heading out in all directions to attack and bring the captives there. There were a few scattered tribes around this area, and the disciples would specially head out to catch these tribes. Along the way, with Ming Jiejia's directions, Yu Zhong had already grasped the positions of the various sentries. The moment he lashed out, he was confident of taking them out. With Su Heng's guidance, Yu Zhong and the rest came to a French-styled villa. In the great hall of the villa, there were 24 males lounging about, every single one of them with a ferocious air. They had various weapons by their sides, including loaded rifles, Tang replica swords and various other weapons strewn about. To an unobservant person, these men all appeared to be relaxed and lazy. The key point, though, was that they were all right within arm's reach. Chapter 376, Arrival of the Grand Elder. Book 3, The South. The 24 men were currently either playing poker or smoking cigarettes or drinking. Every one of them were relaxing in their own way. At a corner, 4 of them were pressed on top of 6 women, engaging in an orgy. The entire villa looked foul. These 24 disciples were considered high-ranking disciples, every one of them having fought many battles for Heaven sect. One of them, who sported an ugly beard, disheveled hair and golden teeth, looked at Lu Ningshui and chucked leeringly, "Lu Ningshui, your luck's not bad. You actually gotten your hands on such amazing chicks. When you strike it big, don't forget us brothers." One of the males glanced at Ning Yusin and Ming Jiejia, as a steely gleam flashed in his eyes. "Not bad. An adult and a kid, both top-notch. This time, sect leader is bound to reward you." Another disciple looked at Yu Zhong and the rest beside Lu Ningshui, and frowned before scolding, "Lu Ningshui, how can you not know the rules? Forget about the women. Why didn't you bring those 3 pigs to the holding pen instead coming here?" Yu Zhong looked around at the 24 high-ranking disciples, and ordered out coldly, "Leave 5 alive, kill the rest." Upon receiving Yu Zhong's orders, Shang Luan immediately grabbed the throat of the fanatic Su Heng in a vice grip, and crushed down viciously, destroying his throat. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes flashed icily, and pulled out a dark magic blade as he shot forwards into the crowd, waving his blade flashily, and 5 people were instantly beheaded. In just a second he had taken care of 5 high-ranking disciples. Ming Jiejia had also activated her ability at the first instant, and 5 shadow wolves leapt from the shadows of 5 other guys, biting them on the neck and killing them instantly. Shang Luan shot forwards like an arrow, breaking into the crowd. He was extremely knowledgeable about the human anatomy, and chopped down accurately and precisely at specific spots of the disciples, like the back of the brain or neck, causing them to faint instantly. Bai Shaoxing on the other hand was a killing demon. He laughed maniacally as he slaughtered the disciples in a frenzy. Those poor sods didn't even have the time to pick up any weapons before they were totally annihilated. Barely 5 seconds had passed, and within the huge hall of the villa, only Yu Zhong's team as well as the captives required by Yu Zhong remained. The 6 women who were being ravaged were left alive as well. After wiping out all the disciples, Bai Shaoxing looked at the 6 ladies and chuckled coldly, "Ladies, don't scream. Otherwise, no matter how much I love women, I'd have no choice but to lop your heads off." Hearing the threats from Bai Shaoxing, the 6 women all nodded in fright as they covered their own mouths, not daring to make a sound. "It's too scary." Ning Yusin took a look at the hall that was now dyed red with blood and littered with body parts as she turned pale, and almost vomited. Although she had witnessed her fair share of executions, none came close to the sheer brutality and scale of the scene before her. The bloody place caused her to be revolted. Yu Zhong glanced at Ning Yusin and muttered, "This is the reality of the world outside. The victors are kings and the losers are bandits. Since you have left the comfort of that place, you do well to accept the cruelty of the situation." Most ordinary girls were after all good at heart, and were generally weaker than men, and hence weren't suitable for battles on the forefront. That was not to say that all women were like that, as within Yu Zhong's army, there were numerous female soldiers, and they were the survivors he rescued from the hands of the Vietnamese. Those female soldiers had undergone all sorts of torment and were filled with hatred. They were not any weaker than the men during training, and when they fought they had a ferocity like that of wild tigers. They could be considered a powerful weapon of Yu Zhong. Ning Yusin's face was still pale as she took a look at Ming Jejia, who was calm and collected, as she said with resolution, "I know. I will definitely brave this." Lu Ningshui looked at the carnage that had just occurred in a matter of 5 seconds, and his heart turned cold, too overbearing. Yu Zhong then ordered Bai Shaoxing, "Go kill the rest of the enemies within this villa." In the villa with its inconsistent interior, the varied terrain was extremely beneficial to Bai Shaoxing with his insane speed. He could unleash it to a frightening degree and slaughter his enemies easily. Bai Shaoxing charged further in as he shouted back, "Yes, leader. Remember to gift me with a few more beauties later on." Yu Zhong stared at one of the captives that had been awakened by dumping cold water. "Where are you keeping the survivors you've caught?" The captive spat out obstinately, "Fuck your mother." Yu Zhong glanced at Lu Ningshui and coldly commanded, "Chop his head off." Lu Ningshui did not hesitate one bit as he swung his Tang replica sword at the neck of his ex-comrade, directly decapitating him. Fresh blood spurted towards the skies, as the lifeless head rolled over to another disc bowl. Seeing his comrade's head, the disciple immediately trembled as he retreated, his eyes filled with intense fear. The other 3 disciples also could not help but tremble. Yu Zhong then chose another disciple and asked simply, "Where are you keeping the survivors you've caught?" The disciple trembled as he retorted stubbornly, "You devil, you'll definitely go to hell." Yu Zhong could not be bothered to hear the rest as he waved his hands, and Lu Ningshui proceeded to cut off that disciple's head as well. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yu Zhong moved on to the 3rd captive. "Where are you keeping the survivors?" I'll say it. They're kept in the basement under this villa." The captive immediately broke down as he cried out while revealing the location. Yu Zhong threw a Tang replica sword to him as he coldly barked, "Consider yourself smart. Go kill the other 2. I'll let you leave." The captive looked at the Tang replica sword as he struggled internally for some time, before swinging it at his fellow disciple and chopped his head off. This swing also signified his severing of his ties with the Heaven sect. The last disciple's eyes widened in shock as he screamed, "Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you anything. Great Elder Nyo has arrived. The disciples in Mahogany Town, come out to pay your respects." All of a sudden, there was a resounding voice that came from outside of the town. Hearing that voice, Lu Ningshui's expression changed as he started muttering while looking lost, "Great Elder Nyo. Shit. Why did he come here? Why now out of all times?" The disciple that betrayed the Heaven sect turned pale as he also moaned, No, Great Elder Nyo has come. I'm dead this time." The captive who was originally screaming to surrender immediately became excited. "Haha! Bunch of traitors, you're still not releasing me? Let me go now and offer up those two women. I can still input some good words for you in front of Elder Nyo. Otherwise all of you will be buried here. You talk too much. Ming Jiejia's face turned rigid with a thought. A shadow wolf leapt out from behind the captive and bit him on his neck, crushing it in one bite. Yu Zhong looked at Lu Ningshui and asked, "What's the background of this Elder Nyo? Why were you so scared?" Lu Ningshui replied palely, "His real name is called Nyo Xinghe. His power in Heaven's sect amongst the 8 great elders ranks number 2. Under him there are 6 law protectors and 13 altar lords. At the same time he has a personal troop of 300 people. He's fierce and cruel. Any enemy that is caught by him would usually be tormented endlessly. The rumors are that he has tortured over 400 people to death." Yu Zhong frowned slightly. 300 personal guards. So excessive. 300 personal troopers were not a small number. Furthermore, Yu Zhong did not know the true strength of their combat abilities. If they happened to be all experts, Yu Zhong would have to treat the issue seriously. Lu Ningshui continued with a face of fright. "What do we do, leader? Shall we just escape first?" Lu Ningshui was extremely afraid of landing in Nyo Xinghe's hands. At that time, traitors like him would definitely face a fate worse than death. Yu Zhong replied solemnly, "What are you afraid of? There's me. Star." Lu Ningshui immediately quietened down. However, the look in his eyes betrayed his fear and unrest. At this time, Bai Shaoxing brought out a 100 or so survivors out from the villa. As he spoke to Yu Zhong excitedly, "Leader, I found them. This time there are a few good-looking ones. Gift a few to me, eh?" Yu Zhong glanced over at the survivors and counted about 60+ women, 40+ men. Amongst the ladies, there were indeed a few beautiful ones. Amongst them, there was a young girl of about 16 to 17, with fair beautiful skin, an oval-shaped face with cherry lips. Her features were defined and her body proportions stunning. Her eyes seemed like they could tell stories, while she looked fearful like the rest of them and looked about anxiously. This young tribe girl was definitely not below Ning Yusin in terms of looks and her aura, and was also a rare beauty. Yu Zhong ordered, "Get ready for battle. Shang Luan, give out weapons to the men. Let them prepare for the fight to come as well." Bai Shaoxing's pupils shrunk as he asked, "Are the enemies here?" "Yes. Bai Shaoxing, come with me and let's check out the enemy. Shang Luan, I'll leave things here to you and White Bones." Yu Zhong replied mildly. With a bright flash in mid-air, White Bones stepped out from the nether space and stood in the great hall. Chapter 377, Song Miaoi. Book 3, The South. Elder Nyo's skills are unparalleled. He's undefeatable. Long live great Elder Nyo. Elder Nyo's skills are unparalleled. He's undefeatable. Long live great Elder Nyo. Following the loud chants, on the sides of the road that had not completely thawed from the snow, there were 2 rows of people kneeling while chanting. A middle-aged man with a ferocious look and a burly build sat in an ancient Chinese sedan *, and he was wrapped in thick clothes. Under his arms there were 2 lithe young women. Under the Chinese sedan, there were 4 extremely well-built and good-looking women hoisting it. They were obviously enhancers from their strength. Surrounding the sedan, there were 300 men dressed in blue. After the apocalypse there weren't any clothes factories. Nyo Xinghe could only find a storehouse and took their uniforms as the military uniform for his troops. These 300 men wearing the same clothes looked pretty intimidating, if it wasn't for the fact that they had the words, XX Aluminium, behind them. The man seated amidst all this glory and fanfare was obviously one of the great elders of the Heaven sect, Nyo Xinghe. Bai Shaoxing and Yu Zhong were currently hiding in a corner, and Bai Shaoxing looked at the pompous manner which Nyo Xinghe made his entrance, and could not help but muttered, "Wah! It seems like a clown had appeared. Doesn't he feel the least bit embarrassed? Shame? I think he's reveling in it. This is the so-called sect." Yu Zhong looked at the ridiculous manner in which Nyo Xinghe had appeared in, and could not help but think of the scenes where children had ditched classes in the past to watch the welcoming ceremonies of certain leaders, as the roads were cleared by the police. Such a fanfare was obviously a poor attempt at trying to imitate the welcoming of leaders in the past. Yu Zhong's pupils shrunk as he threw all thoughts behind his mind, as he stared hard at Nyo Xinghe seated upon the sedan. The moment he killed this clown, the entire troop would be without a leader, and it would be easier to take them out. Ming Jiejia furrowed her eyebrows as she brought her lips close to Yu Zhong's ears and whispered, "Someone's coming. Seems like the number of them is not small." Yu Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and decided to stay his hand. Just as Niu Xinghe's entourage passed by a small alley, all of a sudden, rifles pointed out from the various houses along the alley as they fired wildly at the troops. Under that dense barrage of bullets, 30 over members of Niu Xinghe's personal guards fell to the ground. "Assassin! There's an assassin!" One of the law protectors hollered out, as he raised his own gun and fired back at one of the houses. Following the sounds of 2 gunshots, the firing from within the house ceased almost instantly. The law protector had the firearms control ability, and had enhanced it to level 3, within a distance of 300 m. He had the utmost confidence of firing a headshot at even an S2. After hearing the gunshot, those Heaven Sect members who were kneeling by the roadside immediately stood up and charged towards the sounds of gunfire. Niu Xinghe remained seated in his sedan, looking towards the direction of the attempt on his life. In front of him there was a law protector, and he had activated an air barrier, stopping every single bullet aimed at Niu Xinghe. "Niu Xinghe, scum of humanity. Today I shall rain judgment upon you on behalf of the heavens, and take your life. Answer to the innocent you have murdered." At this time, following a sharp cry, a beautiful lady appeared. She had her hair in a single ponytail, her hands wearing silver bangles, and she was dressed in a gorgeous pleated skirt. She was holding a black spear as she charged at Niu Xinghe. Niu Xinghe had a grim look as he casually picked up a 2 m long huge axe, and laughed savagely as he jumped down from the sedan. "It really is you, Song Miaoyi. There are paths of life to choose from, yet you insist on the road of death. You've killed so many of my brothers. I'll capture you alive today, and get every single one of my men to beat you up. We will then raise you as a bitch. So much so that you will not lead your life as a human, but as a dog. You'll become a bitch that allows 1,000 to ride and 10,000 to sleep with." Song Miaoyi floated out from the smoke like a fairy, as she struck out with her spear without losing a beat. The spear strike did not seem fast, but in fact it was lightning quick and had some profoundness to it. Just when the law protector wanted to activate his air barrier skill to defend against the strike, it had already penetrated his heart. Song Miaoyi swung upwards and the corpse of the Heaven Sect law protector flew, crashing into a wall. "Kill her. Kill her. The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable. The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable." The personal guards of Niu Xinghe hollered out, as they brandished their blades, charging towards Song Miaoyi in a frenzy. Every single one of them was an enhancer, and while the majority were only about level 5 or 6, under the brainwashing of the Heaven Sect, they believed themselves to be invincible and were truly fearless. From the various windows the insurgents fired their rifles, killing the personal guards of Niu Xinghe. However, the 13 altar lords under Niu Xinghe brought their men and routed to the back of the assassins, firing non-stop at them. The 13 altar lords were enhancers above level 20 and level 30, at the same time, they had the advantage of numbers. As they progressed steadily they managed to get back the houses one by one, and the flow of the battle was slowly turning against the assassins. Song Miaoyi danced about with her peerless and exquisite spear skills, single-handedly decimating numerous members of Niu Xinghe's personal guards. Many of the personal guards were being slaughtered by Song Miaoyi, but these warriors were not afraid of death, and their eyes had a fervor to them as they charged at her, every strike of theirs with the intent to exchange their own lives for hers. There were more than 200 people surrounding her from all sides in a craze, and she was forced to expend all her power, constantly wearing down her stamina. She displayed her spear skills without stop, trying her best to kill as many of the soldiers as possible. "The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable." One of the personal guards' eyes flashed with an intense fervor, as he charged towards Song Miaoyi. However, just as his chant ended, he found his heart pierced. "The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable." Before that soldier even fell to the ground, the next personal guard came from behind, charging at Song Miaoyi with the same look in his eyes. This Heaven Sect disciples are too scary. Song Miaoyi's spear moves were indeed amazing, and there were 47 Heaven Sect disciples who had fallen under her spear, but she had been forced to exert over half her stamina. The disciples on the other hand did not seem to lose their aggression, and this caused her heart to palpitate in fear. Song Miaoyi had peerless spear skills, and she had intended to use her skills to take care of Niu Xinghe quickly, before taking her tribesmen to hunt the disciples who would be without a leader. However, she didn't expect that she would be harassed and surrounded to this extent, while Niu Xinghe himself was sitting quietly and enjoying the show, not displaying the intent to fight personally. Yu Zhong observed all these and ordered, "Bai Shaoxing, rout behind them. Take care of those attacking the assassins from behind. Ensure your safety above all else." "Yes, leader." Bai Shaoxing flashed forwards, and in that small alley he disappeared like a specter. Borrowing the varied elements of a street battle, an agility-based evolver like him would be able to exhibit a truly fearsome combat strength. In a matter of a few seconds, Bai Shaoxing had already routed behind the Heaven Sect. Behind the disciples of the Heaven Sect, there was a sudden flash of green light, and 7 disciples standing together found their hearts pierced within a second. Their eyes shone with a fading light of disbelief, as their bodies lost strength rapidly and fell the ground. Before even hitting the ground, the last scene they saw was their fellow disciples being stabbed in their hearts noiselessly by a shadow. Bai Shaoxing was indeed a perverted man, but after being subdued by Yu Zhong, he truly fought hard. His combat abilities were shocking, and as long as he exerted his maximum speed, he was like a ghost, killing 21 disciples of the Heaven Sect in a matter of about 5 seconds. He was like a terrifying hunter, noiselessly stalking and hunting his prey, and the 13 altar lords in front were focusing their attention on the battlefield, not noticing that he had already decimated a number of their disciples. An altar lord bringing up the rear brought 6 other soldiers and guarded the rear. Out of the blue, a spear suddenly pierced the heart of the altar lord, and his eyes flashed with shock before losing their light. A specter-like figure flashed past, and before the soldiers beside the altar lord had the chance to react, they were killed in a similar fashion. The fact that an agility-based evolver assassin had appeared was devastating. The altar lord was a level 32 enhancer, and he had not the chance to display any of his strength before he was picked off just like that. "Wu Yang, bring your men over." Right at this time, the walkie-talkie resounded beside the altar lord. Bai Shaoxing eyed the walkie-talkie as he muttered, "Seems like we can't keep this under wraps for long. I've already killed over 68 people, let's kill a few more before they notice something amiss." Bai Shaoxing eyed a target at a distance and rushed over. A clean-shaven man with a knife scar running down his lips said solemnly, "Seems like Wu Yang had been killed. There's an enemy behind us. It must be some top expert, and Wu Yang definitely must have been assassinated." The well-built man with the scar was the leader of the 13 altar lords under Niu Xinghe, and his name was Zhen Yang. He was a level 38 enhancer, and his strength was truly overbearing. It was not below even some of the law protectors. However, there are many things that are not obtained just through power alone. Zhen Yang ordered out, "Notify Song Mingtao, Wu Wen and the rest to be careful of their back, and get their troops to be on guard. We will continue our assault on these few buildings here. The enemy should be a few in number. As long as we take care of those inside these buildings, we can focus our power to take the rest of them out." "Yes," one of the soldiers replied. Very quickly, 5 altar lords mobilized about 42 disciples as they concentrated themselves in a circle, and began defending themselves. With the abilities of those 5 altar lords, as well as the defense of those 42 Heaven Sect disciples, they were like a porcupine, causing Bai Shaoxing to be helpless. Bai Shaoxing had confidence that against a single altar lord, he would be able to take him out in a single strike. However, with 5 of them staying together, coupled with their strange abilities, adding on to the fact that they were protected by 42 crazed disciples, it truly caused him to have a headache. Unless Bai Shaoxing was willing to take the risk and fight it out with that entire troop by throwing his life away, he would be hard-pressed to defeat all 47 of them. "No. If I don't leave now, I'll truly be forced to stay." Song Miaoyi had killed the 72nd soldier of the personal guards, and her breathing had already become erratic, her back drenched with perspiration, and the blood on her body was coagulating. She found her black spear becoming heavier and heavier, and could not brandish it as effectively as at the start of the battle. Song Miaoyi continued to execute a few more moves, and killed another 3 more personal guards, before she tensed her feet, and leapt towards the skies, jumping towards a bungalow. One of the altar lords with a crooked mouth standing beside Niu Xinghe chuckled coldly, "You want to leave? It's too late." When Song Miaoyi was in midair, she suddenly discovered a number of translucent lines blocking her way, and her expression changed as she struck out wildly with her spear, intending to break the obstruction apart. Surround her. The altar lord laughed out coldly and closed his fist, and the translucent fishing lines started wrapping around Song Miaoyi at an astonishing speed. Song Miaoyi lashed out with her spear moves crazily, but she was in mid-air, and could not exhibit her full force, and she only broke through 20 of the lines before being bounded by the rest. She was instantly tied up and pulled down roughly from the skies as she rolled to Niu Xinghe's feet. Niu Xinghe looked at Song Miaoyi with an expression of glee as he barked out, "Bitch? Now you know the gap between us. I haven't even made a move and you have already lost, bitch. Just based on your power and you want to go against the Heaven Sect? You sure don't know your limits." Song Miaoyi gritted her teeth and cursed out, "Niu Xinghe, what are you? You're just a beast. Your Heaven Sect is full of sickos and perverts. If you have the guts, kill me now. As long as I'm still breathing, I will definitely not let any of you bastards go free." Niu Xinghe looked at her as his eyes flashed with a cruel and vicious light and he roared with laughter, "Ha! I won't kill you. After I'm done playing with you, I will tear off your clothes and throw you into town, and let every single man come and ravage you. After that, I'll rear you like a dog. I want to see if you're the beast, or I'm the beast." Chapter 378, Rescue. Book 3, The South. The breathing of the more than 100 disciples of Heaven Sect started to become ragged, as they stared at Song Miaoyi tied up with beast-like gazes, their eyes glinting with a dangerous gaze. They had not toyed with such a beauty before. Niu Xinghe was sadistic by nature, however, he treated his subordinates extremely well. For the women that he had toyed with, other than a select few, the rest would be passed to his subordinates to have their turn, and it was a way of winning their support as well. Hearing the words from Niu Xinghe, and feeling the lustful gaze from every single Heaven Sect disciple around her, a tinge of fear finally surfaced in her heart. She was not fearful of death, but she was definitely dreading the fate that was worse than death. She could feel the countless hungry looks on her, stripping her naked in their minds, and it made her skin crawl. Song Miaoyi's eyes flashed with an obstinate look as she stared at Niu Xinghe. "Even till the day I die, I would never submit to you." Niu Xinghe revealed a sardonic smile as he threatened, "Bitch, if you're looking for death, I'll kill your entire tribe. I've caught a total of 76 people from your tribe. If you die, I will bring every single one of them in front of your corpse and chop their heads off, and inform them that their deaths were because of you. Hee. If you die, your uncles and your brother will go to hell together with you. Only by becoming our bitch can they stay alive." Hearing those threatening words, Song Miaoyi's eyes finally betrayed a look of fear. Amidst the 76 captives, there was her brother, and she could not bring herself to be stubborn anymore, and her resolve was starting to crumble down. Niu Xinghe waved his hands and immediately the clothes on his upper body were torn off, as he revealed a cruel grin and walked slowly toward Song Miaoyi. "Ha! I shall have a turn with you. Time to experience how a spear which tastes like. Haha. Elder. Don't kill her accidentally. Let us have our fun first before she dies." "Yeah. Elder. Don't destroy her. Everyone wants to toy with this spear which..." The various law protectors called out, their gazes fixed on Song Miaoyi's body, as though they couldn't wait to gobble her up. "Don't get any closer. Don't come closer." Seeing Niu Xinghe approaching her, Song Miaoyi finally started to show some fear, and she started to struggle, trying to twist her way backwards. However, regardless of how much she tried, it didn't change a thing. Her futile attempts only served to push Niu Xinghe's sadistic urges up a notch. Haha. Niu Xinghe watched the voluptuous and beautiful Song Miaoyi struggling helplessly in front of him and felt extremely excited. He had never messed around before with a peerless beauty such as her. The ethereal beauty coupled with her strength of personality and stubborn character, to him, made her the perfect specimen to subdue and conquer. Seeing Niu Xinghe approaching closer, a desolate look appeared in Song Miaoyi's eyes, as she could not help but wail in her heart, "Will someone save me?" Just as Niu Xinghe was about to make a grab for her, he had a sudden change of expression, and retreated hastily, leaping back a few meters. At that moment, a gunshot rang out shrilly, and a disciple standing beside Niu Xinghe's earlier position had his body blasted by a stinger shot, leaving his mangled body to fall lifelessly to the ground. At the same time when the shot was fired, 4 shadow wolves pounced out from behind 4 of the law protectors, opening their jaws wide and snapping down on their necks viciously. Of the 4, 2 had not enough time to react and were instantly killed by that sudden strike. The other two had more experience and caution. One of them had pulled out 6 daggers the instant he felt the shadow wolf and shredded it to pieces. The other grabbed the shadow wolf and pulled with all his might, tearing the body in two as the wolf turned into wisps of smoke and disappeared. As that gunshot did not kill Niu Xinghe, Yu Zhong pulled out the PF-98 and aimed coldly. He then started firing into the crowd of the disciples. The heavens protect us. Before a disciple finished his chant, the 12.7mm bullet exploded in his face, causing his brains to be blasted apart. The heavens protect us, we're undefeatable. Another disciple roared out as he charged at Yu Zhong, before the heavy ammunition hit his waist, tearing his body in two, while blood and his innards splattered on the ground. He did not die immediately, instead shrieking in agony as he rolled on the ground. The power of the bullet was terrifying. Whoever was hit by the bullet would be blasted into smithereens. When faced with the might of the heavy ammunition, they were like pigs and dogs awaiting slaughter. As their limbs were blasted apart, they became part of the heavy casualties. When witnessing that scene of carnage and their comrades that died a horrible death, many of the disciples finally lost their nerve. With the exception of 30-something fanatics, the rest quivered and ducked for cover. Yu Zhong pulled out a walkie-talkie and ordered, "Storm the front. Annihilate all enemies that obstruct us." Zheng Mingyi was currently poised to strike outside the town, and he relayed the order. "The leader has given the command. Annihilate anyone who obstructs us." With an IFV leading, the vehicle fleet carrying the fully equipped experts charged into Mahogany Town. Within the town, as the law protector was disrupted from his ability, Song Miaoi shook free from the loosened lines, and nimbly got to her feet. She grabbed the spear on the ground, taking a look at Yu Zhong, before immediately chasing after the two law protectors. Song Miaoi was intelligent, and knew clearly that if Yu Zhong had fired at her, she would be dead. However, his target was the disciple of the Heaven sect. Obviously there were mutual benefits in the alliance. Smart woman. Yu Zhong took a look at Song Miaoi and praised silently. "Who are you?" Right at this time, Niu Xinghe's infuriated and violent voice sounded from beside Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong turned his head, and saw the twisted expression of Niu Xinghe and easily met his ferocious gaze. The congregation of Heaven sect's disciples had allowed a single round from Yu Zhong to heavily injure many of them and killed the rest, to the point where Niu Xinghe's personal guards were almost wiped out. This caused Niu Xinghe to be extremely furious. "Kneel, or die." Yu Zhong stared coldly at Niu Xinghe, as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his art of fear. In an instant, a huge spiritual blast encompassing Yu Zhong's tyrannical spirit launched towards Niu Xinghe. However, under that immense pressure, Niu Xinghe only frowned slightly as he revealed a sardonic smile. "An enhancer that specializes in spirit-based attacks? Today I'll mince you up and fuck your women in front of your dying corpses." Niu Xinghe chucked grimly as he pressed down his feet, then shot towards Yu Zhong explosively. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed as he activated his shadow steps, pushing his speed to the limit, and raising his stinger to aim at Niu Xinghe. Niu Xinghe suddenly employed a weird foot technique, as his body started to sway and approach Yu Zhong. Is he a close combat enhancer? But if it's like that, how did he manage to defend against my art of fear? Facing that mysterious footwork, Yu Zhong had no way of aiming at Niu Xinghe, and could only fire off 6 shots instantly. "Ah! Die, scum." Niu Xinghe's body flashed, and he dodged all 6 bullets in a strange fashion, appearing to Yu Zhong's right. He was grinning maniacally as he swung the huge 2M axe at Yu Zhong. With a wave of his hands, Yu Zhong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and parried the attack. The axe swung downwards with immense force and met Yu Zhong's weapon, and a shockwave spread outwards from the clash. What a strong fellow. Both parties had equal strength, and Yu Zhong was forced back a few steps from the collision. His right hand was numb from the impact, and if it wasn't for his high endurance, that blow from Niu Xinghe could possibly have shattered his right shoulder. "Ah! Die! Die! Die!" Niu Xinghe roared in mad laughter, and launched a flurry of swings on Yu Zhong after taking a leap to get close. Yu Zhong used his shadow steps, again barely managing to cope as he was forced back constantly by Niu Xinghe. Both his shoulders were numb from the constant blocking, and his defense could crumble at any moment. Against the furious assault from Niu Xinghe, Yu Zhong had no time to catch a breath, and he couldn't even swing his blade. Niu Xinghe maintained his attacks as he tried to sway Yu Zhong with taunting words. Offer your women to me. Become my dog. I will let you live. Otherwise, I'll have your head today. Yu Zhong could maintain his defense for such a long time, and it was outside of Niu Xinghe's expectations as well. He had always been able to slaughter his enemies within 20 seconds of engagement. However, this guy in front of him had already held on for more than a minute, which caused Niu Xinghe's heart to slowly turn cold. Chapter 379, Burning Niu Xinghe Alive. Book 3, The South. The person to die today will be you. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his gravity manipulation. In that instant, the gravity on Niu Xinghe seemed to double, and caused his movements to falter. Yu Zhong evaded the axe swing as he twisted his body, and slashed his blade at Niu Xinghe. Niu Xinghe's face fell as he leapt back, but he still received a strike at his waist. When Yu Zhong's strike landed, he felt as if he had just struck a huge thick armor that absorbed the impact, and he had no way of penetrating it. He observed carefully, and discovered that the torn cloth at Niu Xinghe's waist revealed a mild yellow scaly armor. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed as he slowly said, Type 3 Mutant Beast Hide. Only a Type 3 Mutant Beast armor could withstand the blow from the Level 4 Treasure Crocodile Tooth Saw blade without being damaged in the slightest. Niu Xinghe laughed sardonically as he employed his strange footwork, rushing towards Yu Zhong in a fierce manner. That's right. I'm covered entirely with a Type 3 Mutant Beast hide, and I'm invincible. Today, regardless of how you struggle, you will die at my hands. Niu Xinghe was almost undefeatable in close combat, adding on the protection of his Type 3 Mutant Beast hide. His only weakness was his exposed head. This was the reason why he dared to be tyrannical. With the protection of the Type 3 Mutant Beast hide, he was truly invincible, and was naturally brutal in his attacks. Seems like the Heaven Sect has some decent resources. However, you'll be the one to die today. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he activated his gravity manipulation, distorting the gravity field around him, causing Niu Xinghe's body to sink, and his movements became distorted as well. Just with the gravity manipulation ability? I have killed dozens of gravity users who were stronger than you by 6 or 7 times. You shall die. Niu Xinghe adjusted his movements in a split second, as the brutal look on his face intensified. He then swung his axe with a fearsome momentum towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his devil flame, and reached out for Niu Xinghe. A terrifying fireball started forming in his right hand, as it exploded forth and enveloped Niu Xinghe. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. Ah! Niu Xinghe started screaming shrilly in agony when he was enveloped by that devil flame fireball, as his entire body started to burn up. In just a second, Niu Xinghe's head was incinerated into ash, while his entire body started to disintegrate under the burning of the devil flame, leaving behind the God and Devil System equipment and Type 3 Mutant Beast hide as they fell to the floor. Yu Zhong walked over as he took a look at the system equipment that Niu Xinghe had. Yu Zhong already had most of the equipment on Niu Xinghe's body, with the exception of one special item. Level 4 Treasure, Necklace of Clarity, plus 8 Spirit upon equipping. With this item, in any 24-hour period, user will be able to defend against the Type 3 Spirit attack once, Type 2 Spirit attack 4 times, and normal spiritual attack 16 times. It was precisely this Level 4 Treasure Necklace of Clarity that had blocked Yu Zhong's Art of Fear attack. Yu Zhong pondered a moment before he switched out the Level 3 Necklace of Hurricane on his neck, and equipped this Level 4 treasure. Although his spirit was already extremely strong with this equipment, he would be invulnerable to basically any spiritual attacks, and could maintain his clarity. After he kept the rest of the equipment, he looked towards the distance, and saw Song Miaoyi entangling with the 2 law protectors from the Heaven Sect. Song Miaoyi's spear techniques were truly incredible, as she pounced about like a leopard, enveloping the 2 law protectors within the radius of her spear skills. The law protector that was able to manipulate the 6 daggers found his skill being torn apart by the spear shadows, as his own body was pierced a few times, before being sent flying back about 2 to 3 meters. The other law protector was proficient in the art of fighting, but found himself being pierced continuously by Song Miaoyi's spear, and was forced back constantly. However, both of them were wearing Type 3 Mutant Beast hides, and could defend against the sharp strikes of Song Miaoi. This enabled them to save on their strength as they dragged the battle out. Without the Type 3 mutant beast hides, they would have long been punched full of holes. Yu Zhong looked towards the rest of the battlefield, and saw that his own troops had already charged into the town, and were hunting the rest of the disciples from the Heaven Sect. This is the time to show our loyalty to Heaven Sect. Let us offer our fresh blood for the glory of the Heaven Sect. As long as we're loyal, we will return to the kingdom of God after we die. Everybody charge with me. A fanatic roared out loudly as he charged towards Yu Zhong's troops with a crazy glint in his eyes. The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable. 20 other fanatics followed the lead of the first guy as they shouted out with fervor and charged towards Yu Zhong's troops. Kill. Zheng Mingyi saw the 20 overzealots rushing over with blades in their hands, and he coldly gave the command. The machine gun on the vehicle turned around, and spew out an intense volley of gunfire, and a dense barrage of bullets rained on the zealots, and they fell to the ground in their own blood. They did not die immediately, instead they rolled around as they moaned in pain. Zheng Mingyi led the rest of the soldiers forwards as they finished off the job by firing a single bullet in each disciple that was still alive, sending them on their way. Watching this terrifying scene, the majority of the remaining disciples had ashen faces as they tried to escape. Not everybody was a fanatic, and many had joined just to survive in this cruel world. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. More of the disciples began throwing their weapons down as they knelt on the ground, trembling in fear while looking at the IFVs and machine gun-mounted vehicles. To ordinary people, such armored vehicles were invincible existences, and they had no way of retaliating. Zheng Mingyi brought his men and continued further in without so much of a resistance, only tying up the captives. Those fanatics who charged out would be executed instantly, and the troops managed to arrive at the heart of the battle in the center of town casually. Damn it, Sunshine. Let's scram. The law protector controlling his 6 daggers saw the arriving IFV and troops, and his expression turned sour before shouting to his comrade. The law protector called Sun Shan had just been pierced by Song Miaoi as he turned to look at the distance. You will remain here. Following the sound of Yu Zhong's voice, a terrifying spirit attack penetrated Sun Shan's mind, and he was instantly engulfed in various illusions and hallucinations of torment. Ah! Sun Shan screamed out miserably before falling lifelessly to the ground. Kneel. Yu Zhong came out and with a threatening aura, he gazed at the law protector with control over his 6 daggers and ordered. The law protector took one look at Yu Zhong as his face changed. It's you! Elder Niu has already been killed by you? Yu Zhong stared indifferently at the law protector. Are you surrendering? Or will you join him in hell? No. You can't surrender. You'll die at my hands. Song Miaoi's eyes flashed with fire as she gritted her teeth and striked forwards with her spear, aiming at Shi's face. She knew the only weak point was the head. The law protector was a battle-hardened veteran after all, and with just a thought, 3 daggers shot forwards to block the spear strike, causing it to be deflected away. The law protector immediately shouted out, I surrender. I surrender. This leader. I surrender. Spare my life. Even the upper echelons of the Heaven Sect knew what the sect was exactly about, and other than a rare few, many were not actually loyal to a fault. Only the ignorant lower levels thought that the Heaven Sect was incredible. Stay your hand. When the law protector surrendered, Yu Zhong stepped forward, bringing his crocodile saw-tooth blade to parry Song Miaoi's spear. Song Miaoi took a few steps back as her beautiful eyes shone with a burning fury and she stared at Yu Zhong. He's my enemy. If you help him, are you going to be an enemy too? Yu Zhong gazed back indifferently. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Song Miaoi maintained her gaze for a while before she collected herself as she stood straight and said, Many thanks for saving me earlier. I'm Song Miaoi. What's your name? Yu Zhong replied, I'm Yu Zhong. Song Miaoi looked at the man in front of her and assessed him quietly, and she could feel his strength. She said sincerely, Yu Zhong. You saved me and I'm very appreciative of that. From today onwards you're a friend to us from the Tsang Tong tribe. Whenever you have problems, feel free to look for me, our entire tribe will definitely aid you. However, this beast. He had brought men to capture over dozens of our tribesmen as well as from the surrounding areas. I cannot let him go. Give him to me and this favor will be remembered for always. Hearing Song Miaoi's words, Yu Zhong contemplated silently. The law protector suddenly smiled grimly as he barked at Yu Zhong, "Don't move, or I'll be merciless." Two of the blades that Song Miaoi had knocked away had suddenly appeared at Yu Zhong's heart and vertebra. "Let me leave here. Otherwise I'll kill you." The law protector chuckled evilly. "Trash. Just die." Yu Zhong suddenly turned, the stinger already in his hands as he directly fired at the head of the law protector. Following the loud gunshot, the brains of the law protector were blasted apart, as his lifeless corpse slumped to the ground, and the daggers fell along with him. Chapter 380, Pressure. Book 3, The South. Right at this time, Zheng Mingyi brought his men as they came to Yu Zhong and saluted, "Leader, follow me." Yu Zhong looked at Song Miaoi and spoke indifferently, before bringing Zheng Mingyi and Ming Jiejia towards Bai Shaoxing's side of the battle. Song Miaoi heard the commanding tone from Yu Zhong, and hint of displeasure shone in her eyes. However, she looked at Yu Zhong and his troops and stamped her foot, before tagging behind Yu Zhong. Following the trail of corpses, Yu Zhong soon brought his team along until they saw Bai Shaoxing engaged in battle against 5 law protectors. Both sides were facing off, but neither had the upper hand. The law protectors from the Heaven sect could not catch Bai Shaoxing, not a single one of them could match up to his speed. However, at the same time, if Bai Shaoxing truly went after any one of them, he would have to face the joint assault from all 5, which would be risky, and hence both sides were just eyeing each other right now. Bai Shaoxing spoke out with a little embarrassment, "Leader, you're here. I'm sorry. These bunch of guys are too troublesome. I haven't managed to take care of them." Yu Zhong glanced at Bai Shaoxing before he stepped forward and commanded coldly, "Those opposite, listen up. Surrender immediately. I'll only give you 10 seconds to consider. Those who refuse will die." One of the altar lords shouted, "You bunch of devil-worshipping heretics, you dare to go against Heaven's sect. You'll definitely face a terrible fate, and after your death, you'd be sentenced to the deepest depths of hell with no chance of reincarnation. Surrender to us now and we'll baptize you and cleanse you of your sins, and help you back into God's grace. As long as you accumulate merit for the sect, you can ascend to heaven and enjoy yourself. Kill the heretics. Kill the devils. Kill the heretics. Kill the devils." The disciples began to chant upon hearing the altar lord's words. With their blind faith, their morale was also rising. "Kill them." Yu Zhong eyed the zealots and gave the order to Zheng Mingyi. "Open fire." Zheng Mingyi relayed the order. The remaining soldiers had already prepped their artillery and set their aim. Upon receiving Zheng Mingyi's orders, they started firing as huge explosive rounds landed on the positions of those zealots who were hiding behind cover. Pong, pong. Following the rapid loud explosions, disciples of the Heaven sect found their bodies blasted to pieces. The altar lord who had gave the rallying call about killing heretics were also caught within the blast radius, and was instantly pulverized. Under the blanket of artillery fire, to the extent of 2 consecutive rounds, the disciples who had no experience in modern warfare collapsed, as they lost all will to fight, and tried to escape towards the back after retreating from their cover. At this time, the IFV and the machine gun-mounted vehicles started firing wildly at those escaping disciples, and the bullets tore into the disciples, turning them into sieves full of holes as they fell to the ground. Within 10 minutes, the disciples surrounding the 5 altar lords to protect them had been annihilated, and 3 of the 5 altar lords had been blasted to death. The 2 remaining altar lords were agility-based enhancers, and they took the opportunity to rush out from their hiding place, as they retreated towards the back. They knew that staying here would spell death, and they disregarded everything as they made a mad dash to run from it all. Yu Zhong pulled out his stinger as he opened fire at the 2 escaping altar lords. Their heads were immediately blasted to oblivion and their headless corpses fell to the ground. "Continue the advance," Yu Zhong ordered indifferently. Under his orders, even though they had little men, they were all elites, and they made their way forwards in an orderly fashion, exhibiting the disciplined and strong bearing of soldiers. Song Miaoi observed this small troop of Yu Zhong and was thoroughly shocked. "So strong. This troop is really strong." Song Miaoi was confident of handling any one soldier from within this troop. However, if the entire troop was to launch an assault on her, she would not even be able to withstand a single minute's assault before she would be killed. Yu Zhong and his troops quickly arrived at the location that the remaining personnel under Zhen Yang were using as a hideout. Zheng Mingyi hollered at the people hiding within the building, "Those inside, listen up. Surrender now. Otherwise we'll not treat you nicely." Inside the building, Zhen Yang had a grim look as he grabbed a tribesman and pushed him to the window, while placing a blade on this abductee's neck. "The whole lot of you better retreat. Otherwise I'll kill the hostages. There are 31 hostages here with us. If you don't retreat, I'll kill the whole lot of them." The disciples of the Heaven sect seemed to have been overcome with a madness, as they pushed the hostages to the windows, and placed their weapons at their necks. Anytime Zhen Yang gave the order, they would immediately slaughter the hostages to join them in death. 6th uncle. 8th uncle. 17th uncle. Seeing those tribesmen, Song Miaoi's eyes flashed with fear and could not help but call out. Those were the elders that had watched her grow up before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse had set in, everyone had banded together to survive up till now. These elders were like her own family, and she could not bear to see them die in front of her. Yu Zhong eyed the huge building as he ordered coolly, "Get ready to attack. Storm the front. Snipers, get ready to switch to grenade launchers." Song Miaoi's face fell as she ran to Yu Zhong and spoke shrilly, "No. You can't do that. Those hostages will definitely die if you do that. Those are human lives." Yu Zhong's heart was hardened as he returned her look with an ice-cold stare. "I'm sorry, Miss Song Miaoi. I can understand your feelings, but I need to eradicate the remnant forces of this Heaven sect. As for those hostages, they have nothing to do with me. I can't waste time here because of them. Please make way." Song Miaoi grabbed her black spear tightly as her face turned pale, and she stubbornly glared, "No. I won't allow this." With a single swishing motion, 20 soldiers raised their guns and aimed at Song Miaoi. The moment she made a random move, they would punch her full of holes. Although she was a beauty, in their hearts, following orders was the most important thing. A single beauty would not be enough to sway the hearts of these elite soldiers. Even the frivolous Bai Shaoxing was holding a gun to Song Miaoi's head, although his eye flashed with a hint of pity. If she truly died, he would feel a tinge of regret. However, if he went against Yu Zhong's wishes, then the person to die would be him. Under the pressure of having multiple weapons aimed at her, Song Miaoi did not relent as she stubbornly glared at Yu Zhong, like an epiphyllum that would wilt at any time. Yu Zhong frowned as he waved his hands, and the 20 over soldiers lowered their guns. Song Miaoi knelt down as she pleaded, "Please, please save my tribesmen. As long as you do so, whatever you ask of me, I'll be willing to do so." For her tribesmen, Song Miaoi was willing to put down her pride to kneel in front of Yu Zhong. This was because her tribesmen were extremely important kin to her, and she did not want them to perish at such a place. Yu Zhong looked at the kneeling Song Miaoi as he frowned. He pondered a while, looking at the building in the meantime before he slowly replied, "Bai Shaoxing, stay. The rest retreat." Hearing Yu Zhong's order, all the soldiers retreated. "Song Miaoi, remember what you said today. Follow me." Yu Zhong looked at Song Miaoi as he indifferently reminded her, before entering a small alley with Ming Jejia. Song Miaoi followed closely behind. Bai Shaoxing immediately sighed as he played with his dagger and followed behind Yu Zhong, disappearing into the alley. What a pity. Another beauty had been conquered by leader. "How is it? Have you contacted headquarters?" Zhen Yang saw the soldiers retreating as he heaved a sigh of relief, before asking a subordinate beside him. The disciple swiftly replied, "I've already notified headquarters. They have arranged for 2 elders to bring reinforcements. However, they said we will have to fend them off for 2 hours. Reinforcements would arrive by then." Zhen Yang took a few deep breaths as the stone weighing on his heart was lifted. 2 hours? As long as we can hold out for 2 hours, it's our victory. Those heretics would definitely be dealt with by the great elders. At this time, with a single bang, the door to the room Zhen Yang and the captives were in was kicked wide open. Yu Zhong strode into the office, taking in the details of the room in a single look, before firing the .03 rifle in his hands 10 times consecutively within a second, and directly killing all the Heaven sect's disciples. Beside Yu Zhong, Ming Jejia had already summoned out her 5 shadow wolves, appearing behind 5 of the disciples and biting their necks. As the attention of everybody in the room was focused on Yu Zhong and Ming Jejia, Bai Shaoxing came swinging into the room from the room upstairs, landing within the group of disciples. The blade in his hand flashed, and a total of 7 disciples found their hearts pierced. In just mere seconds, 22 disciples had died at the hands of Yu Zhong's group of 3, causing chaos to erupt. Song Miaoi also made use of the opportunity to rush into the office, her spear flashing as she leapt about like a leopard, killing 3 disciples with her profound spear skills. The Heaven Sect's disciples in the office had been wiped out save for a few. Every one of the remaining members lost their gall, as they abandoned battle tried to escape. One of the altar lords saw that things weren't going well, and he tried to escape from the window. Just as he made his move, Bai Shaoxing chuckled grimly, and shot forwards like an arrow, stabbing into the back of the altar lord, killing him. Bai Shaoxing might be tied down when facing against a group of strong enemies, but facing single enemies, very few were considered his opponents. He was like a shadow that flitted about, as he slaughtered his enemies easily, and few could withstand an attack from him. I surrender. Zhen Yiyang's mind spun as he threw the Tang replica sword to a side, and raised his hands to shout out. I surrender. When the head surrenders, the rest of the disciples had no intention to resist longer, as they abandoned their weapons and shouted out as they trembled. Bai Shaoxing then walked up to these disciples and started to tie them up. 6th uncle. 8th uncle. Song Miaoi ran to the hostages as she helped them out of their ropes and called out emotionally. This time she had dragged many of her close kin in the attempt to assassinate Niu Xinghe, and it caused her endless worry. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Yu Zhong, she would not have known what to do. 2 of the men with wrinkles on their foreheads and tan skins looked at Song Miaoi, their eyes pleased. Lass. It's good that you're fine. Yu Zhong confirmed news with Zhen Yiyang. After an hour, the reinforcements from the Heaven Sect will be here. Are you certain about this? Zhen Yiyang had a solemn expression as he replied, It's true. If I were lying, you can execute me. The information about the reinforcements coming, everyone within the room knew about it. Zhen Yiyang wanted to use this piece of information to gain Yu Zhong's trust. He had not much faith in the Heaven Sect in the beginning, and joining them was for the sake of a better life. When he landed in Yu Zhong's hands, he had immediately switched to a different tune, and worked towards gaining Yu Zhong's trust. An hour? Yu Zhong pondered, his eyes flashing with a hint of decisiveness. On a small frozen road, 800 Heaven Sect disciples were currently marching forward. Within the human crowd, there was a Rolls-Royce moving forwards quietly. A fat middle-aged man was asking his skinny companion at his side, Old Luo, heard that old Niu had fallen at the hands of some heretics. What do you make of this? The fat middle-aged man was called Qin Xinggang, and was the 7th elder in the Heaven Sect. The skinny man was called Luo Kuei, and he was the 5th elder. Both of them were considered to be experts within Heaven Sect. Luo Kuei replied coldly, What else to think? Old Niu had always been too violent and brutal. He had so many enemies, it's not a surprise that he's dead. However, to be able to kill old Niu, the enemy must be pretty formidable himself. Luo Kuei laughed icily. For the sake of a few hostages, they actually stopped their assault. Regardless of their abilities, it seems like they have weaknesses as well. Chapter 381, Qin Xinggang. Book 3, The South. Qin Xinggang had a look of apprehension. However, old Niu is truly dead. Are our forces going to be enough? Qin Xinggang was a burly-looked man with plenty of both fat and muscle on his body, and he truly looked fierce. However, one cannot be judged based on appearance, and he happened to be a coward actually. He could become a strong enhancer purely by luck, as he had gained an incredible level 3 skill at the onset of the apocalypse, hence he could survive for so long. Luo Kuei glanced at Qin Xinggang, his eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. We have 800 people here and 500 guys over at Mahogany Town. Didn't Zhen Yiyang give his report earlier? There are only about 100 enemies, and even if they have experts, we just have to send our men and it would be enough to squash them. Qin Xinggang continued in deep thought before his frown slowly eased as his face revealed a smile. That's true. We have 800 disciples here. Of them there are 200 zealots. With them we have no need to fear any enemy. Inside a forest, Yu Zhong watched the 800-strong army walk into his ambush without a single wariness, as he gave the order, attack. Under Yu Zhong's command, an IFV led the fleet of machine gun-mounted vehicles as they charged out from the forest, and started to launch an assault on the right side of the Heaven Sect's reinforcements. All the armored vehicles were unleashing their bullets with a frenzy, causing a large number of the disciples around to be punched full of holes, fresh blood splattering the entire area. Many of them fell down dead, their bodies full of wounds. The Heaven Sect is undefeatable. Kill the enemy, become a saint. Facing such a sudden raid, the 200 white-robed disciples began to get worked up with a madness in their eyes, as they charged at the vehicles without a care for their own lives. They were the zealots previously mentioned and thoroughly had faith that as long as they fought and died for Heaven's sect, they would be able to enter God's kingdom. Therefore, every single one of them was fearless and were extremely ruthless in their attacks. These fanatics formed the main part of the Heaven sect's attack force, as their passionate and staunch faith allowed them to charge into battle without a hint of fear nor regret. Even if they knew they had to die, it was with willingness. Many of them even saw death as a blessing. However, regardless of how strong one's faith was, a normal person's body would not be able to repel bullets, much less be impervious to it. The IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles sprayed their guns at the 200 disciples, and they were felled as easily as wheat being sowed. Fresh blood dyed the entire ground, and there were moans of agony uttered everywhere. These fanatics might be a threat to close combat enhancers, but in front of modern warfare weaponry, their blood and fervor would only serve to send them faster to their deaths. Luo Kuei had sensed danger at the first moment, and had opened up his palms, activating a psychic barrier, as a transparent barrier appeared in front of him, deflecting the majority of the bullets coming his way. He was a level 46 enhancer with the telekinesis ability, and could defend against the damage from those 12.7mm bullets that could pierce even armored vehicles. Countless bullets were deflected off Luo Kuei's barrier, and that sort of imagery pushed the morale of the disciples up quickly. Many of them gathered close to Luo Kuei, as they hollered with conviction, "The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable." As the IFV adjusted its gun in line of fire, the ZPT-90 that has been kept aside was aimed at Luo Kuei, and unleashed hell and carnage. The bullets from the heavy machine gun landed explosively on the psychic barrier, and were actually blocked. However, the barrier only managed to withstand about 3 seconds of continuously being impacted by bullets. After 3 seconds, the barrier disintegrated into pieces, and Luo Kuei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, while the heavy rounds landed on his body, sending him exploding backwards for a few meters. He fell to the ground, his body crumpled, and his orifices bleeding profusely before he died. Luo Kuei had worn a Type 3 mutant beast hide to protect himself, and while the rounds were insufficient to penetrate the hide, the fearsome impact could not be negated, unless his resistance was as tough as Yu Zhong, who had pumped so much in endurance. With Luo Kuei's death, the psychic barrier disappeared, and the Heaven Sect's disciple were like unwilling pigs waiting for slaughter, as they started to escape frantically in various directions. Yu Zhong glanced at those disciples that have lost their composure and ordered Zhen Yang, it's your turn. Kill those who won't surrender. Yes, leader. Zhen Yang had an extremely complicated gaze in his eyes as he responded. Brothers, let us charge. Time to earn some merits. Let the leader witness our sincerity. Zhen Yang shouted to his fellow disciples that had been captured earlier. Kill, kill, kill. Those Heaven Sect disciples who had already surrendered to Yu Zhong took up their weapons, as they followed Zhen Yang's lead and charged towards the dispersed Heaven Sect members with bloodshot eyes. If Yu Zhong had gotten those ex-disciples to charge first, and treated them like cannon fodder, the majority of them would definitely have defected again. However, now that with Yu Zhong slaughtering the 800 of the Heaven Sect's disciples, these ex-disciples were not fervent supporters in the first place, and due to their thirst to prove their loyalty, they charged forwards like ferocious tigers and wolves, killing their past comrades without a shred of remorse. On the other side, Song Miaoi had brought her tribesmen as they charged at the scattered Heaven Sect disciples, killing them with a passionate fury. The Heaven Sect had been terrorizing the surrounding areas in recent times, and had treated these tribesmen as slaves or blood sacrifices. This had caused enmity to be sown, and Song Miaoi would naturally not be merciful when dealing with them. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. With the 3 groups chasing and hunting, the Heaven Sect's side was destroyed beyond recognition, and a majority of the disciples pleaded for their lives. Those who didn't surrender were killed off by the ones that had defected to Yu Zhong, as well as the tribesmen. Yu Zhong strode over to the escaping disciples with the stinger in his hands, as long as he saw an expert whether hiding or not, he would immediately fire a shot to destroy their heads. Bai Shaoxing was like an unsheathed blade that bathed in blood, waving in and out of the human crowd, his daggers flashing about, and a number of the altar lords and law protectors were assassinated without a sound. His abilities made it hard for him to deal with a tightly packed group in defense, but against single unorganized enemies, there was almost nobody that could stop him. The IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles had stopped shooting as well, they just maintained their inactivity but exuding a pressuring aura on the battlefield. Yu Zhong had brought a limited amount of ammunition, and to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he had to use them sparingly. Otherwise, without any ammunition, his IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles were just normal vehicles. Not long after, the reinforcements from the Heaven Sect fell entirely into Yu Zhong's arms. Song Miaoi gripped her level 3 treasure black gold spear, as she looked at those tied-up captives. Her eyes shone with disbelief. Did we win just like that? Song Miaoi could not help but look towards Yu Zhong, her eyes filled with a look of wonder and awe. When they had heard that the Heaven Sect had sent reinforcements of about 800 disciples, Song Miaoi and her uncles had panicked, and were in favor of retreat. However, this man in front of her had remained calm and planned a counterattack, and had easily caused this 800-strong reinforcement to collapse, without much casualty on their own side. It was almost a miracle. Zhen Yang had an excited look as he walked about the captives. He had led his men and captured over 400 captives, contributing largely to the success, and Yu Zhong had already assigned him a platoon commander role. He had hence become an officer under Yu Zhong's command. Just as Zhen Yang was patrolling, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar person, and he could not help but spit out as he backed up a few steps warily, "Elder Qin?" The man who was called warily by Zhen Yang was precisely the 7th elder of the Heaven Sect, Qin Shingang. As an elder of the Heaven Sect, Qin Shingang was a level 40 enhancer, and if he suddenly went on a rampage, killing a few normal people wasn't an issue. Qin Shingang squeezed out a flattering smile as he said, "I've surrendered. Zhen Yang, can you bring me to meet your leader?" Zhen Yang looked at Qin Shingang, feeling a little strange as he nodded and said, "Follow me." The moment Qin Shingang came in front of Yu Zhong, he immediately knelt and kowtowed. This small one Qin Shingang was an elder of the Heaven Sect. "As long as this esteemed leader can spare my life, this small one is willing to do anything for you." Yu Zhong was a little speechless as he looked at Zhen Yang and asked, "Was he really an elder?" Zhen Yang nodded and ascertained his background. "Leader. He truly was the 7th elder of the Heaven Sect. I've seen him at the headquarters a few times." Yu Zhong immediately gave the order, "I'll accept you. Qin Shingang, show me your abilities." As long as he knew Qin Shingang's abilities, Yu Zhong could then make the appropriate measures. Qin Shingang would then not be a threat to him. Qin Shingang stood up and responded loudly, "Yes. I can manipulate the ground. Please observe." Qin Shingang's pupils shrunk as he activated his ground manipulation skill, and a 3M spike shot out from the ground. He then bellowed as 6 consecutive small spikes shot out from the ground. Yu Zhong observed Qin Shingang's display, and his heart turned cold. The skill of this Qin Shingang was truly tyrannical. If he was a little less cowardly and had charged towards the IFV while releasing this skill, the IFV would have been overturned. It might even have been penetrated by the ground spikes. Qin Shingang lowered his head and bowed with an honest look. "Leader. This is my ability. It has a limited range and can only create such sharp spikes within a 100 m. If it's beyond a 100 m, then I would need more time to create spikes with enough threatening power." Qin Shingang's ability was not weak, but his courage was truly too small. The moment he saw Luo Kuei being blasted apart, he had lost all will to fight. After that, he had seen how casually Yu Zhong and Bai Shaoxing slaughtered those experts from the Heaven Sect, and had not dared to risk anything. He just hid behind a cover and acted as a normal disciple and surrendered. If it wasn't for Zhen Yang discovering him, Qin Shingang had wanted to pose as a captive, before finding an opportunity to escape. Although he did not dare to fight against Yu Zhong and his troops, he had confidence in escaping. He had the ground manipulation ability, no cell could contain him. Unless it was those specially constructed cells that were meant to counter his ability, which would mean that his ability was useless. Yu Zhong stared at Qin Shingang and asked slowly, "Are these all the reinforcements sent?" Qin Shingang nodded as he bowed, responding to leader, "There's only us." Yu Zhong's gaze was like a knife that pierced into Qin Shingang's heart. You guys must have set off from Peaceful Heart Town, right? Yes. Qin Shingang looked at Zhen Yang beside Yu Zhong, and did not dare life, and directly responded. Yu Zhong continued asking, how many troops are at Peaceful Heart Town? Qin Shingang replied with full honesty, there's only a law protector, 7 altar lords, 50 zealots and about 170 normal disciples there. In Peaceful Heart Town, there are about 20 rifles, 25 handguns, and the remaining weapons are all obsolete melee weapons. Yu Zhong stared at Qin Shingang coldly, bring us to Peaceful Heart Town. After we take it down, I'll raise you to become a platoon commander. Qin Shingang did not dare reject as he responded soundly, yes, leader. Peaceful Heart Town was different from Mahogany Town, and was one of the actual headquarters of the Heaven Sect, and was only about 20 kilometers away from the central base in Longan Province. There were 2 elders stationed there, and over 1,000 disciples as their force, and could respond to any situation in the nearby towns at the same time. They could send reinforcements back to the main base if need be. The force of 100 people soon came to Peaceful Heart Town. Who is it? The disciple stationed at the entrance saw this 100-strong troop. His heart became wary as he raised his gun and questioned. Qin Shingang came out from the crowd and stared at the disciple coldly. You can't even recognize me? By using your gun against me, are you thinking of flouting the rules? Oh, it's Elder Qin. Your subordinate didn't know it's the return of Elder Qin. If this small one had offended you, please do not take it to heart. The disciple had turned ashen, and immediately threw himself to the ground. The 4 disciples at the gate immediately kneeled and called out loudly, long live Elder Qin. Qin Shingang threw a haughty gaze as he commanded, go bring Law Protector Ning as well as the 7 altar lords, and the heavenly troops to gather at the Green Garden. I have something to tell them. I'll get others to stand guard here. Go. Equals 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 equals. Long An is a province in the Mekong Delta region of southern Vietnam. Chapter 382, Long An County. Book 3, The South. Yes, Elder Qin. The 4 disciples immediately replied in a respectful manner, before leaving towards the center of town. Qin Shingang then led Yu Zhong and the rest towards the Green Garden District part of town to be deployed. Ning Yi, a middle-aged man with a medium build, slightly yellow skin and ordinary looks, brought 7 altar lords as they hurried towards the Green Garden District. He looked at Qin Shingang and asked, Elder Qin, didn't you guys set off to help Zhenyang? How come you've suddenly come back? Qin Shingang looked at Ning Yi as his pupils shrank, and assumed a stern face. Our sect leader has issued a sacred instruction with tasks for you guys to do. Everyone kneel and pay heed. Sect leader is all-powerful, invincible, and long live sect leader. Ning Yi's gaze turned cold as he followed the 7 altar lords and knelt, as they started proclaiming the usual chants in front of Qin Shingang. The instruction for the sect leader is, for all of you to die. Qin Shingang's expression turned grim, and immediately activated his ground manipulation skill. In an instant, 2 sharp earthen spikes shot out from the ground and pierced diagonally through the bodies of 2 altar lords. Qin, Ning Yi saw the scene of the 2 altar lords dying miserably in front of him, and a strong fury and fear arose in his heart. He had just shouted out a word, when a blade flashed in front of him, and his head was removed suddenly and cleanly from his neck, fresh blood spraying up towards the skies. Yu Zhong had activated his shadow steps, and cleanly executed Ning Yi, before quite casually loping off the head of another law protector beside Ning Yi. Bai Shaoxing, who had been standing at one side, also activated his skill, as he flashed, and the green dagger in his hands danced about, slicing the throat of an altar lord, blood exploding out in a steaming crimson arc from the mortal wound. Song Miaoi had also struck out viciously with her spear, piercing the head of one of the altar lords who was still kneeling, like a stick pushed into the wet mud. In just a few breaths, Ning Yi and the other 7 altar lords had all been gruesomely slaughtered without much of a resistance at all. Do it. After killing the most powerful 8 combatants, Yu Zhong walked out of the room and gave the order to Zheng Mingyi. The troops lying in ambush at various parts of the Green Garden immediately took aim and fired at those fanatics of the Heaven Sect that were lined up neatly. In an instant, those Heaven Sect disciples were showered with a rain of bullets, their bodies battered and blood spilled, and their formation was the best target for the troops of Yu Zhong, not a single bullet wasted. After firing rapidly, 50 of the zealots fell in their pools of blood, while Zheng Mingyi brought some men as they walked throughout the square, coldly slashing the necks of anyone still breathing on the ground, with a cold and detached look on their face. The upper echelons of Peaceful Heart Town were thus easily taken care of by Yu Zhong and his troops. The remaining ordinary disciples were tricked into coming to the Green Garden district, and were all captured. The entire Peaceful Heart Town thus fell into Yu Zhong's lap. Yu Zhong tasted sweet victory and continued, "Qin Shingang, go report to the main central base. Say that the enemies had been wiped out, but Elder Niu and Elder Luo have fell in battle. Your troops have taken serious hits and you hope that they can deploy some men over." "Yes, leader. I'll do so right now." Qin Shingang had also thoroughly sold himself, truly treating himself as Yu Zhong's subordinate, as he made to report to the central base. Yu Zhong pondered a while before calling out, "Wait. Make the report after 6 p.m. Yu Zhong's forces had been battling for almost an entire day. Although they were enhancers, they would still feel exhausted. The ordinary ex-disciples and Zhen Yang that had defected were in no better shape. They sorely needed the rest now. After 6 p.m., the response from the main base would need some more time as well, and the forces they sent would only arrive the next day. This would buy an entire day's worth of rest for Yu Zhong's troops. Continue to station yourselves there and await orders. Qin Shingang had relayed the fabricated story that Yu Zhong had told him to the main base of Heaven Sect, and only received this simple command. The Heaven Sect seemed to have no plans to send any troops. Yu Zhong did not waste any time during the night, as he organized the tribesmen that he rescued out into a single troop, and handed command over to Shang Luan. He then moved on to the captured Heaven Sect's disciples. There were a total of 600 or so of them, and he grouped them into 6 teams, handing command over to Qin Shingang, Zhen Yang, Bai Shaoxing, Lu Ningxue, Luo Qifeng and Ming Jiejie respectively. Qin Shingang and Zhen Yang had become traitors of the Heaven Sect, and their hands were dyed with the blood of their past comrades. Even if they betrayed Yu Zhong, they had nowhere else to. That was why Yu Zhong decided to make use of them. Yu Zhong did not sleep the entire night, instead he patrolled the entire town on his own. After all, Peaceful Heart Town was only about 20 kilometers away from the main base, and they were almost under the enemy's noses. Furthermore, Qin Shingang and Zhen Yang had just recently defected over, and Yu Zhong could not trust them fully, therefore he had to take up the night watch to prevent any incidents. At the same time, Yu Zhong assigned a few trusted aides who were experts to be stationed at key points, in the event that something unforeseen cropped up. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning the sun was just starting to rise, and Yu Zhong received the order relayed from the headquarters of the Heaven Sect. Immediately bring your men and weapons and make your way back to base. Kill any enemies you see. Qin Shingang immediately turned to Yu Zhong and asked, "What do we do, leader?" Yu Zhong contemplated a while before he inquired, "What's the strength of the main base like?" Qin Shingang replied swiftly, "There are always 4 elders, 40 law protectors, 60 altar lords stationed at base. They're all high-level enhancers. Other than that, there are over 5,000 disciples in the Heaven Sect, of which 1,000 belong to the White Shirt Army or the Fanatics. Amongst those 1,000, there are 50 experts wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides. They are the personal troops of Linghu Xiangru, the Sword Apostles. Each and every one of them have power equal to a law protector, and they practically worship Linghu Xiangru, to the point of being extremist. They have terrifying strength. The Type 3 mutant beast hides were considered precious treasures within the Heaven Sect. Even ordinary law protectors and altar lords might not get a piece. For every single one of the Sword Apostles to own a piece, it was a testament to their power and importance. The moment Qin Shingang spoke of Linghu Xiangru, his eyes had a hint of fear. However, within the Heaven Sect, the scariest is still the sect leader Linghu Xiangru. He has a holy halo around him, and is impervious to all sorts of physical attacks, and every word he says seemed to radiate power. Those who could force him to use all his power have died. When he came to recruit me initially, I knew I wasn't his match and hence I surrendered. What his abilities are, I'm not entirely sure. No one in the entire Heaven sect actually knows as well, however based on my conjecture he should be a powerful evolver. Yu Zhong continued to think before replying, "Okay, I've got it. Let's comply with their orders and move out to take a look." With Yu Zhong's orders, the 800-strong troop immediately set off from Peaceful Heart Town, making their advance towards Heaven sect. Yu Zhong rode with Ming Jiejia and Qin Xingang in a Hummer and went forth ahead as vanguard. With the ex-elder leading the way, Yu Zhong and the rest quickly traversed and reached the vicinity of Heaven sect. When Yu Zhong and the rest came close to Heaven sect, they heard the sounds of intense gunfire as well as explosions. Seems like there really was a problem. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he thought to himself and quickened his pace. They climbed up a hilltop and observed the situation at Long'an County. They discovered that in the distance, there was a group of gun-wielding militants that were dressed in assorted clothing, as they launched frenzied assaults on Long'an County. Those militants were equipped with decent weaponry, possessing rifles, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, hand grenades and even mortars. They were using these modern weaponry to suppress the Heaven sect's disciples so much so that they didn't dare risk their lives. Yu Zhong pulled out binoculars to observe the current battle and thought silently, "This troop is not weak. However, they can't be compared to my expert battalion. They must be untrained and seem to be learning from experience. The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable. The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable." The disciples in Long'an County were being suppressed, and just when the situation seemed bleak, out rushed 400 zealots in white clothes, their hands wielding huge blades, as they chanted with fervor and rushed at the militants outside the city in a kamikaze attack. These zealots were different from the ones that Yu Zhong had to deal with, as although they were rushing without a care for their own lives, they were spaced out, and wanting to take them all down in a single strike would be nearly impossible. Seeing the fanatics launching their counter-attack, the militants began to target them with their heavy weaponry, spraying bullets at those unfortunate souls. Blanketed by the rain of bullets, many of the zealots were punched full of holes. However, those militants were not expert marksmen, and many of their shots went wide. Coupled with the fact that the fanatics had spread themselves out, the bullets only managed to kill a few of them. Some were even unfazed when they were struck by the bullets. Under those circumstances, many of the zealots managed to bravely push through the rain of bullets and wave their melee weapons at those militants. Chapter 383, Internal Strife. Book 3, The South. The moment those white-shirt fanatics charged into the midst of the militants, they started slashing in a crazy manner. They seemed only intent on killing any unfortunate soul to meet their blades. Help! Ah! Help! The white-shirt zealots were like devils that had unleashed carnage upon those militants, causing them to lose their fighting will in an instant. Many abandoned their weapons and started to retreat backwards. A motley bunch. Yu Zhong looked at the performance of the militants and thought silently to himself. The militants had the upper hand with their modern weaponry and could have overcome them, but they were frightened of the enemies who had a stronger zeal and fighting spirit. The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable. The heavens are with us, we're undefeatable. The fanatics were hollering out at the top of their voice, charging at the militants like crazy demons, and killing them like sheep as the militants were steadily retreating. Kill! 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 Long live sect leader! Long live sect leader! Seeing those militants being slaughtered by the white-shirt fanatics, the disciples within the city walls also regained their morale and started to chant. An elder with a strong build and riding a motorcycle with a lightning-like gaze, he came leading 50 men, every one of them riding a motorcycle as they charged out from the city and rushed at the militants. 5 altar lords took the initiative to coordinate and lead 300 of their subordinates as they charged out as well. Right at this time, a group of warriors decked in a black suit came out from the midst of the retreating militants. They aimed as they each held a grenade launcher, and started firing rapidly at the zealots. Grenades landed one after another in the midst of the zealots. As long as those white-shirt zealots were hit by the grenades, they would be immediately blasted dead. This was true even if they were wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides, as it could not completely negate the impact of the blast. As for those who had no defense, their bodies were immediately blasted apart. At the same time, the gunfire that had stopped due to the retreating militants restarted again, as all sorts of heavy fire rained down upon the militants and white-shirt zealots alike. Under that frenzied spray of gunfire, the militants who had abandoned their weapons were punched full of holes together with the zealots, everyone turning into flesh sieves. The backup weapons that had been lying in wait also kick-started their firing, causing carnage to come down on those disciples and troops that had just left the city gates. The motorcycles were destroyed by the bullets, and their riders were also killed by the fearsome rain of metal. The 5 altar lords that had brought their men out were killed almost instantly. Only the hardy elder managed to dodge the bullets and retreat back into Long'an County. What a ruthless fellow! Yu Zhong saw this and his heart turned cold. The commander behind these militants had obviously designated these weaker militants as baits and cannon fodder, to force out the power of the disciples, and once they were hooked, he had ordered the deaths of the militants and zealots without batting an eyelid. It could be seen that this commander was truly vicious and decisive. With over 400 zealots being annihilated, it was a huge blow to the Heaven sect in Long'an County, as out of those 400 fanatics, there were over 10 sword apostles, and they had died to the exploding grenades. This was a huge blow to the morale of the Heaven sect. While the militants did manage to wipe out a number of the zealots, they had lost 200 warriors themselves. However, the other militants came out from their places of hiding and started their assault in the direction of Long'an County. This is an entire battalion. That is to say, the commander most likely still had another battalion or 2 somewhere as backup. These are all proper military equipment. They must have opened up 1 or 2 military camps. Yu Zhong came to this conclusion when observing them, and he frowned. He was also someone who warred frequently and could tell the tactics and some strategy of the person behind the scenes. This time it was the Heaven sect on defense. They had rifles as well, and a number of snipers were hidden on high grounds, sniping the militants from their points of cover. A number of the militants were shot in the head. With the threat of the snipers, the militants ducked for cover. At the same time, the snipers on the militant side also began their own counter-attack against the snipers in Long'an County. In the intense gunfight, both sides started to lose their snipers rapidly. On the other side, the militants were still using their heavy weapons to continue their assault on Long'an County. The different key locations of the Heaven sect were starting to get compromised. The Heaven sect was lacking the proper equipment to contend against the militants. When the militants came to within 200 m of the city gates, a burly elder wielding blades burst out from the wreckage and piles of bodies. He charged into the midst of the enemy, the dark magic blades in his hands flashing about with a black light, as he started slaughtering the militants. He leapt about in the battlefield, seemingly without equal, and in a short span of time he managed to kill 8 militants. After suddenly killing those 8 militants, his body flashed and he disappeared. At another location, a dozen militants were currently making their way forwards carefully, when all of a sudden 10 ice picks condensed in mid-air, and nailed 10 militants to the ground, killing them instantly. The remaining militants began firing at a nearby building. However, all they did was break some windows, and they didn't manage to hit the elders of the Heaven sect at all. If modern weaponry could dominate the battlefield, then street fighting was considered the forte of those experts of the Heaven sect. Unless the heavy artillery could flatten the entire ground of Long'an County, otherwise the advantage belonged to those Heaven sect's experts, who could make use of the terrain. With the harassing of the experts, many militants met their tragic ends, and the remaining had no choice but to stay close together as they made their way into the town. At the same time, a fully equipped battalion was making their way from behind a hill, as they entered the town and joined in the battle. Qin Shingang watched the situation in Long'an County with an alarmed expression as he asked Yu Zhong, "Leader, what do we do?" Qin Shingang was cowardly by nature and was reluctant to join the fray. "We wait," Yu Zhong replied solemnly as he continued observing. Yu Zhong currently had 800 people, which was about 2 infantry battalions. However, if he wanted them to just jump into the heat of battle, they would likely perish in a short time. "Boss, what now?" On a small hill, a burly-looking man built like a bear was looking at another younger bespectacled man, who had looked thin and gentle as he was asked this. The cultured-looking young man was the leader of the militants, Wen Fuxin, and the bear-like man was his sworn brother Luo Leihu. A strange glint passed in Wen Fuxin's eyes as he sighed and said, "I miscalculated. I never expected the fighting morale to be so high, and they can still put up such a fight." In Wen Fuxin's initial calculations, after decimating the fanatics, they would be able to use the modern weaponry to take down the defense of the Heaven sect easily. However, the reality was that things did not proceed as planned, and after sending 2 battalions, it was only barely enough to suppress them, but not to the point of overcoming them. Long County had become a meat grinder of sorts, with both sides sustaining casualties almost every second. It was the first battle that when Fuxin was facing such a loss. Luo Leihu suggested, "Why don't we retreat first? Today can be considered a draw. We can always come back and annihilate them." When Fuxin's eyes flashed with a dark look, "No. It's already so late. If we were to retreat now, those from the town will definitely chase us down. We might get hit badly. Plus, they have gained some of the weapons we lost. The next time, our attack would not be as smooth already." Luo Leihu started to become anxious. Then what now? When Fuxin took a deep breath before solemnly ordering, "Convey my order. All troops are to attack Long County. Today, even if we are down to our last man, we cannot retreat. There will only be one side that lives today." Upon receiving that drastic order, the last battalion awaiting further instructions also set off for Long County. A Heaven Sect elder suddenly burst out from a window, and the long blade in his hands flashed about, taking the heads of 3 nearby militants. Just as he was about to leave, he found himself suspended in midair. His eyes flashed with shock, and he turned his gaze to discover 3 enhancers looking at him coldly, their hands outstretched, casting their ability on him. "Go die." Luo Leihu hoisted a rocket launcher and fired a shot directly at the elder. With a hong, the rocket landed explosively on the body of the elder, causing him to be blasted into tons of itty-bitty juicy pieces. When the 3rd Infantry Battalion joined in the fray, the forces within Long County started to be beaten back. Chapter 384, Heaven Sect Leader. Book 3, The South. When Fuxin had high-level enhancers within his troops as well, and the moment they entered the fray they displayed their prowess. They joined forces with the ordinary soldiers to hunt the experts of the Heaven Sect, and the killing on both sides increased in intensity. The Heaven Sect was slowly but surely being forced back. As the heavy artillery rained down, a majority of the normal disciples started to break down, and they tried to escape, with no intentions of regrouping or reorganizing themselves. We won. When Fuxin looked at his troops pushing in, and the Heaven Sect defense crumbling, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Long live the sect leader. Long live the sect leader. Long live the sect leader. Right when the defenses of the Heaven Sect seemed to break down, a group suddenly started calling out excitedly. A ordinary-looking man with normal looks and long straggled hair, wearing a golden cassock came walking out of the group of people. His eyes shone with radiance, and he was the sect leader of the Heaven Sect, Linghu Xiangru. Behind him, there were 4 extremely radiant holy lights that seemed to shine towards the sky, and there were also 40 sword apostles by his side. Linghu Xiangru's voice reverberated like thunder as his eyes flashed coldly. "You heretics, today I shall pass judgment on you on behalf of God and send you to hell without the chance of reincarnation. Repent for your sins today by kneeling. Repent. Drop your resistance and accept your death. This way you may have a chance to leave hell in the future." With those words, the militants suddenly had feelings of regret and fear. Yu Zhong had already arrived at a small corner of Long County by this time, and he heard the words of Linghu Xiangru, and could perceive a strong spiritual force affecting his mind. This is spiritual AoE skill. With this skill, there's no wonder he managed to become the sect leader, with so many people worshipping him. Linghu Xiangru's voice was like that of a powerful deity that seemed to command everyone to cease their resistance. "Drop your weapons. Stop resisting." With that powerful command, the militants near him suddenly cried out in pain, as they lost all fighting will. They loosened their grips and the weapons in their hands dropped. The 40 sword apostles shot forwards and waved their Tang replica swords, directly chopping off the heads of those militants. Long live the sect leader. He's blessed and invincible. Long live the sect leader. He's blessed and invincible. When the disciples witnessed such a strange sight, they grew excited and began shouting out with fervor. Right when the people present were in excitement and joy, a sniper from afar aimed and fired a shot at Linghu Xiangru. The bullet shot towards Linghu Xiangru in a flash, but suddenly stopped 3 m away from his body. "I'm an apostle of God. As the hand of God, I am invulnerable and impervious to any attack. Nothing can harm me, and those who seek to harm me will taste their own medicine. Linghu Xiangru's voice traveled across the entire battleground as he locked on to the sniper position, and the bullet in front of him instantly shot back, and penetrated the sniper's head. Linghu Xiangru's voice reverberated within the entire area. My people, use the weapons in your hands to kill these heretics. They are the scum of the earth, and are devilish existences that God hates. Kill them and you'll have earned more merit for yourselves. After your death, you will be reborn in the kingdom of God, and you get to enjoy pleasures. Kill the heretics. Kill them all. With the spiritual pressure weighing down, the Heaven Sect disciples started to get riled up, and their eyes turned bloodshot as they started to charge at the militants like crazed demons. Linghu Xiangru continued advancing like a divine being, his voice filled with the strong oppressive spiritual pressure exuding out. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent. Cease your resistance and await the chance to be reborn. The militants with weaker wills immediately lost their resolve to fight after hearing those persuasive words from Linghu Xiangru. They kneeled and began crying, their weapons dropping on the floor, and they were then slaughtered by the frenzied Heaven Sect disciples. Those militants who had successfully pushed in were wiped out in almost an instant. Fire your cannons. Blast them to pieces. Luo Leihu bellowed loudly. Heavy rounds began firing at the location Linghu Xiangru and his faithful worshippers. Huge explosions rang out continuously, and the location where Linghu Xiangru stood was enveloped by the blast. A few of the disciples were instantly incinerated or blasted dead. While these militants did not have great aim and could not compare to proper trained soldiers, they had gained the artillery skill from battles and weren't too bad. They managed to create a devastating effect from the grouping of the heavy artillery rounds. Luo Leihu looked towards the cloud of dust in the distance as he thought to himself, did we finish that guy? Linghu Xiangru's abilities were truly astonishing. Luo Leihu had never come across someone who had the ability to affect people in such a wide radius with just words. In front of such a terrifying ability, the 3 battalions had almost been wiped out. Who would have expected? Linghu Xiangru stepped out from the scene of destruction and carnage without even a speck of dust on his body, as he looked coldly in order. You guys have tried to attack an apostle of God. Such a heinous sin. Commit suicide now. Yes, we're sinners. Under that pressure, those militants' eyes went blank as they took their own guns and pointed them in their own mouths and pulled the triggers. Following a few gunshots, those militants had bullet holes in their heads, their bodies falling lifelessly onto the ground. Luo Leihu was after all a level 46 enhancer, and after Linghu Xiangru's words fell, his body trembled, and he almost could not control his own trembling as he pulled the dark magic blade from his waist, as he started to place the blade on his neck. No. I can't die. Right when Luo Leihu was about to slash his own neck, his mind suddenly regained its clarity, as he bit down harshly on his own tongue, breaking the tip, and the huge sense of pain woke him up. How terrifying. What a strong opponent. I'm not his match. Luo Leihu could think clearly now, and he immediately retreated backwards, his entire back covered in cold sweat, as he could not muster the courage nor will to contend against Linghu Xiangru. Linghu Xiangru watched the retreating Luo Leihu, and his brows furrowed. The holy light behind his back flashed, as the bullets that were fired at him stopped within a 5 m radius. Linghu Xiangru then swept the surrounding with a glance. Those who seek to harm me will suffer consequences. The bullets that were suspended in mid-air around Linghu Xiangru immediately flew backwards into the darkness, piercing the very people that fired the bullets, and 20 militants died instantly. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent. Cease your resistance and await the chance to be reborn. After killing the 20 militants, Linghu Xiangru continued forwards like a divine being, uttering the same words over and over like a curse as he took each step. With the enveloping of that pressure, groups of militants began to lose their composure, as they started kneeling, and were executed by the disciples. Linghu Xiangru, what a evil existence. When Fuxin saw his own troops giving up and being killed, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint before ordering, activate the demon-killing plan. Under Wen Fuxin's command, his subordinates began their preparations. Facing that ability of Linghu Xiangru, Wen Fuxin's subordinates began to retreat backwards like a flood, as they abandoned their posts, and a huge amount of weapons and ammunition was thrown, becoming the spoils of war for the Heaven sect. The disciples continued their frenzied charge, hunting down and slaughtering the troops without restraint. Just as they retreated a distance of 200 m, when Fu Xin's troops suddenly began their counterattack, numerous guns firing from all directions at the disciples who had chased over. The dense rain of bullets struck the disciples and they fell to the ground. 2 altar lords that had given chase were also killed with a shot to their heads. Those Heaven sect disciples had not much experience against modern weaponry, and hurried to hide behind positions with cover, and occasionally firing back at Wen Fuxin's troops. In that intense gunfight, there would be some disciples from the Heaven sect that were killed every second, and the same could be said for the militants. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent. Cease your resistance and await the chance to be reborn. Linghu Xiangru continued walking about the battlefield, his voice ringing out like a demonic curse. Quickly escape. The moment Linghu Xiangru appeared, the troops of Wen Fuxin would lose their composure, and immediately retreat backwards. On their left shoulders, there were long slashes. Obviously they had used the pain to withstand the spiritual attack from Linghu Xiangru. However, even if they injured themselves on purpose, they could only defend against the spiritual attack with difficulty. If the distance was too close, then they would be helpless against his attacks. Linghu Xiangru's brows furrowed slightly as he stepped out, and immediately crossed a distance of 5 to 6 meters, chasing after the troops of Wen Fuxin. He was adamant on wiping out these elite soldiers. Beside Linghu Xiangru, 38 sword apostles followed closely behind. They were his personal guards, and his trusted and fanatical worshippers. The intense battle had cost them 2 of their comrades, but the number of soldiers belonged to Wen Fuxin that had died at their hands numbered in the hundreds. Linghu Xiangru brought his men and slaughtered an entire battalion and more, and the other soldiers under Wen Fuxin could only watch on with horror and run whenever they could, otherwise they would definitely die. Commit suicide. Linghu Xiangru spent 5 seconds to catch up to those soldiers of Wen Fuxin who ran as he coldly ordered. By this time he was within a 20 m distance from those militants, and it was this radius where his level 3 vocal assertion ability was at its strongest. With that single command from Linghu Xiangru, the 20 militants immediately stopped in their tracks, seemingly bound, as they lost all sense of rationality and pulled out their own weapons before killing themselves. Die. Right at this time, a sense of danger welled up in Linghu Xiangru's heart, as he looked towards the direction, only to see Luo Leihu, who he had been chasing for so long, smiling grimly, pressing a button. Hong, hong, hong. Huge explosions occurred at Linghu Xiangru's current position, as a few remote-controlled bombs hidden at a corner detonated at the same time. The fearsome blast consumed the entire area, causing even a few buildings beside to be destroyed. Fire the cannons? Luo Leihu saw the carnage and called out madly. A few mortars were immediately fired at the location where Linghu Xiangru was, continuing to rain destruction on the land. Luo Leihu himself hoisted up a grenade launchers and fired a few more grenades into the area without rest. All of you deserve death. At this time, an incredibly enraged voice rang out from the fiery blaze of destruction, as Linghu Xiangru stepped out with bloodshot eyes, his entire appearance having undergone a drastic change. His golden cassock was blasted apart into pieces, revealing a Type 3 mutant beast hide underneath. His holy aura was down to only a single beam, while his long hair was burnt off, leaving only a short patch. His ordinary face was red and swollen, as a few shrapnel pieces had lodged in his face. Those 10 remote-controlled bombs were set up specifically by Wen Fuxin specifically to deal with Linghu Xiangru, and he had sacrificed a few elite soldiers as bait just to do that. However, Linghu Xiangru's abilities far surpassed Wen Fuxin's expectations. Even under such extreme conditions he had not died. Luo Leihu watched Linghu Xiangru rushing over to him and started firing his grenade launcher again. Return. Linghu Xiangru's eyes flashed with a glint, as he activated his level 3, reverse trajectory, ability. In an instant, the grenades fired were immediately sent back towards Luo Leihu, 2 of them landing on his body directly, and with a hong, Luo Leihu was instantly blasted into pieces. Chapter 385, Yu Zhong makes his move. Book 3, The South. Kill yourself. Linghu Xiangru reached the dozens of mortar operators in a flash and coldly commanded. With that order, those soldiers of Wen Fuxin directly pulled out their guns and shoved them in their own mouths, pulling the trigger. Following the sounds of gunfire, those soldiers had all killed themselves. You guys dare to injure me? All of you must die. Linghu Xiangru had been agitated by his serious injuries, his face now an ugly mask of fury. His body flashed about, charging at the location of the troops throughout the battlefield like a demon. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Linghu Xiangru was like a demon as he charged at the troops of Wen Fuxin. Any enemy that got in his way would be commanded to die with his level 3 vocal assertion ability. Even a level 30 enhancer would find it tough to resist the command the moment Linghu Xiangru got within range. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, the troops of Wen Fuxin lost their composure, as they cried and sobbed in their attempts to escape, abandoning their weapons and ammunition. The remaining elder, 5 law protectors and 23 altar lords led the other disciples as they charged towards the remaining troops, killing them and causing chaos and mayhem. We're finished? When Fuxin saw his retreating soldiers and his face turned pale. This time he initially had an 80% confidence of succeeding in his assault on the Heaven Sect. However, he had severely underestimated Linghu Xiangru's combat abilities. He was like a death-defying being that could single-handedly crush the morale of his troops. If there wasn't this Linghu Xiangru, Wen Fuxin would have long conquered Long'an province. Kill the heretics. Charge. Every single disciple of the Heaven Sect had bloodshot eyes, the blades in their hand waving about in an unceasing motion, as they chased down the retreating militants. Although they lacked the technical know-how for operating modern weaponry, with regards to using the cold-hard melee weapons, they were naturally extremely comfortable. Linghu Xiangru saw that the outcome was decided, and he heaved a sigh of relief and started to make his way back. He had overexerted himself by continually using the level 3 vocal assertion and reverse trajectory abilities, expending a huge part of his energy. Enemy. Just as he had just took a few steps back, he felt a sudden sense of danger, and he quickly activated his reverse trajectory ability again. A rocket had managed to reach a distance of just 1 meter away from Linghu Xiangru, when it immediately turned and shot back towards where it came from in a small alley and exploded instantly. At that same instant, Yu Zhong had activated his shadow steps, his body flashing as he wielded his crocodile tooth saw blade, swinging towards Linghu Xiangru's head. Linghu Xiangru's mind was currently going off with all sorts of warnings, as he hastily activated his vocal assertion ability, stop. With a command that induces self-harm like suicide or self-mutilation, it was hard for people to resist such commands. Needless to say, the simpler ones like stop, or staying one's hands was even harder to resist. Linghu Xiangru had a comprehensive understanding of the skill, and he had chosen to use a single command that was hardest to resist at the first instant. A strong spiritual pressure landed on Yu Zhong, and the necklace of clarity shone once, before easily dispelling the effect. The force of the crocodile tooth saw blade in Yu Zhong's hands did not seem to diminish, as it swung towards Linghu Xiangru's head. Linghu Xiangru's face turned ashen, and with a thought, the remaining holy aura appeared in front of him. The 4 holy auras behind his back was the Type 2 Buddha protection ability and was a defensive skill. Earlier, the 4 holy auras had protected him, allowing him to survive those explosions. Yu Zhong's left hand shot out, while the blade in his right hand came in contact with the blade of holy light. The crocodile tooth saw blade was stopped in its tracks, but Yu Zhong's left hand connected viciously with Linghu Xiangru's abdomen. The fist with a strength 6 times that of a normal person exploded out, as a force of almost a few hundred jin landed, causing Linghu Xiangru to fly back 6 to 7 meters. Linghu Xiangru was after all a level 58 spirit-based enhancer, and after becoming the sect leader of the Heaven Sect, he had never been injured before. This time, even with the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he still received a tremendous impact, causing his internal organs to rupture, as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. If it wasn't for the strengthening of his endurance through his equipment, he could have possibly been killed by this single fist of Yu Zhong. Kneel. Stop. Stop. Linghu Xiangru retreated backwards hastily, while trying anxiously to gather his spirit, and casting the vocal assertion on Yu Zhong. He had ascertained from the light shining at Yu Zhong's neck to be some sort of artifact that blocked spiritual attacks. However, Any equipment such as this had their limits. As long as he broke the limit, the equipment would lose its effectiveness. Go and die. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed furiously, his left hand exploded out with a ball of devil flame, and he swung viciously towards Linghu Xiangru, the devil flame threatening to envelop the latter. Linghu Xiangru felt the overwhelming danger as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his Type 2 Buddha protection, again, causing 4 holy auras to appear and cover him. Although Yu Zhong's devil flame could incinerate many things, including an armored tank that he could reduce to just a puddle of metal liquid, he had no way of burning through those holy lights in a short time. While burning, Yu Zhong continually hacked at the 4 beams of holy light with his blade, with no way of cutting through. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Inside his protection, while backing up anxiously, he kept trying to cast his level 3 vocal assertion, and strong surges of spiritual pulses kept crashing on Yu Zhong, wearing down the count of the Necklace of Clarity's defense. Under that relentless assault of Linghu Xiangru, the Necklace of Clarity began to wear down in terms of its defense, before the spiritual attack managed to enter Yu Zhong's mind. Linghu Xiangru casted his spiritual blasts a few times to no avail, as his eyes went wide with shock and he couldn't help asking, "What the hell? How can you block my spirit attacks?" Linghu Xiangru suddenly thought of something as he asked in a furious manner, "Don't tell me you're a spirit-based evolver." "Impossible. If you're one, how can your speed be so fast?" "You speak too much. Die." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and with a thought, White Bones appeared out of thin air, swinging its huge axe viciously on the holy auras of Linghu Xiangru. With a hong, the holy lights shimmered a little, and Linghu Xiangru's face turned pale, as one of the beams disappeared. While the defense of the Type 2 Buddha protection was shocking, its energy expenditure was equally exhausting, and Linghu Xiangru had just been through a tough battle, having spent most of his stamina and spirit. This time he was facing a joint attack by Yu Zhong and White Bones, which caused one of the holy auras to finally collapse. "Attend to me. Attend to me. Quickly. Kill these 2 heretics. I'll reward anyone who does it." Linghu Xiangru was panicking by now, his face ashen as he looked at his damaged holy aura, and could not care less about his image as the sect leader and ran to the disciples. Yu Zhong and White Bones chased him down. "Protect the sect leader. Kill the heretics. Protect the sect leader." The numerous disciples saw the sect leader that they had worshipped and thought invincible being chased by Yu Zhong and White Bones, and promptly went crazy with rage, charging over towards them. Linghu Xiangru awkwardly ran past the human crowd towards the distance. He didn't want to die, and still wanted to sit at the top of the Heaven sect and enjoy life's pleasures. "Kill the heretics. Kill the heretics." Dozens of fanatics charged at Yu Zhong, their eyes filled with madness, with chants coming out of their mouths. Their single thought was to kill Yu Zhong and White Bones. "Go die." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he opened his hands as a huge ball of devil flame shot towards Linghu Xiangru's direction. Those poor souls who stood between Yu Zhong and Linghu Xiangru were instantly engulfed when the flame touched them, as they started burning and shrieking in agony. In barely 2 seconds the entire path that was blocked by the disciples had been charred black, and out of the 3 remaining holy auras surrounding Linghu Xiangru, 1 disintegrated. When they saw the huge number of their fellow disciples being incinerated almost instantly, all the normal disciples had a change of expression, with only the zealous fanatics still charging at Yu Zhong without fear. Yu Zhong's body flashed, and in a few breaths he managed to catch up to Linghu Xiangru, viciously slashing down at the 2 remaining beams of light, and with his 6 times normal strength, he managed to do enough damage to finish destroying 1 more beam. White Bones had also caught up as it swung its axe at the remaining beam of holy light, causing Linghu Xiangru to be knocked flying together with the beam. Linghu Xiangru saw Yu Zhong make his way over with the determination to kill him, and his eyes flashed with fear as he called out, "Stop! I know a secret that can allow a normal skill to evolve into a Type 2 skill. As long as you stop, I will tell you this secret." When Yu Zhong heard that, his eyes immediately shone and he replied, "Get your men to stand down. Otherwise I have no choice but to kill you." Linghu Xiangru immediately turned and shouted at the disciples, "Stand down all of you." With that, all the disciples immediately looked at one another, before quietly retreating. Yu Zhong used his crocodile saw-tooth blade to point at Linghu Xiangru and said deeply, "Speak. If there's the slightest falsehood, I'll immediately execute you. Linghu Xiangru immediately pulled out a glass vial from his pocket. Within it, there was a red, blood-like substance that seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Chapter 386, Annexing the Heaven Sect. Book 3, The South. Linghu Xiangru looked at Yu Zhong and said, "Speaking to this young brother, I'm Linghu Xiangru. How should I address you?" Yu Zhong looked at the vial of red viscous liquid, and could tell that it was something valuable. "I'm Yu Zhong. Don't waste my time, you have 30 seconds. If you can't convince me, you'll have to die." Linghu Xiangru pointed to the vial and said, "This is a super-enhanced drug that I've researched. As long as a person with an ability drinks this, it can forge one's bones and temper marrows, as well as evolving a single ability into its Type 2 stage. As long as you let me go, this vial is yours." Yu Zhong's face flashed with disinterest. "This must be something you obtained from a Type 3 mutant beast, right? I already know of such a formula, I'm just lacking the Type 3 mutant beast component. It's nothing extraordinary." Linghu Xiangru's face instantly turned to one of shock and he couldn't help but blurt out, "What? You can make this too? Impossible. Seems like it truly relies on the Type 3 mutant beast." Yu Zhong confirmed his conjecture from Linghu Xiangru's expression. When Yu Zhong saw so many members of the Heaven Sect possessing the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he had surmised that they should be in possession of a Type 3 mutant beast's corpse. The vial that could cause someone to evolve must be either from the corpse of the Type 3 mutant beast, or a plant similar to Yu Zhong's snake birth fruit tree. Yu Zhong looked at Linghu Xiangru and immediately offered, "Give that vial and its formula to me and dissolve the Heaven Sect. I'll spare you after that." Linghu Xiangru's right hand gripped the vial tightly as he shook his head profusely. "No. Definitely not. Yu Zhong, if you let me go, I can give this vial to you, and confer upon you the position of vice sect leader. You'll only be below me in authority. You can choose freely from the beauties in our Heaven Sect. As long as we work together, we'll be able to forge great things." The Heaven Sect was something that Linghu Xiangru had expended a lot of effort to establish, and he wasn't willing to dissolve the fruits of his labor. "Since it's like this, you can just die." Yu Zhong suddenly raised his stinger, and pulled the trigger 6 times without blinking. The remaining holy light behind Linghu Xiangru immediately revolved to block the bullets in front of him. However, at the same time, a sharp bone spike shot out from the ground, going through the holy light and piercing Linghu Xiangru's neck and penetrated his brain. Linghu Xiangru had an expression of shock, as the last holy light dispersed, while his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The vial of red liquid in his hand also fell towards the ground. Yu Zhong stretched out his hand and grabbed the vial. He did not immediately take it, instead keeping it within his storage ring. Yu Zhong waved his hand and took out his crocodile tooth saw blade to cut off Linghu Xiangru's head. Enhancers had all sorts of strange abilities. If he didn't remove the head, who knows if Linghu Xiangru had the ability to revive himself. After he disposed of Linghu Xiangru, Yu Zhong rummaged through the cassock, and found 2 more vials of the red liquid. This super-enhanced drug was a heaven-defying treasure. Instantly evolving a skill, replacing the need for a level 4 skill book. At the same time it helped save precious skill points. Yu Zhong eyed the super-enhanced drug and made an assessment. This drug should only be effective once. If it could be used more than once, Linghu Xiangru would have long used them all. Yu Zhong glanced at Linghu Xiangru's corpse, and quickly removed all the system equipment. Linghu Xiangru had some decent spirit-based equipment. His entire equipment when compared to Yu Zhong, was only lacking a level 4 defense armor, a necklace of clarity, the storage ring and other level 4 treasures. However, he had 2 treasures that Yu Zhong did not have. Level 4 treasure, Shoes of the Wind. Upon equipping, agility plus 12. Movement speed increased by 10%. Level 4 treasure, Necklace of Spirited Speech. Upon equipping, spirit plus 8. Speech-based spiritual attacks enhanced by 1 level. It was precisely due to this level 4 Necklace of Spirited Speech that allowed Linghu Xiangru's level 3 Vocal Assertion to be so powerful. It hadn't yet been enhanced to its Type 2 stage, yet it could already suppress enhancers of above level 40. Unless it was a spirit-based evolver, otherwise few could actually withstand the might of that skill. Linghu Xiangru's dead. Any Heaven Sect disciple that surrenders will be spared. White bones held the decapitated head of Linghu Xiangru high, as it charged about within the ranks of the disciples, while Yu Zhong shouted loudly while running beside it. Sect leader? Sect leader's dead. It's over. Sect leader's dead. How did he die? Isn't he the apostle of God? Kill them, revenge for our sect leader. Many of the disciples lost their will to continue when they saw the decapitated head of Linghu Xiangru, especially those who were blinded by their faith in him, and had believed that Linghu Xiangru was an invincible being. With his death now plain to see, their faith suffered a huge blow as they stood there dumbly not knowing what to do. There are few enraged disciples that charged at Yu Zhong and White Bones, but were easily slaughtered by White Bones. Following the broadcast of the message as well as the sight of Linghu Xiangru's head, many of the disciples started to lose their bearings. Some tried to escape in all directions while some broke down. No one had the will to fight on anymore. The entire Long'an County was thrown into chaos. When Fuxin heard the news of Linghu Xiangru's death, his originally pale face regained some color. What? You really died? This is my chance. The heavens are helping me. Right at this time, an intelligence officer came running to Fuxin's side and reported, "Boss. Not good. Boss. There's an armed eunuch coming right at us from behind." Fuxin's face that had just regained its color turned pale once again, as he grabbed the shirt of his intelligence officer in a slightly agitated manner. What? Is that true? The intelligence officer replied, "It's true, boss. If you don't believe, take a look yourself." Fuxin did not hesitate and hastily went to the entrance to observe, only to discover that an IFV, a few machine gun-mounted vehicles and elite soldiers, combined with a force of Heaven Sect disciples wielding melee weapons, as well as some tribesmen launching an assault on Long'an County. Finished? When Fuxin saw these, his face turned ashen. He only had about 2 platoons of soldiers left. The rest of his troops had escaped, and the current soldiers weren't in a condition to fight. Under these conditions, he had no way of contending against this new force of nearly 1,000 people, including their modern weaponry. If he was given more time, once he gathered those scattered troops of him, he would definitely not be afraid of dealing with this obviously motley group of people. What do we do, boss? One of the intelligence officer immediately asked in worry. Retreat to the town. Quickly recover any scattered troops. Fuxin's eyes flashed as he thought before he cancelled his previous order. No. Immediately bring our men to break through. Whoever can escape will be the remaining force. As long as the forest is remaining, there will still be firewood asterisk. The enemy's sights are on Long'an County, not us. The moment Fuxin gave the order, he quickly brought his soldiers as they awkwardly tried to dodge Zheng Mingyi's soldiers. Zheng Mingyi saw Fuxin's retreating troops, and did not give chase, instead bringing his 800-strong army towards the depths of Long'an County. Under normal circumstances, the men that were hastily thrown together to make up this army would not be a match for Long'an County's disciples, nor Fuxin's troops. However, both armies had suffered a huge collapse, and the moment Zheng Mingyi brought this huge force in, it crumbled any remaining hope or fighting will of Fuxin's troops and the Heaven Sect disciples. A large number of the militants as well as disciples immediately surrendered to Zheng Mingyi and his troops, while within the county, important key locations and vantage points were overtaken by subordinates deployed by Yu Zhong. A number of soldiers were also sent out to maintain security and restore order, as those disciples that had gone crazy were immediately executed on the spot, and the chaotic Long'an County finally regained its former sense of tranquility. Qin Shingang saw the soldiers patrolling about, his mind in a trance as he thought, the Heaven Sect has fallen just like that. The Heaven Sect had 8 great elders, 72 law protectors, 108 altar lords and over 8,000 disciples. Linghu Xiangru had unfathomable powers, and could easily take down a battalion by himself. Such a huge force was actually taken down so casually by Yu Zhong and his troops, giving Qin Shingang a sense of unreality. Too strong. This kind of person is the goal I should be chasing. Lu Ningshui brought 100 over captives and patrolled about, as he saw the blood-filled streets of Long'an County, his heart in unrest. He had never imagined that Yu Zhong had just brought a number of experts to swallow up the entire Heaven Sect. It filled his heart with respect and veneration for Yu Zhong. From this moment on, Lu Ningshui had become another die-hard loyal supporter of Yu Zhong. Because of the overwhelming victory, many captives that had surrendered to Yu Zhong earlier changed their coats, and saw themselves as subordinates of Yu Zhong. Of course, if Yu Zhong had lost, then they would have immediately denounced him and joined the victor's side. Such was the way of this world. Chapter 387, In Kaishan. Book 3 The South. Yu Zhong brought by Shaoxing and 20 over soldiers with full equipment as they went towards the central headquarters of the Heaven Sect. There were still a few loyal worshippers and devotees ensconced there. The central headquarters was in a lavish-looking villa. As Linghu Xiangru had been an ordinary person before the apocalypse, after gaining power, he had also enjoyed himself. Therefore, the headquarters was set up in the most luxurious part of the county. Chongli. Just surrender. If you continue like this, you'll only die. Zhen Yang brought a group of 100+ disciples that had surrendered as they stared at the villa, shouting loudly. Within the villa, the altar lord Chongli shouted out in fury, Zhen Yang, you traitor. You betrayed the Heaven Sect, and have become the claws for them to act against us. You will definitely not have a good ending after your death. You'll not be able to reincarnate and shall surely suffer your burning skin peeling from your thick face in hell. Let your new master come and meet me. Otherwise I'll burn this entire villa, and you'll only gain our corpses. Well said. Chongli, you're undoubtedly a central pillar of our Heaven Sect. You have a backbone. Following a furious roar, a man dressed entirely in black leapt out, as he charged towards the villa. Zhen Yang recognized the newcomer as his face changed and he quickly bellowed, Open fire! Open fire! The troops of Zhen Yang raised their guns and started firing at the middle-aged man, but their bullets only got deflected. Chongli took a look at the man in black as his eyes lit up in joy. Elder Ing, you're here. This man dressed in black was called In Kaishan, and was the leader of the 8 elders in the Heaven Sect. He possessed a fearsome strength and was the #1 under Linghu Xiangru. Such an expert had arrived and caused Chongli to celebrate. There was finally someone they could rely on. In Kaishan swept his eyes around the surroundings, and discovered only 23 disciples. He frowned and asked, Are there only you guys here? Where's the rest? Chongli replied respectfully, I had deployed the rest to the other parts of the villa, to guard the important areas. In Kaishan furrowed his brows and reprimanded, Dumbass! We're low on numbers, how can we still divide our strength? Go get the rest back and bring those beauties that the sect leader kept over here as hostages. If they don't retreat, we'll kill a woman every minute. Until they retreat, then we'll make use of the chance to escape from here, and wait for a chance to get our revenge. We must stay alive, and seek vengeance for the sect leader. Chongli immediately responded, Yes, Elder Ing. I'll go get them now. Not long after, following the sounds of crying of women, 300 bound up but different beauties were dragged in by Chongli and 20 other disciples. When Linghu Xiangru had established the sect and set himself as the sect leader, the first thing he did was to set up his own harem court. As long as he saw a beauty that wasn't the wife of his own subordinates, he would find ways to get them into his harem. When the higher-up stays happy, it spells the same for the subordinates. With Linghu Xiangru's character, his subordinates would offer him beauties the moment they caught any grade A-class beauties. Over time, he had gained over 300 such beauties for himself. In Kaishan surveyed the environment as he looked at the 46 disciples and asked solemnly, Is this everybody? Chongli looked at the 46 disciples, his face crunching in sadness as he gritted his teeth and replied, Everybody's here. These are the remaining brothers who are willing to sacrifice it all for the Heaven Sect. In Kaishan's face turned solemn and said, Close the door. Everyone come over here, I've something of utmost importance to say to everybody. Yes, Elder. With the order from In Kaishan, the 46 disciples gathered around In Kaishan. Please enlighten us, Elder. Chongli and the 46 disciples spoke out in unison. What I would like to say is, I want to use your severed, bleeding heads, to show and prove my loyalty to leader. In Kaishan's eyes turned cold and sharp ice spikes shot out from his body, piercing through Chongli and all of the 46 disciples, nailing them all gruesomely to the wall like some perverse game of pin the tail on the donkey. Why? Chang Li was pierced in his stomach as he was nailed to the wall, shuddering as he asked Ing Kaishan. Ing Kaishan's expression was cold as he took out a dark magic blade and cut off Chang Li's head. I need to use your deaths to gain the respect and approval of leader. Don't blame me. If you want to, blame yourselves for being stupid. Ah. Murder. When the 300 beauties saw this scene, many lost their composure and began to scream. It was the first time witnessing a slaughter for a few of them, and many were still not used to it. Ing Kaishan stared at them coldly and released an intense killing aura. Shut up. Keep quiet all of you. The 300 beauties immediately shut up after being intimidated by that killing intent. Ing Kaishan pointed to two of the beauties and ordered, You and you, go open the door. Invite leader in. Of the two beauties, one had long black hair, a full bottom, and a voluptuous figure coupled with incredible looks. The other was slightly shorter but had fair skin and defining features and could be considered cute. The two of them did not dare go against Ing Kaishan's orders, as they went to the door of the villa and opened it. The moment the door opened, Yu Zhong brought Ming Jiejia and took huge strides into the villa. Ing Kaishan got down on one knee in front of Yu Zhong and proclaimed, Salutations and welcome to the leader. Welcome, master. The 300 beauties also got down respectfully and spoke out in unison. When Linghu Xiangru established the Heaven Sect, he passed the rule that everyone had to treat him like the emperors of the past. Those who did not listen were immediately treated as blood offerings to God, and under that kind of treatment, many became obedient or at the very least on the surface. Yu Zhong looked at Ing Kaishan and said, Get up. Ing Kaishan, you did extremely well. You will be a platoon commander first, and your rank will be a second lieutenant for now. Ing Kaishan was a man who knew how to make use of opportunities. When he saw that the Heaven Sect had fallen, he had immediately lined himself with Yu Zhong. He was the one who had suggested this trap to wipe out the remaining devotees, to prove his loyalty. Yes, leader. Ing Kaishan's eyes flashed with fervor as he stood up swiftly. Ing Kaishan pointed to the two ladies that had opened the door for Yu Zhong and recommended, Leader, this lady is called Su Qian and this one is called Sun Xuan. Both of them had just recently been offered to Linghu Xiangru within this month. However, Linghu Xiangru had been out hunting mutant beasts and raising his own level. They should still be virgins. They have already undergone the strictest training to be prepared, and leader, you can use them as you wish now. Ing Kaishan was a keen person and had his capabilities. He wanted to gain a high position in this establishment of Yu Zhong, and regardless of the methods, as long as it could be used, he would employ them where necessary. Su Qian was the voluptuous and alluring lady with the long black hair, and was about 21 years old. Sun Xuan was the slightly petite and fair cute beauty of about 16 to 17. Yu Zhong swept a gaze at both the ladies as he replied indifferently. Zhen Yang walked into the villa and reported to Yu Zhong, Leader, there's someone who wants to see you. Who? Yu Zhong furrowed his brows slightly while asking curiously. In this Long County he could be considered the single leader now, and possessed the authority to kill anyone. Everyone was in awe of him, and there shouldn't be anybody who would seek him of their own accord. Zhen Yang replied, He's a researcher. I have no idea what background he has, however he seemed to be researching a top-secret project for the Heaven Sect. Only Linghu Xiangru could enter as he pleased, and the location was always protected by the Sword Apostles. Even elders could not go in. I think that leader you should personally meet him. Yu Zhong frowned and replied, Okay. I got it. Let me. Zhen Yang brought Yu Zhong towards a separate villa from the headquarters. The moment he entered the villa, Yu Zhong saw that the place had been remodeled into a research lab. Inside the lab, there could be various equipment seen, and within many glass containers, there were countless mutant beasts and plants. In the research lab there were also cages. Inside some of these cages, there were some L1S, S1S mutant cats, mutant pigs as well as other evolved zombies and mutant beasts locked up. Inside one such cage there were even 2 level 23 live mutant lizards. A researcher dressed in white was currently busy scribbling and noting down some research, performing all sorts of tests, keeping extremely busy. The moment Yu Zhong stepped in, the researcher lifted his head and looked at Yu Zhong before calling out, Eldero! Someone's here. A man in a white coat, with an incredibly messy hairdo and unkempt beard, of about 27 to 28 looked up from a microscope. He eyed Jin Yang before looking at Yu Zhong and said a little indifferently, I'm O Ming, I was the 9th elder of the Heaven sect. Are you Yu Zhong? Chapter 388, O Ming. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong eyed O Ming and replied, I'm Yu Zhong. O Ming directly pulled out a box and handed it to Yu Zhong with a look of indifference. Since you're here, that idiot Linghu Xiangru must have been done in by you. This entire Long'an County must be under your control already as well. I might as well rely on you. This is the product of my research, O Ming Evolving Liquid version 1. After taking it, it can help any enhancer over level 30 with a Type 1 skill to evolve it into a Type 2 skill. If a normal person lesser than level 30 were to use this liquid, there's a chance of awakening a level 3 skill, and the possibility of permanently enhancing a random attribute by 10 points. This liquid can only be used by a person once. Subsequent dosages will have no effect. There are 3 vials over here, treat it as my pledge of allegiance. Yu Zhong opened up the box and took a look. In it, there were 3 vials that were exactly the same as the vials he got from Linghu Xiangru. He asked, this liquid is your research? O Ming had a look of self-satisfaction. Of course. Yu Zhong looked at him and directly said, I want the formula for this liquid. Compared to 1 or 2 vials of the liquid, Yu Zhong wanted to the formula and process. With it he could enhance every expert under him in the future. O Ming did not seem to hesitate and directly handed a stack of documents to Yu Zhong. Not a problem. This is the formula for O Ming version 1. Yu Zhong opened up the documents and took a careful read, and discovered the intricate process of producing this O Ming version 1. Its main ingredients were the blood essence of a Type 3 mutant beast, as well as the brain cells of the Type 3 mutant beast, combined with the sap of a mutant plant known as the Ghost Night Vine, and the blood orchid, another mutant plant. Lastly, there were some other common materials needed to be added. On that document, the steps and important details to pay attention to were all listed extremely clearly. With this documents as well as the necessary ingredients, Yu Zhong could begin a large-scale manufacturing of this O Ming version 1. Yu Zhong asked, the Ghost Night Vine and Blood Orchid, you have them here? O Ming pointed to a corner of the research lab. That area from the left to the right are the Ghost Night Vines and Blood Orchids. At the corner, there was a small tree being wrapped by a number of black vines. Below it, there were a few zombie corpses. Those pitch-black vines were precisely the Ghost Night Vines. To the right, there were a few blood-red flowers the size of huge sunflowers blooming atop the corpses of zombies. These were the blood orchids. The 3 important components necessary for the production of the O Ming version 1, with the exception of the corpse of a Type 3 mutant beast, were all gathered here. Yu Zhong saw how cooperative O Ming was and rejoiced silently in his heart as he smiled and promised, very good. Whatever your requests, as long as they're not too excessive, I will do my best to fulfill them. O Ming contemplated silently for a moment, before his eyes blazed with a passion. I don't have any special request. I like to research these zombies, mutant beasts and mutant plants. Let me stay here and continue my research. Please pass any high-level zombies, any mutant beasts and mutant plants for me to research. The results of my research will be passed to you, and you can use it any way you want. However, there is a condition, that is whenever you use the fruition of my research, you have to use my name. With regards to this O Ming Evolving Liquid version 1, when you pass them to others, you have to use the name. I want my name to resound across the entire world, surpassing even Einstein and Newton. I want to become the first and foremost scientist in the world. Yu Zhong looked at the fervent O Ming and expressed his agreement. No problem. The naming of such products of science were extremely important to these scientists whose passion laid in research. To Yu Zhong, however, it could be called anything. He didn't care what it was called as long as the results of the research were useful. O Ming pointed to the rest of the research team and said indifferently, oh yes. This research facility needs constant power. We don't lack any beverages or food. The families of these researchers are here, so please look after them kindly. If they have any requests with regards to their conditions, please help to address them. By partaking in the research in this facility, there would definitely be a restriction of freedom. O Ming was also extremely thorough, and did not request to leave his facility, and instead, proposed for Yu Zhong to look after the rest of the researchers. Yu Zhong looked at O Ming appreciatively and smiled, Not an issue. Oh Ming, do you want a few beautiful assistants? Oh Ming replied apathetically, no need. I'm uninterested in 3D women. If you discover any dating games you can send them over. I'm only interested in 2D girls. Yu Zhong became speechless. He had no idea that such a passionate scientist was only interested in gal games. Alright. If there's nothing else, please leave. Of course, if you want to stay behind to observe, just keep silent. I want to start work. Oh Ming had no airs of a subordinate and shifted his focus towards the microscope, as though the mutant beast meat was more interesting than a beautiful lady. Yu Zhong asked one final question. Is the nuclei of the Type 3 mutant beast of Linghu Xiangru still in your hands? Oh Ming immediately opened up a box beside him and retrieved a blood-red nuclei, throwing it to Yu Zhong without any care. Are you talking about this? If you didn't say, I almost forgot. This nuclei cannot be digested by us humans. The previous person who ingested this just directly passed it out through his shit. At the same time, it is incompatible with other research materials, even acid cannot corrode it. Here. Yu Zhong directly kept the Type 3 mutant beast nuclei into his ring, as it was extremely helpful to the advancing of mutant beasts. If he could use it to raise lightning into a Type 3 beast, then he could gain another trump card. Lightning was already so terrifying as a Type 2 mutant beast. If he could evolve it into a Type 3 mutant beast, then there would be no equal to it in the near future. Yu Zhong pulled out a glass vial filled with the snake birth fruit juice and gave it to Oh Ming. This is a fluid that can allow a person to become an evolver. When Oh Ming heard that, he immediately took it and smelled the liquid, before sticking out his tongue to taste a little, and his eyes became bright with a strange glint. He almost lost his composure as he pulled Yu Zhong's clothes and asked loudly, Is there more? Please give me more. This is not enough for research. A juice that allowed someone to become an evolver, it was an incredible treasure. Oh Ming had been here for such a long time, and had conducted research on over 150 types of mutant plants, but it was the first time that he heard or saw an extract of a mutant plant that can help someone to evolve. Evolvers were the chosen of this apocalyptic world. They had much more potential than normal enhancers. They were faster than other normal people in gaining benefits from various sources. Beside Yu Zhong, the naturally awakened evolvers like Yao Yao and Zhui Yadong had incredible learning speeds. Compared to others, they were extremely fast at picking up skills. When Yu Zhong had become an evolver, his learning ability had increased as well, and while he could not compare to those naturally awakened evolvers, he was still vastly ahead of other ordinary enhancers. Even Oh Ming, who was usually calm and indifferent, upon learning of this miraculous item, had lost his composure. This was after all something that could help make evolvers. If he could derive the formula from this liquid, he could immediately become the top researcher in the history of mankind. The moment he thought of this, Oh Ming's blood began to boil with anticipation. Yu Zhong pulled out the green snake birth fruit juices out, and handed them to Oh Ming. I'm left with this. However, these are just byproducts, they're not enough to become evolver. They can only strengthen the body's constitution. These green-colored snake birth fruit juices had no way of changing a person into an evolver, but if a normal person was to administer it, one could gain 5 to 6 points in a given attribute. However, it had no effect on an evolver like Yu Zhong. That's great. That's great. Oh Ming grabbed those vials and ran excitedly to the research bench and began to run tests. He had completely forgotten about Yu Zhong, who had passed him the juices. Yu Zhong took a look at Oh Ming running about excitedly, as well as the rest of the research team engrossed in their work, and nobody gave a single hoot about him. He observed quietly for a while before leaving the lab. Yu Zhong gave an order to Zhen Yiyang. Zhen Yiyang, go inform Zheng Mingyi to bring 15 experts and begin protection of this facility. From now on, this villa is out of bounds to anybody. Without my instructions, no one is to barge in. Any offenders will be executed. Oh Ming's research lab was extremely important to Yu Zhong. Be it the possibility of evolving a skill into its Type 2, or the current ongoing research into the serum that turns someone into an evolver. To any power, this was an important trump card. Yu Zhong would definitely not let anyone get their hands on the research. Yes. Zhen Yiyang's heart shuddered as he swiftly replied. Yu Zhong turned around and left the research lab. Since the control of Heaven's sect over Long'an County had been consolidated, the entire area had become calm. Chapter 389, Evolve Type 2 Skill. Book 3 The South. The moment Long'an County was secured, Yu Zhong did not immediately bring his forces away. Instead, he arranged for another battalion to be deployed over from Tianxin District to stand guard at Long'an County. With the additional security of the elite battalion, Long'an County truly became under Yu Zhong's control. Even if the remaining forces from Heaven Sect were to make any funny movements, the elite battalion was more than enough to keep things in check. Yu Zhong brought a vial of the Ming version 1, and placed it into Ming Jiejia's hands saying, "Jiejia, this is Ming Evolving Liquid version 1. After administering, it can help the ability of an enhancer above level 30 to evolve into a Type 2 skill. However, there are risks to this, and should the evolution fail, there could be a strong backlash as well. Do you want to take it? Please allow me to. I'm not afraid." Ming Jiejia had a resolute look as she took it from Yu Zhong's hands, and immediately downed the contents in a single gulp. In this apocalyptic world, to gain strength, one had to take the risk. Ming Jiejia had long since understood that fact, and knew the chances to become stronger were already rare and slim. The moment she passed one up, it would be gone forever. Furthermore, she wanted to stay by Yu Zhong's side, and become an indispensable existence to Yu Zhong. Strength was thus crucial. The moment the liquid entered Ming Jiejia's body, it became a hot surge of energy that rushed about in her body, as her blood started to heat up as though burning. She could not help but groan in pain, collapsing in Yu Zhong's arms, and perspired profusely. Other than that, as she was perspiring, blood started to ooze out from every single pore. That intense pain caused Ming Jiejia's body to shudder involuntarily. She could only try to withstand the pain while groaning in pain like an injured kitten. What a powerful concoction. Yu Zhong held Ming Jiejia tightly as his heart pounded. It was the first time he witnessed such terrifying effects. After an entire hour, Ming Jiejia's torment came to a stop. By this time, her entire body looked as frail as a newborn, mixed with blood and grime. Yu Zhong carried Ming Jiejia and brought her to the bath to clean up, before bringing her back to bed to rest. Early the next morning, Ming Jiejia awoke, and Yu Zhong asked in concern, "How are you feeling?" Ming Jiejia closed her eyes and observed her changes quietly before opening her eyes and said, "It's fine now. My spirit has gained 5 points of enhancement. My Summon Shadow Wolves skill has also evolved to Summon Type 2 Shadow Wolves." Yu Zhong's pupils lit up in interest. "Let me see the extent of your new strength." Ming Jiejia nodded and waved her hands, activating the skill. In an instant, without any noise, a shadow wolf rushed out from Yu Zhong's shadow and pounced towards him. Yu Zhong's heart tightened in wariness as he activated his shadow steps, twisting his body and sending a powerful punch towards the Type 2 Shadow Wolf. The Type 2 Shadow Wolf had no means of dodging in midair, and received the powerful punch. It was sent back 6 m. However, it did not seem to be injured in the slightest, and its eyes flashed furiously. The moment it landed, it shot towards Yu Zhong like a lightning bolt. What a crazy speed! Yu Zhong observed the Type 2 Shadow Wolf and his heart trembled. Its speed was actually faster than lightning and himself. It was actually comparable to the agility-based evolver by Shaoxing. Without any sharp weapons, even with a strength of 6x normal, Yu Zhong had not managed to hurt it. As the Type 2 Shadow Wolf pounced towards Yu Zhong, he activated his gravity manipulation, and caused the Type 2 Shadow Wolf to plummet to the ground. He made a grab for the wolf, and slashed down with the crocodile tooth saw blade, cutting the Type 2 Shadow Wolf cleanly in two. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed as he asked Ming Jiejia, "How many of these Type 2 Shadow Wolves can you summon?" Ming Jiejia thought and replied honestly, "With my current spirit, I can maintain 5 Type 2 Shadow Wolves for 10 minutes. After that, I can't sustain the energy necessary to summon them." While these Type 2 Shadow Wolves could not compare to actual Type 2 mutant beasts, the differences weren't that big. The fearsome thing was that they could be continuously summoned out, and Ming Jiejia could even summon 5 at one go. If Yu Zhong didn't have any protection and was suddenly ambushed by these wolves, he would definitely suffer quite a bit. Yu Zhong currently had few experts under him that could contend against these wolves single-handedly. That was to say, just based on single combat power, Ming Jiejia had already ranked amongst the top 10. However, her personal defense was still lacking, and without protection, a single sniper bullet could take her life easily. Yu Zhong smiled and ruffled Ming Jiejia's little head. "Very good. Like this, Jiejia, you have become a powerful expert as well." Ming Jiejia revealed a bright sweet smile. Hee hee. Since Ming Jiejia had successfully taken the O Ming version 1, Yu Zhong did not hesitate further and immediately gulped down the contents. In an instant, Yu Zhong started to bleed from his pores as a strong powerful surge of energy raged within his body, causing him to feel as though he was breaking apart. While Yu Zhong had a strong will, the pain caused him to feel like he was dying from the most excruciating torture you could imagine. After shivering uncontrollably for an extended period, he managed to recover somewhat, albeit slowly. A strange light flashed within his mind as it gathered around the Summon Skeleton skill rune, causing it to change. A few strange lines carved themselves onto the rune, before finalizing the fusion process, and the skill rune shone with smallish dark pulses of light. The moment the rune formed, a radiant light shot out from Yu Zhong's mind where the skill rune was stored and landed on white bones. Under the blanket of that radiant light, white bones started to undergo a change, its body turning entirely black, leaving not a single spot. Every part of its body started to sprout sharp spikes, giving it the hideous appearance of a killing machine. Congratulations on gaining 5 points of spirit. A bright sound of notification rang within Yu Zhong's mind. Level 4 skill, Summon Dark Skull, Type 2 skill. Enhancing requires 2 skill points per enhancement. Your special summon skeleton has evolved and has gained enhancement in its abilities. Every skill has gained a +1 enhancement. Dark Skull, White Bones, Level 42. Strength, 91, 10. Agility, 91, 10. Vitality, 91, 10. Stamina, 91, 91, 10. Spirit, 91, 91, 10. Endurance, 153, 10. Skill 1. Utilizing Bones ability, +1. Skill 2. Strengthen Bones, +1. Skill 3. Bone Control, +1. Skill 4. Feign, +1. Skill 5. Return to Hell, +1. Skill 6. Immediate Summon, +1. Skill 7. Sharpen, +1. Skill 8. Basic Intelligence, +1. After the special summon White Bones evolved into the Dark Skull, White Bones, its 6 attributes had gained 20 points each. At the same time, every skill gained +1 enhancement. Its combat ability had undergone an earth-shattering change after evolution. Even if it were to face Type 2 mutant beasts, it could hold its own. It was no longer helpless against those fearsome beasts. In the villa that used to be the headquarters of the Heaven Sect, Yu Zhong sat silently in a sofa, his hands holding the info of his various subordinates. Ming Jiejia sat obediently beside Yu Zhong as she read an English book. She only originally knew Vietnamese and Chinese, but as she wanted to follow Yu Zhong for a long time, she started picking up various languages. English happened to be one of them. Ning Yusin, Sun Shuiyin, and Su Qian, these 3 beauties were currently sitting in front of Yu Zhong, and each of them held a magazine as they were absorbed in their own reading separately. Yu Zhong looked at the details of his subordinates as he frowned, before turning to the lowly Ming Jiejia as his eyes lit up. Jiejia, would you like to be the mayor of Long'an County? Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Ning Yusin, Sun Shuiyin and Su Qian abruptly looked towards Ming Jiejia, as they trembled slightly. Especially Su Qian, as intense jealousy could be seen in her eyes. The mayor of the county would have control over 7,000 people. Calling their fates was as easy as flipping their hands. It was an incredible honor and prestige. Prior to the apocalypse, Su Qian was a small-time model and had dealt with numerous people. She was no stranger to authority and power, and was attracted to a position of control. There was one time when she was competing with another model for an ad. Su Qian had better qualifications, but just because the competition had a mayor as her backer, she got the job. Through this, Su Qian learned about the harsh ways of society. If it wasn't for her personal principle on being a virgin to hook a millionaire, she would have long become a rich canary shared amongst other rich people. While Ning Yusin and Sun Shuiyin were not as envious as Su Qian, they were still shocked by the news. Ming Jiejia tilted her head as she pondered, before replying in a resolute manner, I don't want to leave Master's side. However, if Master requires me to stay here and manage Long'an County, I would do so for you. When you're gone, I would definitely not allow anyone to snatch it away from you. Yu Zhong revealed a smile and lightly pecked Ming Jiejia's forehead. Good. From now on you're the mayor of Long'an County. I'll leave it in your care then. Yu Zhong had groomed a number of experts, but he could only fully trust a handful. Ming Jejia had been by his side ever since he crusaded across Vietnam. She had weathered almost everything with him and was the most trustworthy. At the same time, her experience was not lacking, and she had the highest qualifications as everyone knew she was the favorite general under Yu Zhong, and no one would dare contest her rule. Ever since when Fu Xin had slunk away in defeat, he had long since disappeared with his men. The world was wide and the boundaries were endless. Yu Zhong had no means to spare to chase him down. After passing the command that Ming Jejia was to assume control as the mayor, Yu Zhong reassigned some of the Heaven Sect's experts into his own expert troops. They then proceeded to replenish their ammunition, and he only brought this bunch of elite soldiers with him towards Guilin City. Shema Village was a small village that was about 20 kilometers away from Guilin City, and before the apocalypse, it had about 300 inhabitants. Currently, it was the territory and home to over 300 zombies. On this day, 2 Autos, 1 Santana, a bus, a truck and 5 other cars came from the distance, stopping right in front of this village. 40 men stepped out of the 5 cars, amongst them 2 of them were wielding rifles, and the remaining 30 over were holding machetes, long bats and other various melee weapons. Do it. A huge burly bald man with a long knife scar on his face, held his Tang replica sword as he looked at Shema village and ordered solemnly. The men started to get into action as they hammered large wooden stakes into the ground, and started to tie some ropes to the stakes, constructing a simple trap. Upon completion, the scar-faced man commanded a skinny male, "Zhao Jia, it's your turn." "Yes, boss." The skinny male had a pale look as he pulled out a small knife, and cut his hand, causing a few drops of fresh blood to drip onto a handkerchief. Zhao Jia then brought the blood-stained handkerchief and ran towards the entrance of the village, and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Zombies! Your granddaddy Zhao Jia is here. Get the hell out." The zombies within the village caught scent of the fresh blood, as well as the noise Zhao Jia was making, and they started to shamble towards the source. After Zhao Jia was done getting their attention, he quickly retreated. He didn't dare to stay too long as the biggest risk of his job as bait was, if he were to meet an S2, the bait would definitely die and become food. Unfortunately, Zhao Jia didn't have the necessary luck it seemed. Alas, he had just ran for a few meters, when an S2 suddenly leapt out from the crowd of zombies in a flash, chasing after him. "Help! Help!" Zhao Jia saw the S2 and was frightened out of his wits, as he sobbed and ran while screaming. His cries did not help him as everyone stood near the trap and watched quietly, not daring to take a step beyond the limit. The S2 reached Zhao Jia easily and pounced on him, taking a vicious bite out of his throat, and chewed his flesh of his neck in a bloody mess. Star. Chapter 390 Guilin City. Book 3 The South. While the intense screaming continued to ring out, Zhao Jia was feasted on as he died. As he breathed his dying gurgle, the S2 tore chunks of meat from his face, neck and everywhere else within easy reach. It was truly a gory scene. The S2 then turned its attention towards the scent of the humans, charging towards the dozens of people as well as Scarface. Its speed brought it towards them in just a few breaths, but it was tripped by the trap made of ropes. 2 strong males brought out nooses, and with a fluid and practiced motion, they managed to restrain its arms, before pulling on other side, causing the arms of the S2 to be spread. "Die!" The scar-faced man bellowed angrily, his Tang replica sword slashing at the S2, as his huge strength burst out, and he chopped the head of the S2 off easily. Looking at the rolling head of the S2, the men present heaved a sigh of relief. If the S2 had gotten too close to them, they would have instantly been killed. A yellow-skinned man with a thin stature stepped forwards as he congratulated Scarface. "Congratulations, boss, for killing this S2 so smoothly. Like this, your level is going to rise again. We can't wait to see you hit level 20. Scarface held the Tang replica sword gingerly, his face flashed with pain. "Enough of your bullshit. Go make your preparations. Today we had better cleared Shema village. Otherwise we won't have enough resources to pay Bosqua. Damn it. The rental of this Tang replica sword is truly expensive. 1 day's usage actually requires a 100 gene of rice. It practically is robbery." With the flow of time, the drops from the zombies and mutant beasts had declined steadily. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a single S2 could give several valuable items. A few level 3 skill books wouldn't have been a surprise. However, the killing of an S2 now would at most give a few survivor coins, and even a white treasure box drop would be considered rare. The weak, yellow-skinned male with a wretched appearance touched the stake in the ground bitterly as he looked towards the village, when his expression suddenly turned to one of horror. His voice shook as he shouted, 3S2S, 4L2S. A total of 7 evolved zombies. They discovered that within the group of zombies making their way over, there were suddenly 3S2S and 4L2S charging over. The men present immediately turned pale. Many of them were just normal people and could deal with a few ordinary zombies. The trap they had set was enough to deal with a single S2, but against the L2 with high defense, it was practically impossible. Disperse. Scarface's expression changed rapidly, and was the first to run back. While Shama village was sure to possess a huge amount of resources, which would allow him to live comfortably for a while, it required him to be alive to enjoy it. Even a level 20 enhancer would have to retreat when facing these 7 evolved zombies, needless to say himself, who had yet to reach level 20. When the 7 evolved zombies made their appearance, the men immediately abandoned their stations and ran for the cars behind them. At this time, a somewhat frivolous-looking young man stepped in front of Scarface, blocking his way and tapped his shoulders as he asked loudly, "Are you from Gillen City?" Scarface recoiled in shock. This young man was obviously incredibly fast. He had no way of reacting when the young man had tapped his shoulder. That ghost-like speed was impossible to defend against. If he had wanted Scarface's life, it was going to be incredibly easy. The young man was precisely by Shaoxing as an agility-based evolver. His speed was above even Yu Zhong. Scarface was just a measly enhancer who had not reached level 20, he was naturally unable to dodge. "My name is Huang Weili. I'm the team captain of a small squad from Gillen City to scavenge for resources." Although Huang Weili had an explosive nature when facing someone stronger than him, he did not dare provoke the other party and was absolutely honest. In this world, if Bai Shaoxing were to kill them, even the government of Gillen City could not do anything for them. Huang Weili looked at the closing evolved zombies, and could not help but chipped in anxiously, "Young hero, those zombies are nearing. Let's escape first. Otherwise we'll be surrounded." "Kill those zombies." Bai Shaoxing glanced at those zombies, his expression one of boredom as he ordered to the side. With his current level, if he wanted to kill those Type 2 zombies, he had to kill more than 600. As for ordinary zombies, he would have to hunt over 10,000 of them. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, Bai Shaoxing was unwilling to act, and chose to get his subordinates to hunt them instead. "Yes, Boss Bai." 7 soldiers stepped forwards from the grassy area, and charged at the 7 evolved zombies. One of them had the Enhance Weapon ability, and as he held his Tang replica sword, it glowed with a green light. With a single slash, the head of AL2 was immediately chopped off. Another soldier held a huge mace of over 100 genes, as he swung savagely, crushing AS2 into a pulp. S2. Yet another soldier only held a handgun, but he fired a single shot, which penetrated one of the S2s and it died on the spot. Like weeds, those 7 evolved zombies were taken care of easily by the 7 soldiers without so much of a struggle, causing Huang Weili and his subordinates to stare wide-eyed with shock. After killing the 7 evolved zombies, the 7 soldiers charged into Shama village. There were still over a few hundred ordinary zombies to be hunted. Huang Weili looked at the small team led by Bai Shaoxing and his eyes were filled with respect. So strong. These men are definitely high-level enhancers. Who are they exactly? Bai Shaoxing glanced to the side as his gaze traveled to Huang Weili, as he spoke unceremoniously, "You must be the head. Come with me to meet our boss." Inside Shama village, there were only a few hundred ordinary zombies. As long as there were no accidents, the 7 enhancers were more than enough to wipe them out. "Yes." Huang Weili replied respectfully, although his heart was unable to remain calm. Above this freak, there's still a boss? How strong must the boss be? So young. Huang Weili quickly came in front of Yu Zhong, as he looked at Yu Zhong carefully and thought silently. Yu Zhong eyed Huang Weili coldly and said, "Tell me everything you know about Gillen City. If I'm satisfied, this bag of rice will be yours. If you dare hide even a single thing, you will have to bear the consequences." "Yes." Huang Weili only felt a huge sense of pressure on him, as he started to tell Yu Zhong everything while trembling ever so slightly. Prior to the apocalypse, there was only a small field troop stationed at Guilin City, and during the apocalypse, many of these soldiers had also turned into zombies. However, the regiment commander Du Shanxiong managed to escape with his life. After regrouping and making use of firepower, the army managed to overcome the zombies then. At the same time, the army relied on its modern weaponry to charge into Guilin City, wiping out a huge number of the zombies, saving many citizens and inhabitants within the city. Guilin City had a population of about 1,200,000. With Du Shanxiong's actions, they managed to save a total of 200,000 survivors. At the same time, when Du Shanxiong received the distress call from Nanning City, he had led his subordinates as they brought tanks and heavy artillery to launch an assault on Nanning City. In front of those modern weaponry, the ordinary zombies were decimated. A large number of survivors were rescued by Du Shanxiong, and he worked together with Nanning City's government officials to save a total of 350,000 survivors. With his ability and combat power of his troops, conquering Nanning City would not have been an issue then. However, when he was about to launch an assault, a scout he had deployed discovered that the numerous zombies within the surrounding villages around Nanning were converging on Nanning. Nanning City had more than 7 million people before the apocalypse, and when it set in, over 5 million had become zombies overnight. When Du Shanxiong brought his troops to conquer Guilin City and Nanning City, he had expended a large amount of ammunition, and his soldiers were getting exhausted. Under the urgent pleas of the government officials, he had no choice but to break out of Nanning, bringing his troops and the 400,000 survivors, of which 50,000 were from the scattered villages, back towards Guilin City. After that, Du Shanxiong had been continually fighting against the remaining 3 million zombies around Guilin City till now. Through the constant battles, Guilin City was already cleared of all zombies, and the surrounding areas were slowly being cleansed as well. However, as the surrounding villages were numerous, there were some like Shema village that was not yet cleared. Under his efforts, the total number of survivors within Guilin City walls numbered 850,000, close to its original number prior to the apocalypse. As expected, starting from scratch is truly difficult. Yu Zhong heard Huang Weili's words and could not help but sigh. Yu Zhong had worked tirelessly and slaughtered all sorts of enemies up till now, and he could only boast of a few 100,000 survivors. This Guilin City already possessed 850,000, and what's more, they had a proper army. Be it the combat ability or the potential of growth, Guilin City surpassed his establishments. Du Shanxiong was a regiment commander that had control over various modern weaponry, and he had no lack of experience. Achieving what he had came as no surprise. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, the ordinary zombies had no way of defending against bullets. Even up till now, ordinary zombies would still fall when fired upon. Du Shanxiong had not managed to clear the millions of zombies purely because he had not enough ammunition. He was shackled by the collapse of humanity that he had to maintain some for deterrence. Otherwise the problems of zombies would be solved. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at Huang Weili and asked, "How many troops does Du Shanxiong have?" This was the crucial question. In this apocalyptic world, he was used to viewing all other factions as enemies. To his enemies, his first concern would be to grasp the number of troops the enemies had. Huang Weili had a difficult look. "I don't know. Only the government officials would know such military intelligence." Bai Shaoxing laughed in a perverted manner. 850,000 survivors. There must be how many beauties? Too great. Boss Yu, I love Guilin City. Yu Zhong was speechless when he looked at Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing was truly lustful, and in this new world, beauties also loved strong people like Bai Shaoxing. Just in Long'an County, he had already gained a few beauties who had belonged to Linghu Xiangru previously. He did not mind anybody who came as long as they were good-looking, and those ladies were extremely satisfied that their new man was someone strong, hence, the relationships were formed very quickly. Bai Shaoxing eyed Huang Weili and did not care as he asked Yu Zhong casually, "What do we do with them? Shall we kill them?" Bai Shaoxing had long since grown used to killing and was numb to it. Killing a few more innocents did not matter to him. When Huang Weili heard that, his hair stood on end and he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately knelt in front of Yu Zhong and pleaded, "Boss, you spare us. Boss, you spare us please. Leave me with my life so that I can serve you." Yu Zhong threw a 100 jin bag of rice to Huang Weili and said indifferently, "Relax, I won't kill you. Take this and go." "Thank you, Boss Yu. Thank you, Boss Yu." Huang Weili immediately took the bag up and thanked Yu Zhong profusely, before he turned and ran without looking back. Bai Shaoxing looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "Leader, what now?" Yu Zhong and his team had brought along an IFV, some machine gun-mounted vehicles, and even some anti-tank missiles. If such a troop was to arrive at Guilin City, they would immediately be searched. The controller of Guilin City would definitely not allow such a force to enter. At the same time, Yu Zhong and the rest might be forced to enter the army. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Jing Mingyi, go bring some men to Sanshui village and get things ready. Shang Luan, Bai Shaoxing, Ying Kaishan and Ning Yusen, you will enter the city with me. After entering, go immediately to Mingxing Garden District 23, Unit 4, room number 607 to look for me." "Yes." Everyone responded and set out to carry out Yu Zhong's orders. Yu Zhong and his small team then set forth in a Hummer and arrived at Guilin City in half an hour. As expected, the moment they arrived they were searched, and after determining there were no suspicious items and quarantined for an hour, they were released within the city. Chapter 391, Family Reunion. Book 3, The South. Wait a moment. Right as Yu Zhong and the rest were about to leave the security checkpoint, a worker chased up to Yu Zhong as he called out. Yu Zhong turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The young man then explained himself. The current regulation in Guilin City is that only authorized vehicles can travel on the road. The authorization tag can be bought at 1 ton of rations. Of course you can leave the vehicles with us or choose to sell it off. If you leave it with us, the parking fee will be 1 jin of rations a day. If you want to sell it off, we can buy it at 100 jin of rations. Yu Zhong pondered for a while before pulling out a huge bag of rice and handed it to the worker. "I'll choose to park it then. There's 100 jin of rice here. It should be enough for 100 days. Sure. The worker, received the bag of rice as he observed Yu Zhong's team carefully, his gaze lingering on Ning Yusen's figure for a while before revealing a relaxed smile. "Got it. I'm sure how about becoming friends?" Although sure he was young, he was extremely sharp. He could tell that these people in front of him were experts for them to possess such a calm and steadfast attitude. Furthermore, to be able to travel or drift in this new world, this group of people was definitely not simple. There was no disadvantage in making friends like these. Yu Zhong smiled mildly. "I'm Yu Zhong. If there's time, let's meet up. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." After which, Yu Zhong brought Shang Luan and the rest towards the center of Guilin City. Yu Zhong Sure, he watched the retreating backs of Yu Zhong and his team, and resolved to get in his good books the next time they met. Yu Zhong and the rest walked along the roads towards the inner parts of Guilin City, and along the way, they noticed various differences from other places they have been. In the city, while many shops had closed down due to the carnage, there were a variety of other shops that had popped up. There were those that sold homemade crossbow bolts, ropes, machetes, shields, etc. There were martial arts dojos that taught close combat, and there were even stores selling leather clothes made of mutant beast hides. Finally, there were small eateries everywhere, giving it a vibrant feel and a thriving vibe. Although it could not compare to the days of before the apocalypse, this scene in Guilin City was the most orderly and thriving that Yu Zhong had seen so far. It looked bustling and was comparable to the long high city that Yu Zhong had established. The fact that Guilin City could grow to this current stage was because of its 850,000 survivors. The army cleared up the enemies around the city, while the government officials ensured stability and peace within the city walls. Both gave rise to a peace and prosperity that Guilin City enjoyed. Yu Zhong continued walking and he discovered the underlying ugliness of the city as well. At certain alleyways, they would discover thin and weak survivors with tattered clothes and sunken faces. They even saw some bodies that were obviously starved to death, or those survivors who had committed suicide. The worst thing was that, even though the living survivors saw these tragic scenes, they did not do anything for the bodies, instead choosing to keep a wide berth. At the Salon Street of the pre-apocalypse Guilin City, there were already many women who had decided to sell there themselves. A few hundred had dolled themselves as they lounged about, as they tried to latch themselves onto any man who walked by, negotiating terms while pulling the men into the rooms to begin their fleshy deals. Although there were shortcomings, Yu Zhong had to admit that, other than his own Long High City, Guilin City did possess the potential to be a place to grow. And the one point that Yu Zhong lost out on was the fact that Guilin City had close to 900,000 survivors whereas Longhai had only more than 100,000. As Yu Zhong and his team continued, they finally arrived in front of Mingxing Garden District 23, Unit 4, room number 607. This unit was bought by Yu Zhong's parents previously in Guilin City, before they were transferred to Nanning for work and had to buy a new place. Yu Zhong guessed that if they were to be here in Guilin City, they would definitely be staying here. Yu Zhong stood in front of that door for a long time, as he carried his hope and anxiety in his heart, before fearfully knocking the door. By this time, it had already been almost a year since the apocalypse had set in, which meant a year where plenty could happen. He was extremely worried that it would be strangers meeting him instead of his parents, who could have been killed by zombies already. The door opened as the slightly unfamiliar face of a middle-aged lady popped out, and upon seeing it, Yu Zhong's heart immediately sank. The middle-aged lady looked at Yu Zhong for a while as though she was unsure, before she suddenly broke into an excited smile. You are Yu Zhong. You must be Yu Zhong, right? You're back. Xiaoning Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's back. What? Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, is it truly you? Right at this time, another middle-aged housewife walked out from a room, and the moment she laid eyes on Yu Zhong, emotional tears welled up in her eyes, and she ran over to hug Yu Zhong as she bawled loudly. You're back. My son's still alive. My son's alive. Thank God. Thank God. My son's still alive. In this post-apocalyptic world, countless families have been broken up and collapsed due to deaths and the cruelty of human nature. Yu Zhong's mother Ningli had followed her husband Yu Ming in escaping to Guilin City, but both had long given up hope of seeing their son ever again. Now, as she finally saw her son, she could not help her emotions from bursting out. Mum, I'm home. As Yu Zhong returned the embrace to his sobbing mother, even his hardened heart softened and impassive eyes reddened, as tears flowed freely. Since the apocalypse, Yu Zhong had been in Hunan, but there was never a moment where he did not think about his family. However, the roads were perilous and the hordes of zombies prevented the possibility of making his way. He could only suppress his anxiety and took things one step at a time. He hadn't really thought that it would be impossible to meet his parents ever again, but here he was, finally seeing his mother, and his heart was filled with myriad complex emotions. Where's Dad? Yu Zhong regained his calm as he looked towards the room expectantly, asking his mother Ningli. He went to work. He hasn't knocked off yet. Come Yu Zhong, I'll introduce you, this is Sun Jia. You remember your auntie's son. When you were young she carried you before. Ningli had cried for a while as well, and by now, after calming down, she pulled Yu Zhong to introduce the unfamiliar middle-aged woman. Yu Zhong greeted Sun Jia with manners. Auntie Sun, how do you do? Yu Zhong had heard of Sun Jia's name before, and knew she and Ningli were playmates when young. Even when Yu Zhong's family moved to Nanning, Ningli had not broken contact with Sun Jia. Sun Jia beamed as she looked at Yu Zhong. Good. Good. Yu Zhong, you have grown so well, such a dashing young man. Sun Jia continued smiling as she asked Ningli, since he's back, why not let Xiao Yun and the rest take a look at him? Ningli responded heartily, yes. Sun Jia smiled before looking warily at Ning Yusin outside the door and then left. I'll head back first. Ningli then noticed Ning Yusin and the rest before asking Yu Zhong, are these your friends? Yu Zhong lied, this Ning Yusin is my university schoolmate. These three are by Xiaoxing, Shangluan and Ing Kaishan. They are friends I made on my journey back. Thanks to them I could reach here safely. Yu Zhong could not just tell the truth to his mother. Your son Yu Zhong has already become a mighty general who is a bona fide killing machine. He is the leader of over 200,000 survivors, and this group consists of a maidservant who was the spoils of war, while the other three are just a few of your son's subordinates. Ningli looked at them with gratitude. Thank you so much. I'm so thankful that you guys have looked after my son. Since you guys have just arrived here, you must be lacking a place to settle down. If you guys don't mind the small space, why don't you live here? In Ning Li's heart, there was nothing more important than her son. Since Bai Xiaoxing and the rest had protected Yu Zhong, they were her benefactors. Although having to sustain 4 more additional people in this new world order would be tougher, she was willing to bite the bullet. Ning Yusin responded extremely politely, Thank you, Auntie. Bai Shaoxing took a glance at the room and replied proudly, Yu Zhong. You don't have to worry about the three of us. We will look for somewhere nearby. You just spend time with your family. Ning Li's residence was truly on the dilapidated side, and was obviously poor. On one hand, Bai Shaoxing wasn't willing to stay here. On the other, he could not bear to be indebted to Yu Zhong's family. Bai Shaoxing turned and walked out. Let's go. Old Shang. The corner of their mouths turned up in a smile, and seeing that Yu Zhong did not say anything, they left quickly. They had already agreed beforehand on a signal. If Yu Zhong were to use it, they would all converge here at the first notice. Ning Yusin hesitated a while before leaving as well. She was not willing to come in between the family reunion. After Ning Yusin left, Yu Zhong then started asking about the happenings from Ning Li. Before the apocalypse, Yu Zhong's father Yu Ming had been an ordinary civil servant, while his mother was a staff member of an institution. While the family wasn't poor, they were not rich as well. After the apocalypse, the two of them had escaped to Guiling City, and Yu Ming had stayed with the government as a clerk, while Ning Li had remained unemployed, staying at home. The treatment of civil servants weren't too bad, as Yu Zhong's father could earn 40 jin worth of food, 1 jin of fuel, and 1 jin of meat every month in trade-in tickets, and the family survived on this. Since there were so many mouths to feed in Guilin City, the atmosphere was slightly tense. The total amount to feed close to 900,000 mouths numbered extremely high every day. The current monetary approach was to use tickets to exchange for items. Chapter 392, XCX. Book 3, The South, Chapter 392, Kin. Ning Li looked at her son with a doting look and said, It's good that you're back. Your dad will help you get a job here. After that you can marry a decent girl and bear me a grandchild. Ning Li was very traditional, and just hoped for her son to settle down, marry a girl, and leave on peacefully. Yu Zhong did not want to turn his mother down at this juncture and only smiled and nodded, Sure. In the evening, close to 6 p.m., Yu Zhong's father Yu Ming came home and saw Yu Zhong, before saying a single sentence mildly, It's good that you're back. Yu Zhong detected Yu Ming's body trembling, and could see that his father was suppressing his emotions. Yu Ming had always been the pillar of support in the family, and could not easily lose his composure in front of his son. Men had always been less expressive of their emotions anyway. Yu Zhong also responded with a sentence, Dad. I'm home. It's good that you're back. Yu Ming looked at Yu Zhong once before he sat down on the sofa and his body trembled. He held up a newspaper to block himself, as even the usually stoic he could not help but shed a few tears upon seeing his long-lost son. Ning Li left the father-son pair in the living room as she went to the kitchen and got busy. Fried vegetables and roasted meat, these rare food after the apocalypse, were displayed on the table, and there were even 4 buns and some dumplings. This was considered a sumptuous meal, and this single meal had been at the cost of half a month of Yu Ming's meat and fuel wages. Not long after, Sun Jie brought a young pretty lady with black, shoulder-length hair, a tall figure, with a pure and innocent charm to the Yu household. The moment that demure lady entered the house, she greeted Yu Ming and Ning Li politely, Uncle. Auntie. Ning Li smiled warm-heartedly, Come. Yu Zhong, this is Gao Xiaoyun, she's Auntie Sun's daughter. She's 18 this year, just slightly younger than you. You must take good care of Xiaoyun Mimi in the future. Xiaoyun, this is your Yu Zhong Gij. You should hang out more with him. When Yu Zhong heard this, he understood the meaning of the dinner. Ning Li wanted to arrange marriage between the both of them. This meal was to introduce the two of them to each other. Sun Jie also spoke up enthusiastically, Xiaoyun, this is your Yu Zhong Gij. He was a university student. If you have anything you're unsure about in the future, just seek help from him. Yu Zhong, the two of you youngsters should have a lot to talk about. We won't bother you. Go on and have a chat. Go on. Gao Xiaoyun looked towards Yu Zhong and smiled gently. How do you do, Yu Zhong Gij? Yu Zhong responded with a smile. How do you do, Xiaoyun? After that, Gao Xiaoyun proceeded to have her dinner quietly. Whenever Yu Zhong initiated a sentence, she would reply with a sentence. This continued all the way till the meal ended. After dinner, Gao Xiaoyun looked to Yu Zhong and said, Yu Zhong Gij, can you come with me? Yu Zhong returned her look and said, Sure. Something's happening. Sun Jie and Ning Li exchanged a glance. The pair of friends broke out in satisfied smiles. Their relationship was great in the first place and had hoped to join through marriage. It was their wish to see Yu Zhong and Gao Xiaoyun get together. Gao Xiaoyun and Yu Zhong walked below the apartment for a few steps before she turned around and spoke out. Yu Zhong Gij. Can you go to my mom and turn the arranged marriage down? I have someone I like already. Yu Zhong looked at Gao Xiaoyun and replied indifferently, These matters, you should be the one to tell your mum. Sun Jie and Ning Li were on good terms. If Yu Zhong said he was the one to turn Gao Xiaoyun down, Ning Li would feel extremely bad towards Sun Jie. Yu Zhong did not want to be the bad guy in this scenario. Although Gao Xiaoyun could be considered a pretty flower, compared to Chen Yao, Zhui Yadong or Ji Qinggu, she could not match them at all. In Yu Zhong's heart, this Gao Xiaoyun was not even comparable to a single strand of hair on his mother's head. He was naturally unwilling to cause his mother distress. Gao Xiaoyun looked at Yu Zhong and retorted, Yu Zhong Gij. Don't be like this. I won't like you. Can you be magnanimous about this? If you want to try and hold on, it makes you look bad as a man. Guys should be cooler about this. Go tell my mum that you want to decline this relationship, and in exchange I'll get you a job. Although there aren't any formal preparation, I can introduce you to the police post. Yu Zhong's gaze turned cold. Xiaoyun Mimi, you look too highly upon yourself. Please don't get me wrong, I have no feelings for you. However, if Andy's son and my mum insist that we try, I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. If you want to reject me, please go tell Andy's son yourself. I won't pester you. In Long'an County, Yu Zhong could easily find over 100 girls with better appearances than Gao Xiaoyun. Initially he had thought she was refined and demure, however, he never expected her to be so narcissistic, and he lost all favorable impressions of her. Let's conclude our chat here. Goodbye. Yu Zhong left Gao Xiaoyun alone and went home. As Yu Zhong left, Gao Xiaoyun's pretty face was distorted in anger, as she stared coldly at Yu Zhong's back, before snorting and left for her own house. The moment Yu Zhong reached home, Ning Li came to him and asked expectantly, How was it, son? Xiaoyun's pretty right. Were there any feelings? Yu Zhong glanced at Ning Li and responded, Mum. She said that she has someone already. We won't have any chance. Ning Li grumbled and consoled Yu Zhong, She already has someone she likes? How come I didn't know that? Why didn't she say so? The Sun Jie also. Her own daughter has already fallen for someone else, but she wants to introduce her to my son. Ah, son, your mum is to be blamed for not sorting things out properly. However, since my son's so outstanding, you're definitely able to find someone much better than Gao Xiaoyun. In the eyes of parents, their own offsprings would be the best in the world, and Ning Li was no exception. Ning Li was depressed for a while before she suddenly brightened up. Oh yes, son. Didn't you travel with that university schoolmate Ning Yusin? Is she your girlfriend? Ning Yusin had a demeanor that far surpassed Gao Xiaoyun, and in Ning Li's eyes she was the perfect candidate. Yu Zhong chuckled bitterly, Mom, why did your thoughts go to her? Ning Li paced about and muttered to herself, She's too pretty though. I'm afraid it would be hard to keep her at home. If she marries in, who knows if she makes my son a cuckold. It's too bad. Actually Gao Xiaoyun would be just nice, not too pretty or ugly. What a pity you guys don't have the fate. Ning Li then said confidently, While our household may not be rich in this world, we're considered better off than others. Son, don't worry, with my connections, I'll definitely help you find a good wife, better than Gao Xiaoyun. Yu Ming's household wasn't considered rich, but as he was a civil servant, he had a steady rice bowl and it was considered decent. It must be known that with the problem of tight rations, plus that everybody was still reliant on the mercy relief of gruel rations, in a society where many women would sell their own bodies for just a bun and the selling of one's own children for food was common, marrying into a household with a steady ration was considered the dream of many ladies. Yu Zhong saw that Ning Li was about to start nagging, and he massaged his throbbing head and changed the topic. Mum, I'm going to bed. The mattress is ready. Go have a good rest. Ning Li just responded simply before muttering to herself again, The Chen's daughter is still too young. As for the Qin's, no, she's not good looking. The young lady of the Luos can be considered pretty, but she's a bit short. The Li daughter is too old, already hitting 26. It's truly tough to be a parent. As Ning Li was pondering over the issue of a daughter-in-law, Yu Zhong was sleeping comfortably. He had been fighting non-stop and killed countless enemies. Even when he was in bed with the beauties in his life, his heart still longed to see his parents. Now that he has seen them alive and well, he slept extremely soundly. Time for breakfast. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong came to the table and saw that there were 3 bowls of porridge and 3 half buns. Mom, these are items I found outside in villages. Yu Zhong looked at the contents on the table before going back to the room and pulled out flour, rice, various canned foods, digestive biscuits, milk, chocolates, cigarettes and other foods from his bag. Ning Li looked in astonishment at the assortment of items and smiled happily. Great! Great! My son is truly capable. Haha. Amongst those food in Yu Zhong's bag, if they were to be measured against Yu Ming's salary, it could be said that they were worth at least half a year of wages. Yu Ming looked at the food that Yu Zhong brought out and pulled out 4 green tickets and handed them to Yu Zhong. Here's tickets for 40 jin of food. Go rest and have fun these 2 days. After that, I'll bring you for interviews. Heading out to find stuff is too dangerous. If you're not careful, you won't make it back alive. It's better if you stay inside here and find some work and work hard. Next time, you can become a government personnel. Yu Zhong received the tickets and smiled at Yu Ming before turning and heading out. I got it. I'll be heading out first. After leaving his house, Yu Zhong pondered for a while and decided not to summon anybody as he left towards the market on his own. Chapter 393, Market. Book 3, The South. The market in Guilin City was bustling, and many different food vendors were peddling their cooking. Mutant pig meat skewers. Delicious mutant pig meat skewers. Each stick is 2 meal ticket. It's absolutely delicious and worth the buy. Authentic Ning County snacks. They're mouth-watering, come and have a taste, people. Along the streets there were many stalls run by food vendors, and countless passers-by would be drawn by the aroma as they pulled out food tickets to exchange for different foods to try. In Guilin City, with the governance of a 2-factions cabinet, as well as the soldiers of Du Shanxiong who patrolled the surroundings of Guilin City to maintain peace and security, it gave the city the chance to slowly grow. Along the way, Yu Zhong realized that the 40 jin worth of food tickets could exchange for about 400 renminbi prior to the apocalypse. In a world where the economy had almost collapsed, such a sum was considered huge. Yu Zhong followed the paths and weaved in and out of streets until he came to the busiest street, Xinyang Street, to discover that there were stalls set up everywhere, displaying all sorts of mutant plants and mutant beast meat and bones. Even the hides and anything to do with mutant life forms were sold here. These items were brought by powerful lone warriors, or the small squads that were assembled to scavenge for items on the outside. As long as even ordinary humans made preparations, using simple melee tools were enough to hunt a huge mutant beast. This intelligence and craftiness was the reason why the human race had been oppressing everything else before the apocalypse. How are you selling this? Yu Zhong walked to a stall and picked up a nuclei with properties unknown and asked the vendor. He had seen with a single glance that this nuclei was most likely obtained from a mutant beast of above level 40. So far, the only usage that Yu Zhong had discovered of such nuclei was that they could be used to power up other mutant beasts, giving them room to grow and evolve. The stall vendor glanced at Yu Zhong and shook out of his stupor, opening a price with excitement. 5 jin ticket. At first, everyone had thought that these nuclei from mutant beasts were some treasures. However, with the passing of time, no one discovered a use for them. They were soon reduced to ornaments and decorations. There were even cases of squads directly throwing them away when hunting mutant beasts. Yu Zhong frowned as he rejected the offer. Such an item just looks nice. How can you open with such a high price? These are just used for decor after all. 1 liang ticket, will you sell? The vendor started employing all his tactics to try and promote his goods. Boss, while these items are useless and are just for looks, see how pretty it is. It may not have any use now, but who knows, after things are stabilized, it might be even more valuable than a bloodstone. Invest in it now, after the prices shoot up, you're sure to make a fortune. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in dire straits, I wouldn't sell them. Since you are interested in them, I'm willing to give you a discount for it. 2 jin ticket. Yu Zhong seemed to hesitate before he pulled out a 10 jin ticket and handed it to the vendor. All right. 2 jin ticket it is. Full. In this world, these pretty stones would be at most worth 1 liang or 2. This young idiot. The stall vendor received the payment with glee and celebrated silently as he mocked Yu Zhong in his heart. The vendor handed the nuclei and 8 gene ticket to Yu Zhong before asking warmly, "Oh yes. Boss. Do you want more of them? If you do, I can help you get some more. If you want 10 and more, I can give you 80% discount on them." In this market, everyone knew the selling price for a nuclei was at most a few liangs, and it was rare to find an unsuspecting sheep to fleece. He had thus become excited. In this Guilin city, there were many survivors who had managed to escape to this place, and they understood the suffering of insufficient rations. Under these circumstances, many would stoop low to earn more tickets for themselves. Yu Zhong pretended to consider before nodding, "Okay, I'll take 20 then. Having more wouldn't make a difference." 20. Please wait. The vendor beamed and responded with a single sentence as he abandoned his worthless stand, asking someone to man it for him, while he ran through the crowd of the market. Not long after, the vendor came running back with a huge bag, revealing an assorted group of nuclei. "Boss. There's a total of 36. Please double-check." Yu Zhong pretended to be shocked. "Didn't I ask for just 20? Why did you bring 36? The vendor cajoled Yu Zhong. "Boss. You're a businessman, how can 20 be enough? The 36 in here is the entire amount of this street. Once you buy them over, you're the monopoly of the nuclei business. By then, when the prices rise, you can call the price. Even if you were to sell each for 20 gene, no one would dispute. If you can do such a business, your family will also look up to you." Yu Zhong put on a face as though he was won over, and handed the 40 gene ticket to him. "Makes sense. All right, I'll buy them all." The vendor took the 40 gene tickets and had an ugly expression. This doesn't seem to be enough." "Is this enough then?" Yu Zhong chuckled and pulled out a pouch of Chinese tobacco and handed it to the vendor. The vendor immediately grabbed it and responded hastily, "Enough. Enough. They're all yours." In Guilin City, as the manufacturing of tobacco had stopped, tobacco was considered a luxury good, and only the upper echelons of society got to enjoy them. If the vendor brought this Chinese tobacco to the government to exchange, it would be worth at least 100 gene. Just gaining this was a huge profit for the vendor already. Yu Zhong looked at the vendor. "Since you've accepted my tobacco, then my ration tickets." The vendor grinned in happiness as he gripped the tobacco tightly, passing the ration tickets back to Yu Zhong. "Take it back. Take it all back." Yu Zhong laughed and took the bag as well as his tickets. With the bag of nuclei he could rear another Type 2 mutant beast. However, they were harder to control. He could only choose to push lightning into a Type 3 mutant beast, before evolving one of the little brothers of lightning. "Hold it." Right at this time, the soft yet bright voice of a young girl rang out. As Yu Zhong turned to the source of the voice, he saw a teenage girl of about 17 or 18, with exceptional looks and her long hair in a ponytail. Her lithe body was wrapped in black mutant beast hide, and she had a dark magic blade hanging by her waist. Her eyes were full of spirit, and she exuded a heroic aura. She was currently flanked by 6 other males as she came over. Yu Zhong looked at the young beauty and arched his brows as he asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Qianhong had a domineering tone as she spoke to Yu Zhong. "The nuclei in your hands. I will buy them all. Don't worry, Chen Qianhong, will not let you get the short end of the stick. Whatever you used to buy it, I'll buy it from you at 3 times the price." 3 times? Damn it. Damn it. Why did I sell so fast? If only I was a little slower. 3 times. Ah. The vendor was currently full of regret as he muttered to himself. Yu Zhong looked coldly at Chen Qianhong and declined, "Not selling." A suave young man beside her who was decked in designer clothes, with a slightly pale face, frowned as he shouted at Yu Zhong, "What gall? Do you know who this lady is?" Yu Zhong's brows arched and challenged the pale-faced young man, "I don't know and I don't care. This is something I bought. Don't tell me you guys want to rob? Or that in Guilin City has no regards for rules and regulations. We can do whatever we want to, is that it?" "You." The pale-faced man became speechless upon Yu Zhong's retort, feeling that he lost face and could not help wanting to threaten Yu Zhong. "Dan Yu. Don't be rash. He's right. The goods are his. It's his right not to sell. We can't force him. Qin Shinhong waved her hand as she blocked the path of the brash young man with obvious ill intent. She casted a deep look at Yu Zhong and scoffed, "Brat. If you don't want to sell, then it's fine. It's not like you can eat them anyway. Also, Gilin City is a place of law and order. Don't spout nonsense. Let's go." Qin Shinhong reprimanded Yu Zhong in a self-righteous tone, shooting him a dirty look, before turning around in a proud manner and left with her 6 lackeys. Yu Zhong looked at the pompous and self-righteous figure leaving, and turned to ask the stall vendor, "Who is that Qin Shinhong? What an attitude." The vendor proceeded to explain to Yu Zhong patiently, "You haven't heard of her? She's the daughter of our Gilin City's mayor Chen Ying. Although she is really arrogant, she is still decent. Whenever she buys something, she would always pay fairly. But that Danyu guy you offended beside her is not a good thing. His father is the district head of Xinjiang district, and he himself has some ties with the Green Bamboo Gang. Whoever in this street offends him would be dragged away by people to be beaten up. You better leave quickly." Yu Zhong had given the stall vendor good business, hence he wasn't stingy with his information. Green Bamboo Gang. Interesting. Yu Zhong laughed and didn't seem to mind before striding off. Even the Heaven sect had fallen at his hands. A small gang allowed by the government to exist wouldn't pose a problem to him. Dan Yu followed Qin Shinhong for a while, waiting for her to check out another stall before stepping to a side. A man swiftly arrived in front of Dan Yu. Dan Yu looked at the man and gave an order coldly, "Go get some men from Boss Zhao at the Green Bamboo Gang, and go teach that bastard a lesson. Get those nuclei from his hands also. Quickly." "Yes, young master." The servant responded quickly and left in a flash. Dan Yu looked coldly at the direction which Yu Zhong had left and snorted coldly, "Want to go against me? Looking to die." Yu Zhong walked about in Xinjiang Street for quite a while, arriving at the second street, and noticed that there were stalls set up here as well. However, the crowd was noticeably lesser, with only about 100 stalls. In front of those stalls, though, there were many people gathered. Yu Zhong came to one of the stall, and noticed that the stall displayed only a Shadow Steps skill book as well as a Tang replica sword. Level 2 skill, Shadow Steps. Exchanging for a level 3, Strength Consolidation. Or a level 3 Strength type treasure. Level 1 Tang replica sword, exchanging for 50 tons of rations. Or a level 2 Strength-based equipment. Don't haggle, those who can't afford them, scram. On the table of that stall, there were those 2 system treasures. At the same time, there was a banner on top with those words. "Isn't the price of the Tang replica sword too expensive? Can you lower the price? How about I purchase the skill book with 10 tons of rations?" As the people gathered around the stall, many tried to haggle. A number of them wanted to use rations and other similar items to exchange for the system equipment, especially the Tang replica sword, which was the key starting point for enhancement. They competed aggressively before a middle-aged man used 50 tons of rations to purchase the Tang replica sword. Although there were only about 100 stall vendors, they all took out precious system equipment for exchange with items they wanted. In Gilin City, with close to 900,000 survivors, the number of enhancers grew with the passing of time, and they grew stronger as well. Hence, there was a market of exchange amongst these enhancers. The bulk of items traded in this Xinjiang Second Street were God and Devil system equipment, and although they were normal items, the scene caused Yu Zhong to be wide-eyed with surprise. Yu Zhong continued walking and looking around before he came to a stop and his eyes shone. "Ah, a decent treasure. Someone was actually willing to bring this equipment out." Level 3 treasure, Sapphire Ring upon equipping, +1 to all attributes. Although the Sapphire Ring gave +1 to all attributes, the drop rate of this Sapphire Ring was extremely low. Yu Zhong had hunted so many zombies and mutant beasts but had never come across it. Furthermore, its enhancements did not clash with other rings, and Yu Zhong immediately set his mind on buying it. Right at this time, the familiar female voice that Yu Zhong heard earlier resounded beside him, as Qin Shenhong walked up to the stall in her black suit, her face icy cold as she asked, "How much for this sapphire ring?" Chapter 394, Conflict Arises. Book 3, The South. The young man who was dressed in black replied indifferently, "A necklace only. I want a level 3 and above agility-based necklace, trading 1 for 1. Qin Qianhong thought for a while before she pulled out a ring of fireball from her bag, a ring of ice pick as well as a dark magic blade, placing them in front of the young man in black and asked earnestly, "I don't have a level 3 agility-based necklace. How about I use these 3 items to exchange for that sapphire ring of yours?" The young man immediately rejected it coolly, "Not exchanging." Dan Yu's face turned ugly and stepped forward to threaten. "Oh, what kind of tone is that? Do you know who she is? Do you not want to live to see tomorrow's daylight?" The young stall vendor immediately pulled out a dark magic blade, as a dark force coagulated atop the blade, causing a sense of fear to arise in those who looked at it. The young man pointed the blade at Dan Yu and barked out coldly, "Scram!" A strong surge of killing intent billowed out from the young man, enveloping Dan Yu, who immediately turned pale. He retreated a few steps and plopped down weakly on his backside, trembling as he stammered, "You can't kill me. My dad is the district chief Dan Hong." Hearing this, all the stall vendors around gathered together, as they glared at Dan Yu with a ferocious glint in their eyes. The killing intent from all the stall vendors became extremely heavy, and the tension in the air was palpable. In this second street of Xinyang, there was an unspoken rule, which was that regardless of background, whoever came here had to deal according to the vendor's wishes. If anyone wanted to forcefully rob, use their authority to override the vendors or even force a deal, all the enhancers would immediately step forwards to get rid of the troublemaker. Hearing the retarded words from Dan Yu, each and every single enhancer on site who was level 10 and above, stood up to stare at Dan Yu and Qin Qianhong's group. "Friends, please keep your weapon. This time it was my friend that did not know the rules and he's ignorant. I will apologize on behalf of him." Qin Qianhong bowed deeply towards the young man in apology. Qin Qianhong then sternly said, "However, Guilin City is a lawful society. Please sheath your weapon and use your strength on the zombies and mutant beasts, not on your fellow humans." The young man in black stared coolly at Qin Qianhong, and kept his dark magic blade, before sitting down quietly without a word. The rest of the vendors scattered back to their stalls, not congregating together. After all, everyone wanted to earn a living here in Guilin City. As long as they weren't forced to the extreme, they didn't want to antagonize the government. Unless of course they were willing to abandon their life here and go back to the wilderness. Qin Qianhong heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If these 100-some-odd enhancers were to band together, they were a force not to be underestimated. Especially since there were a number that were above level 30. If they were to go crazy and create chaos in the city, it would definitely cause major problems. Dan Yu stood up from the ground as he thanked Qin Qianhong. "Thanks, Xiaohong **. Qin Qianhong frowned as she snapped at Dan Yu. "Dan Yu, if you're going to be like this, just stay away from me in the future." Dan Yu had grown up spoilt and was accustomed to being domineering over others. After the apocalypse set in, his dad had gained power, and it caused him to be even more overbearing. Yes. Dan Yu recoiled and hung his head. He was always bullying the weak while fearing the strong, and since Qin Qianhong's father was more powerful than his own, he could only lower his head to her. At this time, Yu Zhong came forward and brought out his necklace of hurricane, before handed it to the black-robed young man. "I have a level 3 necklace of hurricane to be traded for your sapphire ring. Will you exchange?" The young man received the necklace and inspected it carefully, before throwing the sapphire ring to Yu Zhong. "Deal." Dan Yu looked towards Yu Zhong, and his expression turned grim as he barked out, "You again." Yu Zhong did not even glance at Dan Yu as he took up the sapphire ring and went to another store, treating Dan Yu as though he was air. Qin Qianhong furrowed her eyebrows and reprimanded Dan Yu. "Dan Yu, for once, just shut up." When he was scolded by Qin Qianhong, Dan Yu immediately bowed his head, and his face twisted with fury. Anyone would be pissed when scolded like a dog. Qin Qianhong looked at Yu Zhong deeply before she turned around and left. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble aura, and her background was decent. Be it before the apocalypse or after, there was no shortage of men who tried to woo her, and she had seen all the different sorts of tricks men used to get her attention. To all those attention seekers, she would only employ the best method, which was to ignore them. Yu Zhong walked about the market for quite a while, and other than the sapphire ring, the majority of the stuff sold could not compare to his own equipment, and thus he had no plans of purchasing any more. Yu Zhong walked about idly before settling at a small eatery that was popular with the crowd. 2 bowls of dumplings. 1 bowl of vegetarian noodles, please. The eatery was packed full of customers as they hollered their orders. A number of the waiters and waitresses bustled about as they walked to and fro, serving the food and cleaning the tables of the customers who left. Yu Zhong waited for quite a long time before a bowl of meat dumplings were delivered to his table. He took a slurp of the soup, the aroma of the meat and broth wafting into his nostrils, and he felt vitalized. He took a bite of the meat dumpling, and the juiciness of the meat exploded in his mouth, assaulting his taste buds with the simply delicious flavor. This is made from the meat of a mutant beast. No wonder it's so fragrant. Yu Zhong could tell immediately from a single bite, and he dug in with gusto. Yu Zhong had already inhaled 6 of the dumplings, when a number of brutes wielding butcher knives and wooden bats entered the store noisily and shouted, "Make way! Make way! The Green Bamboo Gang is here on official business." Those not involved scrammed to one side. When those hooligans entered the shop, the customers were all frightened and ran out the shop. The Green Bamboo Gang was after all one of the bigger gangs in Guilin City, and it was rumored that they were backed by a government official. They had numerous experts and were extremely overbearing in their conduct of business. Ordinary citizens did not dare to antagonize them. A slightly chubby middle-aged housewife rushed out from the counter with a cajoling smile, as she tried to persuade one of the gang members, a baldy with a scorpion tattoo. "This brother. We have already paid our protection fee for the month." The bald man with the scorpion tattoo stared at her and barked out, "We're not here to collect protection fee. Get lost to one side. Don't hinder your father eye from my business." When she was spoken to so explosively, the housewife trembled and ran to the kitchen, taking the waitresses with her. One of the hooligans present saw Yu Zhong sitting and enjoying his meat dumplings without a care in the world and immediately reported to Scorpion Tattoo Baldy, "Brother Green Scorpion. That's the one." Green Scorpion glanced at Yu Zhong and barked out an order, "It's that kid. Go. Maim one of his hands. Let him taste the consequences of offending those he shouldn't have." The hooligans immediately rushed towards Yu Zhong's position. "Just because of a disagreement you want a hand of mine? What tyranny?" said Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at the hooligans rushing at him, and his eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Casually reaching out with a speed like a striking snake, he grabbed the hand of one of the hooligans, twisting harshly with his 6 times strength, breaking the hooligan's arm with a clean and clearly audible snap. "Ah!" The hooligan immediately screamed out in agony at the overbearing pain. Yu Zhong then lashed out with a kick, sending the hooligan flying back and knocking several tables away, before the unfortunate fellow spat out a mouth of fresh blood and fainted without any signs of life. Yu Zhong then grabbed the first man's dropped machete easily, swinging down viciously at a new target. The slash caused the arm of the newly targeted hooligan to be chopped off, and a jet of blood sprayed onto the walls in a violent manner. After his attack, he kicked out and sent that same hooligan flying into the wall. Enhancer. He's a high-level enhancer. Seeing how casually Yu Zhong dispatched 2 of his comrades, the remaining hooligans shouted out with fear. Enhancers possessed tremendous combat power, and weren't existences that these ordinary gang members could afford to offend. Screaming, they scrambled away towards Green Scorpion. "This won't do. Leave something behind." Yu Zhong's gaze was furious and cold as he walked right in front of Green Scorpion, throwing the bloodstained machete in front of him, saying, "It's your turn. You must be the instigator. Leave your own right arm behind. I can spare your life. Or do you want me to remove both hands myself?" Green Scorpion looked at the blood-stained scene in the store, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "You're too damn cruel. How can you chop off so many people's arms? Don't you know this will ruin their lives?" Yu Zhong looked at him mockingly, "Scum like you dare speak of cruelty to me? When you chop off people's arms, it's very fun for you guys, isn't it? If I didn't have the strength, I would have been the one to suffer under you scum. You can chop people, but other people can't do the same to you? Since you aren't willing to do so, let me help you then." Chapter 395, Blackmail. Mu Xiangling. Book 3 The South. In truth, if they weren't in Guilin City, Yu Zhong would have exterminated them early on. Inside Guilin City, he could not just go on a killing spree and rid the world of such scum, as even though they were hooligans, if there was a sudden surge of deaths, the government would act as well. "I'll do it myself." Green Scorpion cried out in alarm as he could feel the resolute intent from this terrifying man in front of him, and knew that if he didn't do it himself, both his arms would be immediately broken. At that point in time he would become a true cripple. Green Scorpion's right arm shook as he grabbed the blood-stained machete, and in a furious bellow, he hacked his own left shoulder, chopping his left arm off. "Ah!" Green Scorpion cried out in pain and kneeled on the floor, his forehead glistening with perspiration as he stared venomously at Yu Zhong and spat out, "Are you satisfied now?" Yu Zhong looked at him coldly and asked, "Who told you to come after me?" "It's that Dan Hong's son, Dan Yu. He told us to come and fix you." Green Scorpion betrayed Dan Yu without a moment's hesitation, as he was currently filled with equal hatred and anger at Dan Yu for causing him to meet this devil in front of him. Yu Zhong maintained his cold gaze and said, "So it truly is him. You can scram now. Don't appear in front of me again, otherwise, you guys won't live to see another day. Let's go." Green Scorpion cried out to his men, after which, he grabbed his dismembered arm and ran out. Those who had lost their arms to Yu Zhong also quickly grabbed their arms and left. Medical procedures had long since advanced to a stage where reattaching broken limbs was possible even before the apocalypse. By grabbing their arms, there was a chance for recovery. Yu Zhong glanced at the store owner and his staff who were shivering while looking at him, and he pulled out a Tang replica sword and left it on the table. "My apologies for causing problems for your store. Treat this Tang replica sword as my compensation." This single Tang replica sword was easily worth 50 tons of rations. Even if it were on sale, it would command at least 10 tons of rations. 10 tons of rations was enough for this store to open up another 2 more branches. The store owner's eyes gleamed as he rushed to grab the Tang replica sword, and he gratefully reminded Yu Zhong, "Esteemed hero, the Green Bamboo Gang don't have a single decent person. Since you have thoroughly offended them today, please take care of yourself. There are powerful enhancers amongst them as well." "I got it, thanks." After which, Yu Zhong left the store with big strides. "Brother Green Scorpion. What do we do? Do we just forego this? I'm unwilling to let this go." One of the hooligans spat out with extreme anger. Green Scorpion's face was also twisted in anger as he roared out, "Of course not. Bastard. That bastard dares to go against us. The Green Bamboo Gang. I must bury him." Green Scorpion growled poisonously, "Go notify Court Leader Hu. Let Court Leader Hu deal with him. We must kill this bastard." With the absence of a limb, Green Scorpion's combat ability was reduced by half. His position within Green Bamboo Gang would definitely drop and his future was looking bleak. His heart was currently filled with bitterness and anger. He had never once thought how his victims had feel when they faced the same plight. Instead he only knew that he had been crippled by someone stronger, and he was filled with thoughts killing Yu Zhong and Dan Yu. After leaving the store, Yu Zhong came across a young pretty girl of about 11 to 12 years, her hair tied up in pigtails. Her eyes were big and watery, her skin fair and tender. She was about 148 m, and her limbs were slender and beautiful, giving her a frail appearance, that sense that with a good squeeze her bones might snap any moment. The little loli blocked Yu Zhong's path and exclaimed, "Big brother! I lost my teddy bear. Can you help me find it?" Yu Zhong glanced at the little loli and asked, "Where did you lose it?" The loli pointed to a dark alley and said, "There. I dropped my teddy bear somewhere there." Yu Zhong's mind was on alert, but he put on a smile and said, "Sure. Let's help you." This loli came out of nowhere and was suspicious, thus Yu Zhong suspected that she could be part of a trap set for him by his enemies. He wasn't afraid, however. As long as he was on alert, even if an enemy that was stronger than him was to appear, it would be hard to deal with Yu Zhong. The loli just gave Yu Zhong an extremely sweet smile and said, "Thank you, big brother." "It's all right." Yu Zhong naturally patted her shoulders. If she was an enemy, there would be a reaction from that seemingly harmless pat. However, Yu Zhong's hand reached the shoulder of the loli without resistance, and as long as he willed it, he could crush her neck instantly. Big brother? The lowly had no strange reaction however, and just turned around innocently to look at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong continued without skipping a beat. There was a worm on your shoulders earlier. Oh, thank you big brother. Xiangling's most afraid of bugs. Alright big brother, my name is Mu Xiangling. What's your name? Mu Xiangling tilted her head curiously and asked Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong replied, I'm Yu Zhong. Oh, so it's Yu Zhong Gij. Mu Xiangling and Yu Zhong came to the small alley, when she suddenly leapt into Yu Zhong's embrace, and used those huge round eyes of hers to look at Yu Zhong, her face an expression of shyness as she spoke. Yu Zhong Gij. Shiyu likes Yu Zhong Gij. Yu Zhong Gij. You must like Shiyu too right? Mu Xiangling had pounced into Yu Zhong's embrace, and her hands reaching for Yu Zhong's zip with practiced ease. What's going on? Yu Zhong was filled with questions. He had not sensed any killing intent from Mu Xiangling, and he was questioning himself if had suddenly become heaven-defyingly handsome, as why would there be a random lowly that just pounced on him? Star. Just as Yu Zhong was at a loss, Mu Xiangling pulled out a handphone and quickly took a picture of them, before leaping off his body, and her face instantly changed to one of disgust, spitting, It's enough now. Perverted lolicon. You can get up. A 100 gene ration ticket. Give me that and I'll forego this matter, otherwise I'll go develop this picture and start handing it out. You will be scorned by the people here and will never have a place in society again. Even the police will keep looking for you. Mu Xiangling spoke with scorn, a 100 gene ration ticket in exchange for a secure position in society. It's a decent bargain. You'd better not think about using force to snatch my phone away. On the other end of this street, there's a police post. If I were to scream out now and then tear my clothes, you will become a pervert who tried to rape a child. Although there are many useless bums at the police post, there are a few decent ones there. I'm sure you don't want to be caught. The moment you're caught, you're dead meat. Blackmail? Hearing those words, Yu Zhong finally understood what had happened to him. He was tricked into an extortion scam by this shrewd little lowly. Yu Zhong glanced coolly at the lowly who had seemingly become a different person, as his expression turned black, asking, Seeing how smooth you were, you must have done this countless times. Mu Xiangling's eyes flashed with anger as she used a tone that belied her age and she spat out, Men are all perverted creatures. Treat them a little nicely, and their true colors are shown. They even feel good about themselves. You really think you're the reincarnation of Panin? Wake up. The heavens would not drop freebies for the likes of you. Hand up the 100 gene ration ticket obediently, and I will delete the photo in front of you. I've always conducted my business properly. Who would have thought that I would be schooled by a little lowly? However, Mu Xiangling, you seem to have gotten something wrong. About who's the hunter, and who's the hunted? Yu Zhong stared at Mu Xiangling as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his art of fear. The tyrannical spirit attack launched at Mu Xiangling, and she was instantly enveloped in a terrifying illusion, as her body froze in terror, so much so that she could not move. Although she could see what happened to her, her body had no way of responding. Yu Zhong casually retrieved the handphone from Mu Xiangling's hands and deleted the photo, before stuffing it back into her hands and deactivating the skill. So you're a high-level enhancer. The moment Mu Xiangling was pulled out of the illusion, she muttered with dejection. Enhancers were powerful existences. Mu Xiangling was an ordinary human, and had no way of retaliating. That's right. I'm a high-level enhancer. Yu Zhong chuckled lightly, and in a wave Mu Xiangling's handphone had appeared back in his hands. In that second he had easily snatched her phone right in front of her. Yu Zhong reached out and pinched her cheek before giving her 3 candies and a 20 gene ration ticket. Brat. Don't do such things in the future. Not everyone is reasonable like me. If you had really met those strong perverts, you would not be able to do anything in front of them. This is for you. Go home and lead a proper life. After this, Yu Zhong turned around to leave the alley. Everyone had their own principles and way of life, and while he had stopped her once, he could not stop her every time. There were many things he had to do and could not waste time on a random lowly he had just met. Chapter 396, It's a Deal. Book 3, The South. Wait up. Mu Xiangling ran up to Yu Zhong, and opened her arms wide to block Yu Zhong's path again. Yu Zhong cocked his eyebrows and drawled, "Little rascal. Don't ask for a yard when given an inch." Asterisk. Mu Xiangling looked at Yu Zhong with those huge beautiful eyes of hers as a complicated gleam flashed in her gaze. "Yu Zhong, since you're a high-level enhancer, you must have the capability and you must be rich, right?" Regardless of where or what faction, high-level enhancers led very decent lives. This was common knowledge, and any faction would do well to win enhancers over to their side. This was simply because enhancers possessed incredible combat power, be it hunting zombies, mutant beasts or killing other humans, they were considered experts. A powerful enhancer with tyrannical strength could easily change the flow of a battle. Yu Zhong nodded, "That's right." Mu Xiangling stared fixedly at Yu Zhong, and in a serious tone that did not match her age, "Then please buy me. I'm pretty and am still a virgin. I can cook, wash, shop for groceries, manage your books, whatever. As long as you buy me once I'm older, I can become your woman, no questions asked. If you really can't wait, you can have me now. Even if you want to give me away as a present once you buy me, it's fine as well. You want me to be a doll, I'll be a doll. Whatever ways you want to play with me, it's all doable. As long as you can offer a good enough price." Yu Zhong returned her stare and asked slowly, "What is the price to buy you then?" Mu Xiangling did possess extraordinary looks, and when she grows up in the future, it was very possible that she could be on the same level of beauty as Guiyu or Qin Yao. Yu Zhong could be considered the leader of over a few 10,000s of survivors over at Guangxi, and the only beautiful lowly that he had come across was that Ning Ruozi, who was extremely adept at acting cute to gain his favor. As long as it was a reasonable price, he was willing to buy over this girl. "Follow me." Mu Xiangling immediately turned around and walked away. The moment she left the dark alleyway, she quickly raised her hand to tousle her hair, and then randomly grabbed some dirt off the ground to smear across herself. In just a few motions, an originally cute and pretty little girl transformed into a dirty and unbecoming little beggar. Regardless of how beautiful a person can be, a messy and dirty appearance would belie her true appearance. Such a disguise was simple and crude but extremely effective. Yu Zhong observed her silently. It was obvious that this little lowly knew how to protect herself, and had plenty of experience in surviving in this society. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong, she might have gotten yet away with another day's haul. After her quick transformation into a little beggar, she brought Yu Zhong through random streets, before arriving at a dilapidated slum area, where the water was downright murky and rancid, and a horrible stench was present everywhere. After tunneling about the different complicated alleys, Mu Xiangling and Yu Zhong arrived at an extremely run-down old room, as she pulled out a key to open the door. The moment the door was pushed open, a strong medicinal scent wafted from within the house. Yu Zhong looked towards the direction of the smell, and saw a woman whose entire face looked swollen, her original features indistinguishable, and her body wrapped in blankets as she laid on a small bed. "Mom, I'm back. Wait for a moment, I'll go prepare medicine for you." Mu Xiangling walked to the woman, and got a cup of water as she fed her gently, before walking into the kitchen and started making medicine again. Yu Zhong looked at the bedridden woman, who could not even make a sound, and could roughly guess the price of buying Mu Xiangling. He looked about the room. In the room there was practically nothing, just a small desk, a bed and 2 chairs. On the small desk there were a few middle-grade books placed neatly. Although the house was sparse, it was tidy and clean. Everything inside seemed to be free of dust, and it could be seen that the little master of this house was efficient at cleaning. Hardworking, gentle, dedicated, efficient, tidy, these were the qualities Yu Zhong noted about Mu Xiangling just by taking in his surroundings. These, as well as the earlier act of pretending to be cute, trying to trick him, as well as her street smart. After brewing the medicine, Mu Xiangling fed her mother with great care, before changing her adult diapers. She washed some clothes and wiped down her body as she then fed her porridge. Mu Xiangling bustled about for an entire hour, before heaving a sigh of relief, and bit into a biscuit as she sat beside Yu Zhong. Mu Xiangling looked at Yu Zhong as she maintained her serious tone and said, "As long as you can treat my mum's illness and leave her with 30 tons ration tickets, I will be yours. I know that the 30 tons amount is not little, as you can easily get a woman outside with just a 100 gene ration ticket. However, I'm pretty and young as well as a virgin. I'm great with household chores and am athletic. Such a great bargain for 30 tons rations. As long as you can buy me, I will listen to you only. Even if you wanted to kill me, I'd have no complaints. Will this do? Yu Zhong looked at Mu Xiangling, who had been promoting herself non-stop. 30 tons of rations is not an issue. However, I'm not a doctor, and I have no confidence of healing her entirely. Furthermore, you have not told me what's wrong with her. 30 tons of food wasn't something difficult for Yu Zhong to obtain. As long as he went to the second state of Xinjiang and exchanged some system equipment, he could easily get the 30 tons. However, the main thing was that he wasn't a doctor, and he had no confidence of healing Mu Xiangling's mother. It did not seem to be an external injury for Mu Xiangling's mother, and hence, the life-saving grass which was effective for external wounds would not help her. Mu Xiangling's eyes turned red as tears started to drip on the ground. She thought back to the events that had happened at the start of the apocalypse, and started crying. I heard the doctor saying that Mum's illness is due to a problem with her immunity. She could not defend against the various bugs and bacteria in the air, and hence she had become like that. It's all because of me. Mum had passed everything good to me to eat, and she didn't eat anything. That must be the reason for the problems in her immunity. It's all my fault. My fault. Yu Zhong frowned and assessed the situation silently to himself. Problems with immunity? Then items that enhance or strengthen the body should be able to correct the immunity problem, probably? In Yu Zhong's possessions, there were currently 2 incredible treasures that can greatly enhance a person's constitution. One was the snake birth fruit juice, that could directly cause a person to become an evolver, and the other was the Oming version 1, made from the blood essence, brain cells, and the rare mutant plants. These 2 were equally precious, and Yu Zhong would usually only gift those subordinates who pledged steadfast loyalty to him. Yu Zhong was also human, and he hesitated a while, seeing that the solution to the problem was expending either of his precious items on a woman he had just seen for the first time. Other than that, there was the crucial point, which was, it was just Yu Zhong's assessment. If any of those 2 items were to have no effect on the poor woman, then not only would he lose 2 valuable liquids, but even Mu Xiangling would not be his. It was truly a gamble. Mu Xiangling was intelligent and perceptive. She could feel Yu Zhong's hesitation, as she pounced into his arms and cried pitifully while begging, Yu Zhong Gij. Please save my mum. You must have a way, right? You're so strong, you definitely must have a way, right? I do have something. It can allow an ordinary person to instantly become an evolver. This treasure may heal your mum and can transform her into an evolver. Or it could have no effect, and your mum might not even be able to withstand the effects of it and die. I'm not a doctor, and I have no means of ascertaining if this thing of mine is able to help your mum. The decision to use it lies on you. Yu Zhong flipped his hand, and a vial of the snake birth fruit juice appeared in his hands. He looked at Mu Xiangling and said indifferently, Little brat. I'm not a philanthropist. This is after all a precious resource that can evolve a person. You know how valuable this is? Its value exceeds even 1,000 tons of rations. The moment you decide to use this, regardless of the result, you are mine. As for your mum, if she does survive this, she is to become my subordinate and fight for me. If you don't agree, I won't force you. You can go find other people to buy you. Evolver. Mu Xiangling heard this and the words shook her heart. She had heard from accounts of other people, that evolvers were the favored children of heaven, and their combat power was way over ordinary enhancers. The moment a single evolver appeared, many factions would clamor to curry favor and provide resources, just to raise a single evolver. Of the 900,000 people in Gilan City, the naturally awakened evolvers were less than 100, each and every single one of them were famous experts. Even Mu Xiangling, who belonged to the lowest caste of society, had heard of their miracles. Ordinary people wished to become enhancers, while enhancers wished to become evolvers. A naturally awaked evolver happened at the odds of 1:10,000. Of course, some places had more while other places had less. The more humans there were, the chances of an evolver happening is more likely. The moment Mu Xiangling heard that her mother could become an evolver, she became excited. However, she held herself in check and thought carefully. The medicine in Yu Zhong's hand had no guarantee of saving her mother, and she became conflicted again. Mu Xiangling looked at the snake birth fruit juice in Yu Zhong's hands, and hesitated a moment, before gritting her teeth and reaching out with her palm. I'm yours. Mu Xiangling took the vial of snake birth fruit juice and opened it up, as she stuck out her small pink tongue to taste the liquid. The moment that little drop of snake birth fruit juice entered her body, It transformed into a hot wave of energy and circulated within her body. Congratulations! You have gained an enhancement of 1 point in spirit. A system notification suddenly resounded within Mu Xiangling's mind. This is a true treasure. He did not lie to me. Mu Xiangling finally let go of the concerns in her heart, and poured the contents of the glass vial into her mother's mouth. As the snake birth fruit juice entered the body of Mu Xiangling's mother, it began its tyrannical body-changing transformation, rapidly altering every single part of her body. She started to ooze huge amounts of perspiration, foul blood, impurities, and an unbearable stench started to emit from her. At the same time, her swollen face was flushed red as she opened her mouth to gasp for air. What's going on? Mu Xiangling was horrified at her mother's condition, and grabbed Yu Zhong's hands as she stared at Yu Zhong furiously. Her mother, who was most important to her, had suddenly entered into a life-threatening condition, and she was enraged, to the point that she forgot Yu Zhong was an existence that she could not possibly stand up to. Yu Zhong replied, "Not to worry. One day after taking in the contents of that, she will run a fever for a day. If she can resist, then her body will regain its health and she would become an evolver. You stay here and look after her. I will station someone to guard the place. White Bones, come out." There was suddenly a distortion in space as a hole appeared, and White Bones walked out of that hole and proceeded to stand quietly in the middle of the house and stare coldly at Mu Xiangling. Mu Xiangling's mind churned as she saw through Yu Zhong's intentions. You don't have to do this. Since I've agreed to be your doll, I definitely will not renege on my promise. Of course you can watch over me, that is your choice, master. Yu Zhong replied, all right. Just stay here and look after your mother. I'm leaving. Tomorrow this time I'll come for you guys. Mu Xiangling did not turn to look at him as she focused only on caring for her mother and replied, N. Yu Zhong left the dilapidated slums in huge strides, and went back towards the direction of the second street of Xinyang again. There was a huge exchange of system items after all, and he had plenty of equipment gained from the bodies of his enemies, and he could perhaps use this chance to exchange them for a few skill books or appropriate equipment. The countless scattered eyes for the Green Bamboo gang noticed Yu Zhong, and one of them hurried to a tea house nearby. Pretty soon, a large group gathered under the banner of the Green Bamboo gang followed the lead of a huge man, who was roughly 1.7 m tall, dressed in a black cloak and a huge sword hung at his waist. There was a scar on his otherwise handsome face, and his eyes shone with an intelligent light. He was roughly 19-20, and he walked to block Yu Zhong's path. The small hooligan from Green Bamboo gang pointed at Yu Zhong and said loudly, "It's him! Court leader Hu, it's him! It's you!" The young man saw Yu Zhong and was taken aback before his eyes lit up in delight. Chapter 397, A Reunion of Brothers. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong looked at that court leader Hu and chuckled, "Who would have thought that we would meet like this? Little leopard." The court leader Hu guffawed as his pupils shrunk, and a strong fighting intent billowed out of him, and he pulled out his huge sword from his waist, and shot towards Yu Zhong like a meteor. "Haha! It truly is amazing. Take my strike." Yu Zhong instantly pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and raised it to meet court leader Hu's strike. His 6x strength exploded out, and the clash between the two weapons resulted in a huge grating noise. Yu Zhong was sent one step back, while court leader Hu took 2 steps. It was obvious that in a contest of strength, Yu Zhong had won. "Ah! You truly have become even more powerful. However, with just this little bit of ability, you're not my match." Court leader Hu laughed and stepped forwards. The blade in his hand suddenly exploded with twice the speed, and his strike had a wind force that struck towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's pupils retracted, and his 11x agility exploded out. The crocodile tooth saw blade in his hand turned into a quick flash, meeting the strikes from court leader Hu blow for blow. In just a few moments, 100 blows had been exchanged between the two, and sparks continuously flew from the clash. So powerful. The surrounding enhancers that had come to watch were all shocked in their hearts. Most of them were close combat specialists, and not even 10 of them could withstand any one strike from either Yu Zhong or court leader Hu. After over 100 exchanges, both parties drew back and smiled at each other before sheathing their weapons. Green Scorpion saw that things were taking an unpleasant turn, and hurried to Court Leader Hu and pleaded, "Court Leader Hu. He's an enemy of our Green Bamboo gang. 10 over brothers have been crippled by him. You must seek redress for us." Court Leader Hu's facial expression immediately froze, and he lashed out with a furious kick, sending Green Scorpion flying back 7 to 8 meters. "Redress your mum. He's my big brother. You dare offend my big brother. If he didn't chop off your arms, I would have been the one to do it. Scram to one side, filth. Hui, you dare act against us just for an outsider. Do you still want to be a court leader? Go chop him apart now and I'll ignore whatever happened today." At this time, a normal-looking young man with shifty eyes stepped forwards. A dozen Green Bamboo members moved forward behind him as he barked at Hui. Green Scorpion hurriedly crawled to the feet of the newcomer and cried, "Court Leader Sheng." Hui not only protected the outsider, he also lashed out at us from the Green Bamboo. "We seek Court Leader Sheng to help us clean up the murk of the gang." Hui looked at Sheng Kishi and barked, "Sheng Kishi, this daddy doesn't need your guidance in my matters. You're still lacking if you want to strip me of my authority. Nah, you know what? Why don't we settle it here? Whomever kills whomever will not need to bear responsibility. Do you dare? Little bastard." Sheng Kishi was enraged as he led his men away. "Hui, bastard. Don't think just because the leader values you, you can do however you like. You better watch out. Today's matters, I won't let it go just like that. Let's go." Hui spat at Sheng Kishi, "Pay. Little bastard. If it wasn't for your big bad daddy based on your abilities, how could you become a court leader?" He then turned to Yu Zhong and laughed, "Brother, let us go have a drink." Yu Zhong chuckled lightly, "I don't drink." "Then a fruit juice should be fine, right? Come on. My treat." Hui laughed out and pulled Yu Zhong towards a lavish-looking nightclub. Currently it was still daytime, but those nightclubs would still be operating, their neon lights flickering without stop, and on the dance floors, there were dozens of hot babes and dashing young men wearing revealing clothes as they gyrated provocatively. A roughly 30-year-old lady pimp with a lingering charm and heavy makeup walked towards Hui and teased, "Boss Hu, you actually came to grace us with your presence. This is an honor. Who is this?" Hui looked at the lady pimp warily and said, "This is my big bro. Go find some pretty and clean young girls and fetch them over. Don't bring some used goods to spoil this daddy's mood, otherwise I might just slash you." "Yes. Yes." The lady pimp was frightened and hurriedly retreated. The moment the lady pimp left the room, there was only Yu Zhong and Hui left. Yu Zhong glanced at Hui and spoke slowly, "Little leopard, you've changed a lot. All those years back, Hui was a coward who had been following Yu Zhong, now he had become part of the underground and was even a person of power. His mannerism, his speech, all held thick traces of his underground links, calling out this daddy here and there, even going as far as to threaten others." Hui looked at Yu Zhong and chuckled, "Bro. If we are to continue living in this world, how can we not change? Aren't you the same, bro?" Yu Zhong turned silent for a long while as he sighed and nodded, "It's true. I've changed plenty." In just a short year, Yu Zhong had morphed from a simple university student into a decisive killing machine with a heart of stone that showed no mercy to his enemies. His change could be considered the biggest of all. Hui's eyes sparkled as he reminisced, "I'm always thinking about the past and the years that we good brothers spent together. Although now when we look back, our actions seem childish and flippant, even rebellious. But it was the happiest moments of my life." Back then Yu Zhong, Qiyang, Hui and a few others had banded together as they fought others, played truant, confessed to girls, and done a whole bunch of stuff to impress those very same girls. They had even fought for them before. In the eyes of the teachers and their parents, other than Qiyang, whose grades were considered decent, amongst the top 20 of the school, the rest of them were just barely scraping by. Only when they reached their secondary 3 days asterisk, due to a personal matter and Yu Zhong having suffered a blow, did he finally focus on his studies and manage to get into university. After their final examinations, due to the different paths in life, these band of brothers were forcefully separated, and they could only get together again during their holidays. Yu Zhong's eyes glazed over with a slight longing for the past as well as he asked Hui, "Huang Ziming, Qinli, Xiamanji, Lin Zixin, did you manage to discover their whereabouts?" A hint of anguish appeared in Hui's eyes as he muttered, "Huang Ziming's dead. I saw him turn into a zombie during the onset of the apocalypse. Qinli is in Yanjing, Xiamanji is in Shanghai and Li Zixin is in Nanjing. As to their current situation, I'm unsure. As for their family members, I've searched around in Guilin City. Only Uncle Qin is still alive, but he's already gone mad. In this apocalyptic world, other than the top government officials or military officers, ordinary citizens led very hard lives. After all, the army, armed patrol and police officers were the first line of defense for the various human settlements. Actually, it wasn't all that surprising. Even for Yu Zhong's establishments in times of crisis, his troops would attend to him and his subordinates first. Since time immemorial, there was not a single case where there was a deviant in terms of practices. That was why, even up to today, there would be a countless struggle for riches and power, because with riches and power, there would be privileges. Yu Zhong hesitated before asking the tough question, what about Qi Yang's parents? Qi Yang was not only Yu Zhong's closest buddy, but also the second in command that he trusted fully, and he hoped that there were good news for him. Hui hesitated himself before replying slowly, I've searched the entire Guilin city. There is no news about his parents. I'm afraid they might already be dead. In the nearby vicinity, only Guilin city had some form of stability. If there was no news in Guilin city, then the chances of getting any news in the surrounding villages would be even lesser, almost zero. Yu Zhong became somber. The fact that he could reunite with his parents was a huge blessing in itself. He could not possibly hope to find out the whereabouts of Qi Yang's parents as well. At this time, the lady pimp came back into the private room as she revealed a teasing smile at Hui. Boss Hu, these are some new goods we just recently obtained. They are definitely untouched. Take a look. Who would suit your tastes? 6 ladies who were on the skinny side and had sallow faces stood beside the lady pimp. There was nothing too attractive about them. Hui laughed. Bro, you choose first. Yu Zhong eyed the 6 of them and declined. There's no need. Hui glanced at the 6 women and grinned before waving his hands in a boss-like manner towards the lady pimp. Right? They're all subpar. Comparable to those cronies you have outside. You're all dismissed. Don't ruin the mood for us. Yes, boss. The lady pimp replied and hurriedly led the 6 women away from here. There's not a single good lady here. While there are a few good-looking ones, they've all been toyed with countless times already. I know you don't like those, so I didn't call them over. Hui explained to Yu Zhong as he looked towards the dance floor and grinned at Yu Zhong. Bro, wanna head over there and have some fun? Those chicks are not bad, they're hot and can really dance. Whoever catches your eye, just let me know. This is my turf. As long as I say the word, they would definitely abide by your wishes. Yu Zhong glanced at the dance floor before furrowing his brows, and looked at Hui and became stern. Little leopard, is fooling about with women all you can think about nowadays? If you continue to be like this, how are you different from those underground hooligans and scum? Hui glanced at Yu Zhong and laughed bitterly. Brother, your words are truly unpleasant. Am I not a hooligan, a scum of the street already? Chapter 398, Gao Mingho. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong became silent again before sighing lightly. Hui had joined the Green Bamboo Gang and was conferred the court leader status. From a moral standpoint, he could be considered as a huge hooligan, a degenerate. Yu Zhong looked at Hui and said, Give me the details about the strength of the Green Bamboo Gang. Hui became alarmed as he looked at Yu Zhong and asked slowly, Bro, what are you thinking of doing? Yu Zhong's pupils shrunk and he stared fixedly at Hui. I want to destroy Green Bamboo Gang. Are you going to help me or going against me? Yu Zhong had been best friends with Hui, Qiyang and the rest, but the human heart was susceptible to change. He was not sure how much of a bond still existed between this best friend from those years ago and him. Hui looked at Yu Zhong in a grieved manner and said, Bro, the leader of Green Bamboo Gang Gao Mingho is my benefactor. I can't betray him. If you really want to destroy the Green Bamboo Gang, I can only choose not to help either sides. And don't tell me what you're about to do. Even if you succeed, all I ask is for you to spare Gao Mingho's life. Hui had exchanged blows with Yu Zhong and could tell Yu Zhong's prowess. He had known Yu Zhong for so many years, and knew that underneath that calm and collected exterior, there was a bloodthirsty nature. Back then there were a few seniors who had spoken out of line and made Qinli cry. Yu Zhong had then snuck into the hostel that very night, and used his fists to pummel the head of that senior, causing him to be hospitalized and required 3 stitches. If it wasn't for Qin Li's dad and his connections, Yu Zhong could have been expelled for his violent behavior then. Yu Zhong looked at Hu Yi and assured him with a smile, "Fine. I'll promise you that. If I do exterminate the Green Bamboo Gang, I will leave Gao Mingho alone." Yu Zhong knew that Hu Yi was extremely loyal, and when they had fought in group fights in the past, while he was trembling for fear without a word from Yu Zhong, Hu Yi had never ran away on his own before. Gratitude must be repaid and vengeance must be carried out. This was the sort of man that Yu Zhong befriended and valued. He would naturally not make things difficult for this brother of his. Hu Yi heaved a sigh of relief and offered, "Bro, it's not like the enmity is beyond salvageable. Why not let me mediate between both sides?" On one side there was his brother for life, on the other was the boss that had trusted him and given him a new lease of life after the apocalypse. Hu Yi wasn't willing to let these two come to a clash. Yu Zhong looked at Hu Yi and replied with a proposition of his own, "That's fine. On account that it's you, I'm willing to take a step back. Oh yeah, little leopard, you wanna come over to my side and help me? I have a base at Hunan, with over 100,000 survivors and a regiment of troops. If you come over now and earn some merits, I can give you a good position." Although Hu Yi had picked up the bad habits of the underground, he was still someone Yu Zhong could trust. If he came over, as long as he performed, Yu Zhong would reward him accordingly. Hu Yi became excited. 100,000 survivors. Amazing. You never disappoint, brother. But I'm currently still indebted to Gao Mingho and can't go over there in the short term. Once I've performed enough, I will definitely join you. Yu Zhong did not press the matter further and directly gave him a snake birth fruit juice and Ming version 1, saying, "Suit yourself. The one of the left can help a person become an evolver. However, when you consume it, you will be incapacitated for a day. Find a quiet place to drink it, keep the location secret. Or get someone to keep watch over you. The one on the right can help evolve any skill of an enhancer above level 30 into a second-order skill. Drinking it also causes an entire day's worth of discomfort. You handle it yourself." Hu Yi received the 2 precious medicine and laughed, directly consuming the snake birth fruit juice. "Thanks, bro. I knew bro would not neglect me. With these 2 babies, I'm invincible. Bro, I'd have to trouble you to protect me." The moment the contents entered his abdomen, it transformed into a hot surge of energy and circulated within Hu Yi's body, causing him to pass out and burn with a fever. Yu Zhong looked at the unconscious Hu Yi and laughed bitterly, before hoisting him up onto his back and left the nightclub. Yu Zhong carried Hu Yi back to his own place, and when Ningli saw it, she frowned. "Yu Zhong, isn't that Hu Yi? He's a member of that Green Bamboo Gang. They are not decent people, don't follow suit." Yu Ming had just arrived home as well. He glanced at the unconscious Hu Yi and said solemnly, "Lay him in the room first, then we'll talk." Yu Zhong then proceeded to drop Hu Yi in his room, before coming out to the living room and sat down. Yu Ming spoke seriously, "There's sense in your mum's words, but they're not entirely correct. You and Hu Yi can be considered to be childhood friends. However, under no circumstances should you join that underground group. Joining those groups will ruin your future." Yu Ming had a very traditional mindset, and viewed those gangs with contempt, and would definitely not allow his own child to join those places. Yu Zhong nodded, "I got it." Yu Zhong was not planning on joining the triads. In fact, if they weren't smart enough to get the hint, he didn't mind exterminating them. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong had just stepped out of his home. A suave-looking young man of about 27-28, dressed entirely in white, sporting a short hairdo and eyes filled with intellect, walked up to Yu Zhong. He smiled and said, "How do you do, Yu Zhong? I'm Gao Mingho." Yu Zhong returned the greeting as he looked at the handsome man, his eyes narrowing. "Hey, Yu Zhong here." Gao Mingho gestured to one side and asked, "Is it okay if I have a moment of your time?" Yu Zhong nodded and followed Gao Mingho towards a small stall, and they sat down. Gao Mingho eyed Yu Zhong as he smiled with a vibrant charm. "Yesterday's matters. I need to give an answer to my men." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed and he replied indifferently, "So are you here to kill me?" In this world, human life was cheap. Someone could lose his life over the simplest bun. Not to mention for the sake of resolving a conflict. Gao Mingho smiled. You and Hui are good friends. He is my most trusted subordinate. I don't want to make things difficult for him. But at the same time I need to seek some redress for my men. Why not join us? As long as you perform some merit, I'll handle Green Scorpion and the rest. Yu Zhong glanced at Gao Mingho and directly declined. No way. I will not join the Green Bamboo Gang. Gao Mingho frowned a little, and things might be a little difficult then. However, he soon smiled and said, oh right, our Green Bamboo Gang just discovered a Type 3 mutant beast. We're preparing to go deal with it. Yu Zhong, if you're willing to lend us a hand, all the matters will be considered solved. Also, you won't be working for free, we'll offer the necessary compensation. How about it? Type 3 mutant beast. The Green Bamboo Gang actually dares to face a Type 3 mutant beast. Their guts are sure something. When he heard this news, Yu Zhong was shaken and he took a careful look at Gao Mingho, his pupils shrinking. A Type 2 mutant beast was fearsome enough, and the hides of Type 2 mutant beasts were enough to withstand even the rounds from 25mm cannons. As strong as Yu Zhong is, he had no confidence that he could deal with a Type 3 all by himself. Yu Zhong thought carefully before agreeing. Sure. I'm in. But I want a share of the blood essence, the beast meat, brain matter and nuclei from the Type 3 mutant beast. Gao Mingho shook his head and rejected. The blood essence is ours. Other than that, the hide, bones, blood and meat are ours as well. However, if you contribute more strength, then we can share the hide, bones, blood and meat with you. Great. Yu Zhong immediately agreed with the suggestion. He had seen a number of Type 2 mutant beasts already, but as for a Type 3 he had only seen one once, and it had teleported him to Vietnam. He did want to hunt a Type 3 with these people. It's a deal then. 4 days later I'll send someone to notify you. Gao Mingho chuckled and stood up to leave. Yu Zhong thought silently to himself, seems like I need to reconsider my plans for the Green Bamboo Gang. After a while, Yu Zhong managed to find his back to Mu Xiangling's place. At this time on the bed, there was a beautiful housewife of about 27-28 who was lying, her hair black and lush, her skin shining with a luster and her features exquisite. In front of that housewife, Mu Xiangling was gripping her hand tightly, not letting go. Mr. Yu Zhong, you're here. How are you? I'm Jianghu, I'm Xiangling's mother. The housewife saw Yu Zhong and struggled to get up as she looked straight at Yu Zhong, her eyes showing a resolute gaze. I've heard everything between you and Xiangling yesterday. Please let Xiangling go. She's still young. Yu Zhong's pupils shrunk and his tone became incredibly cold. You guys are trying to renege on the deal. At that instant, 2 sharp bone blades extended out from White Bone's body, and in an instant, the blades appeared at the necks of the mother-daughter pair. With a single order from Yu Zhong, it would immediately decapitate the two of them. Yu Zhong stared coldly at Jianghu, saying, Miss Jianghu, I gave your daughter the choice yesterday. At that point she had the option to decline. Now you guys have used my evolving medicine and want to back out. I'm sorry then, even if it's a waste, you guys will have to die. You wasted my damn medicine. Chapter 399, Level 5 Skill Divine Speed. Book 3 The South. If Yu Zhong was to just toss his precious snake birth fruit juice that could easily evolve a person outside, it would cause a mayhem. Such an important resource was used up, and now Yu Zhong was about to gain nothing from its expenditure. His anger naturally hit the roof. Mu Xiangling cried out shrilly as she ignored the incredibly sharp bone blade, while staring fixedly at Yu Zhong and pleaded, No! Don't harm my mum. Yu Zhonggij, don't hurt my mum. I didn't renege on the promise. I'm not going back on my word. I will be your doll, just please. Don't hurt my mum. Jianghu looked at Yu Zhong with a clear expression, and she did not panic in the face of danger. Instead, she spoke clearly, Mr. Yu Zhong, I'm not saying that we will go back on our word. My meaning is, I'm willing to replace Xiangling to be your toy. Whatever your command, I will not disobey. It's just that Xiangling is currently still too young. I implore you to be patient for a few more years, let her grow up before becoming of service to you. Yu Zhong looked back at her, seeing that she was resolute and clear about her decision. He waved his hands and white bones retracted its sharp bone blades. Yu Zhong then directly asked Jiaro, I had initially agreed to help her because she was intelligent and filial. She would become a capable person in the future. Your worries are unfounded as I have no shortage of women. You should be an evolver now, tell me your attributes and awakened abilities. Jiaro heaved a sigh of relief inwardly, although she had portrayed a calm exterior, she was truly terrified in her heart. After evolving, her senses had become more acute, and she could tell that Yu Zhong was genuinely about to kill them earlier. This man in front of her was obviously resolute and decisive, even ruthless, if he had to be. I'm an agility-based evolver. Strength, 8 agility, 25 vitality, 9 stamina, 8 spirit, 11 endurance, 10. I have awoken the second order level 5 skill, Divine Speed. Second order level 5 skill, Divine Speed. The skill is a mutation of the second order level 4 high-speed movement skill. Activation requires 20 stamina, increasing agility by 120 points. Upon activation, stamina would decrease by 5 points every second. Enhancing this skill requires 3 skill points. When Yu Zhong heard this, his face couldn't help but change and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. What? Second order level 5 skill. When most ordinary people administer the snake birth fruit juice, they would awaken an ability. Most of the time it was a level 3 or level 2 skill. Jiaro was the only person Yu Zhong had encountered, who had actually awoken a second order level 5 skill. What? Could it be because of that illness? Yu Zhong was wondering about the possibilities as he celebrated inwardly. This sort of miraculous mutation, it could either be Jiaro was a true genius, or that the illness she was suffering from had a beneficial effect when interacting with the snake birth fruit juice. Regardless of the truth, Jiaro had become an abnormally strong expert. Once she had enough stamina to use this overpowered ability, her speed would easily overtake Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong stared at Jiaro and spoke solemnly, very good. Jiaro, from now on you're my subordinate. From today you will have to fight for me with your life. Are you willing? Jiaro immediately got down from the bed as she got down on one knee, announcing her loyalty. Master, from today onwards Jiaro is your slave. Whatever your orders, I will definitely carry them out without bargain or complain. Jiaro wished to use her own loyalty and diligence to protect her precious daughter. Mu Xiangling panicked and hugged Jiaro as she pleaded with Yu Zhong, Mama, don't be like this. Yu Zhong Gij, on account of our previous transaction, my mum will only be your subordinate. I'm your doll and toy. My mum is not your slave at all. Jiaro's brows creased as her face fell and she reprimanded, Xiangling, be obedient, otherwise I'll get angry. When Mu Xiangling was lectured by Jiaro like this, she became obedient. She had always been respectful, fearful yet loving of her mother. She had ignored all threats to herself and wasn't afraid of someone as strong as Yu Zhong, but the moment Jiaro's temper switched, Mu Xiangling would become like a docile kitten. Yu Zhong looked at Jiaro and reassured her, Jiaro, there's no need for this. Your ability and potential is high, so I hope to mold you into a powerful general under my command in the future. As long as you work hard and stay loyal to me, I will not harm you nor Xiangling. Jiaro's latent potential was truly strong, and once she grew, her speed would become the best amongst the top warriors under Yu Zhong's command. Yu Zhong also hoped for this strong evolver to continue fighting for him with her heart, instead of being antagonistic. Jiaro was still gentle, yet firm, yes, master. Yu Zhong saw the Jiaro was set on being like this, and decided not to press the issue, instead taking out a bunch of mostly basic agility-based system equipment. Yu Zhong gifted them to her, saying, these are all god and devil equipment. You are to wear them and take them off as little as possible. Equipment was always of utmost import *1 to a warrior, and a good set of equipment could boost the combat ability of any otherwise mediocre warrior. If Yu Zhong was to remove everything he wore on his person, his combat ability would decrease by more than half. Thank you, master, for your gifts. Jiaro received the equipment graciously and immediately wore them. After equipping the gear, she could feel herself becoming exponentially stronger than before. Mu Xiangling saw her mother putting on those equipment, and ran up to Yu Zhong rather enviously. She used her huge eyes to look at Yu Zhong, while hugging one of his arms and pouting, Biased. You Zhonggid, you're biased. How can you give only Mum the good stuff? Where's mine? Every single piece of equipment was traded in tons on the market. Mu Xiangling was like a Scrooge whose eyes lit up at the sight of these equipment, and wanted them for herself as well. Asterisk 2. Yu Zhong pinched her tiny nose and chuckled, "You're also not going to be on the front lines, what would you do with them?" Mu Xiangling slapped his hands away and crunched up her face, "Don't pinch my nose. I'll become ugly if you do that." Mu Xiangling was intelligent and could tell that after his anger had subsided, Yu Zhong was actually very easygoing and warm, and dared to tease and openly laugh together with him. Jiaro looked at her only daughter lovingly. Her daughter was her pride and joy, and was her sole raison d'etre now. Asterisk 3. She would do whatever it takes for Mu Xiangling. Yu Zhong eyed the room and said, "This place is not suitable for living. Follow me." Although this room was kept clean by the little girl, and was simple, Yu Zhong wanted to gather his subordinates together in case they were ambushed by enemies. Jiaro and her daughter had to leave here. They were quick to catch on and hurriedly packed up their simple belongings. Taking one last longing look at their home, they then followed Yu Zhong to leave. Yu Zhong brought Jiaro and Mu Xiangling, as he followed some markings towards a small road and finally came to an apartment. Boss. Within the room, the 30-plus experts that Yu Zhong had brought from Tianxin district stood up and greeted him. Yu Zhong had agreed that upon entry into Guilin City, they were to call him boss. They're all experts. Jiaro looked at the 30-something total warriors, and could feel the intense aura and fighting intent emitting from them. After becoming an evolver, Jiaro had become much more perceptive. Mu Xiangling looked at the warrior and piped in sweetly, "Fellow big brothers. Hi. I'm Mu Xiangling." Bai Shaoxing looked at the pretty Mu Xiangling with her ponytail and his eyes widened in shock. "Boss? Where did you get such a high-quality loli? Don't tell me you really are." Yu Zhong shot Bai Shaoxing a withering look, and Bai Shaoxing trembled, the word "Lulikan" dying in his throat. He was not an idiot and did not want to infuriate Yu Zhong over this little matter. Ning Yusin stood to one side as she gazed at the mother-daughter pair quietly, her eyes gleaming with a complicated light. The rest of the warriors looked at them curiously, before directing their gazes back to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong gathered everyone before asking directly, "We've already entered Guilin City. As for the next step, I would like to hear everybody's opinions." In Kaishan immediately piped up, "Boss, it's not looking too good. There are too many people here, and Du Shanxiong's forces are everywhere sadly. Setting our forces side by side, we paled too much in comparison." Guilin City was considered huge, and in terms of fighting experience and combat power, they were more than the forces of Beimingyang back in Tianxin district. Even the Heaven sect would have been wiped out facing Du Shanxiong's army. Yu Zhong had only brought 30-plus of them here. Even if every one of them were experts, they could not possibly swallow the entire Guilin City through their own efforts. Shang Luan was quiet before speaking slowly. "Although our experts are top fighters, there are almost 900,000 people in Guilin City, and there are countless experts hidden here. If we were to make any strange movements, we would be quelled immediately." Hearing Shang Luan's words, everyone turned somber. Guilin City was like a huge beast, and this little group of experts were at most ants to the experts of Guilin City. Previously, the reason why Yu Zhong could take 30-plus experts to swallow Heaven sect was because he had waited for the opportunity when Heaven sect and the other power had clashed. Otherwise, facing Heaven sect by himself would also have been almost impossible. Guilin City possessed a force more than 10 times stronger than the Heaven sect. Wanting to easily take it over was simply out of the question. Yu Zhong smiled lightly, "Don't think too much. We're not taking it over. We can conduct business with them or work in tandem with them to fight the zombies and mutant beasts. In fact, there's no real need to go against them as long as we can come and go whenever." If Yu Zhong wanted to truly take over Guilin City, he would have to activate all his forces to attack, and it would be at the cost of countless lives. However, by taking a step back, even if he didn't attack them, Yu Zhong would still be able to gain what he wanted by dealing in transactions. The majority of the inhabitants in Guilin City was Chinese, and the governor wasn't a racist like Wu Yanhong. Yu Zhong could not just use all sort of methods against his fellow Chinese military men like how he did against the Vietnamese. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, everyone relaxed. Of course, they didn't have to take over Guilin City. Both sides could legitimately conduct transactions to the benefit of both parties. It was just that they were used to Yu Zhong having taken over any territory he came across. This caused them to assume that Yu Zhong wanted Guilin City as well. Bai Shaoxing then asked casually, "Boss, what do you intend to do?" Bai Shaoxing did not like racking his brains, and his mind was only filled with women. Hence, although he had high talent and was strong, he could only become a fighter and never a leader. Yu Zhong replied solemnly, "We need to establish some kind of solid foothold here in Guilin City. I'm intending to set up the Greenstone Triad. You guys will be the forces of our Greenstone Triad. There are numerous survivors leading harsh lives at Carp Street. Shang Luan, go get 300 people from there to join our triad. We will cover their meals. On top of that, issue them half a gene of food every day as payment for members." In Guilin City, Yu Zhong's forces could only exist as a triad for now. If he were to rapaciously absorb people like a military force, they would definitely face resistance quickly. In Kaishan replied with a little anxiety, "Boss? Recruiting 300 people is a little too much, isn't it? Our rations may not be enough." In this post-apocalyptic world, recruiting people was easy as long as one covered the meals. They could easily gain male survivors. However, to maintain the combat power and morale, it was a problem of consistent rations. If a faction ran out of rations, the survivors would then leave just like that. In Kaishan and the rest did not have any storage rings, and every one of them had just brought in a 100 gene of rations. If they wanted to sustain the feeding of 300 people, this amount was too little. Yu Zhong threw 2 Tang replica swords to Zheng Mingyi and said, "I'll settle the issue of rations." Zheng Mingyi, go sell these 2 Tang replica swords. They should fetch about a few dozen tons of food. Use that to hang on to the new members' loyalty first. I'll handle what comes after. Yes, boss. Zheng Mingyi caught the 2 Tang replica swords and nodded towards Yu Zhong. Chapter 400 Conflict at the Market. Book 3 The South. With Yu Zhong's orders, Greenstone Triad quickly established itself in Guilin City. Shang Luan easily recruited 300 male survivors from Carp Street. Zheng Mingyi then began the tough training of these 300 males, and used the military ways he learned, to whip the male survivors into shape. To outsiders, however, it was announced as militarized management. Even prior to the apocalypse, there were many jobs that required the military to oversee. After the apocalypse had set in, many factions had switched to using similar management methods, and thus, it didn't attract too much attention. 300 people was too small an amount to Guilin City that had almost 900,000 survivors. There were all sorts of factions within Guilin City, some nearing even thousands in their numbers. In Kaishan, Shang Luan and Zheng Mingyi were different from Bai Shaoxing, and had decent leadership capabilities. Yu Zhong only had to busy himself for a day when setting up the Greenstone Triad, and was free after that. Yu Zhong Gij, let's go shopping. Mum and I have too little clothing. With Mu Xiangling's constant pleading, Yu Zhong relented, and brought her, Ning Yusin and Xan Jiaro to the luxurious shopping center in Guilin City. With the stabilizing of society, most of the inhabitants in Guilin City had gotten over their initial panic and fear, and there were people window shopping and walking around in the mall. However, the crowd was much smaller than before the initial fall of society. Yu Zhong led the 3 ladies into the shopping mall, and instantly caught the attention of many people. So pretty. Che. 3 roses stuck on a pile of shit. Is that guy a lolicon? He must be. When Yu Zhong's group strolled in the mall, they attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. Many men were currently hating Yu Zhong in their hearts. 3 top beauties. If any ordinary person could get the attention of any one of them, it was already a huge blessing, but this guy actually had all 3 by his side. It was like being among stars, and they hated his good fortune. However, most of them were smart and did not dare step up to rile trouble. In this apocalyptic world, the moment there was conflict, sometimes a life would be just casually taken. Enhancers possessed huge ability, and there were cases of killings happening because some poor chaps had the ill fortune of offending strong enhancers. That's why, without finding out how powerful Yu Zhong truly was, no one dared to step on his toes. Yu Zhong Gij. It's a bikini? Will I look good if I wear it? Mu Xiangling came to the swimwear section, and her eyes brightened as she grabbed a bikini and broke into a smile in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong lightly knocked her forehead. You want to wear a bikini? You're still early by 5 years. Xanjaro reached out and grabbed Mu Xiangling's little hands, pulling her out of the swimwear section. Time to go. Xiangling, we're here to buy clothes, not swimwear. They came to the underwear section, and Mu Xiangling immediately grabbed a black hollow revealing underwear and jumped in front of Yu Zhong. She opened her hands as she pouted and blinked her eyes at Yu Zhong, speaking softly, Hey, Yu Zhonggij, shall I change into this for you? Yu Zhong felt his heart race at the misunderstanding as he balefully stared at Mu Xiangling while threatening her sternly, You little rascal, if you try and seduce me, I will spank your bottom. Mu Xiangling laughed like a little fox and stuck close to him as she blew into his ear, Hee hee. Yu Zhonggij, you're getting mad. I know you must be agitated, right? Lolicon pervert. If you want to hit, then just hit me, I'm your toy anyway. Yu Zhong was also helpless against this little loli, and naturally was not willing to punish her. His threat was also ineffective. In just 2 days, the intelligent Mu Xiangling had completely understood Yu Zhong's temperament. As long as she did not touch his bottom line, regardless of how she teased, Yu Zhong would not punish her. She would then try to take things further. Xanjaro saw Mu Xiangling harassing Yu Zhong and sternly called out, Xiangling, come over here. Mu Xiangling did not dare to continue, and obediently went back to her mother's side, at the same time throwing the black underwear to the side casually, Yes, Mama. Xanjaro looked at her daughter who had suddenly switched to being obedient, and was a little angry and helpless at the same time. She was truly at her wits' end with this little bag of tricks, and each time she wanted to lecture her, she would remember how attentive and mature her daughter was when taking care of her, and thus, she could not speak the words. Xanjaro took up a pair of white cotton underwear and told Mu Xiangling, Go try this on. Mu Xiangling immediately scrunched up her face and complained, Mama, this type of underwear is so old-fashioned. No one wears these nowadays. It's not nice at all. Xanjaro's eyes narrowed, and her face turned wooden. I'll go get changed now. Mu Xiangling saw Xanjaro's expression and hurriedly dashed off after grabbing the cotton underwear. After seeing her daughter enter the changing room, Xanjaro then took a set that caught her eye, and went into another changing room. On the other side, Ning Yusin had already chosen a set of clothes and had went to get changed as well. The moment the 3 ladies left, Yu Zhong was left alone standing there, and he looked around with a bored expression. Oh, isn't this Yu Zhong? Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded. Yu Zhong turned to look and saw Gao Xiaoyun. She was wearing heavy makeup as well as a set of brand-name clothes. Beside her, there was a 23 or 24-year-old man who was slightly on the shorter side, and his looks were insignificant, but his expression was one of supreme arrogance. They were walking over to Yu Zhong. The short man whose entire face seemed to be the epitome of pride furrowed his brows, as he asked Gao Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, you know this person? Gao Xiaoyun glanced at Yu Zhong contemptuously, saying, Zining, this is the guy I was telling you about, the Yu Zhong who would not stop bugging me. I've told him clearly I have someone in mind. I wanted him to call off the arrangement our parents made, but he's pressuring my mother to force me to date him. What a lowly person. Lu Zining stepped forward and pointed at Yu Zhong as he threatened, You're Yu Zhong? Gao Xiaoyun is my woman. You had better watch your damn self. If you keep harassing this daddy's woman, this daddy will break your limbs. Right at this moment, Ning Yusin walked up behind Yu Zhong and slipped her hands through his arm. She was currently dressed in a pure white dress, and her simple beauty was practically radiating. She spoke coldly, Gao Xiaoyun. Don't try to sell yourself, Yu Zhong is my boyfriend. Why would he harass you? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You aren't worthy of him at all. Holy shit, what a beauty. Lu Zining saw Ning Yusin standing beside Yu Zhong and his eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. It was the first time he had encountered such a peerless beauty, and his lustful nature was snared instantly. Gao Xiaoyun looked Ning Yusin up and down, and saw her voluptuous figure as well as flawless aura, and her eyes were about to spit fire from the jealousy building up. This was a woman that she could not compete with no matter how much makeup she wore, or how much she tried. Although Gao Xiaoyun was considered decent-looking when compared with Ning Yusin, she was practically an ugly duck, and was completely overshadowed. When Ning Yusin berated Gao Xiaoyun, She started trembling with anger and grabbed Lu Zining's arms. She used her breasts to press against him and complained, "Zining. She bullied me. You must help me. Get lost." Lu Zining turned to look at Gao Xiaoyun, and suddenly felt that her makeup-heavy face was extremely repulsive, and he pushed her aside irritably, before looking back at Yu Zhong with disdain. He smiled at Ning Yusin. "I'm Lu Zining, the son of Lu Xian, he who's the leader of the Yangtze gang. Beauty, following this useless Yu Zhong would not spell a good future for you. Come with me instead." Lu Zining continued to boast proudly, "My Yangtze gang has over 1,000 people, and we possess numerous experts. My father Lu Xian, he himself is a level 39 enhancer. Almost nobody is his match here in Guilin City. In this city, both sides of the law would have to give my Yangtze gang face. What is this Yu Zhong? Isn't he just the son of some lowly government worker? I could play with his life with just lifting a single finger. Following him would bring you nothing. If you come with me, I will immediately arrange a position in the government for you. If you don't want to work, I can take care of you and find 20 people to serve you. Every month you'll gain a ton of rations to spend, and I will love you my whole life." After the apocalypse, Lu Zining had used this line on countless women. Although it was tactless and extremely revolting, the underlying threat was real. Many pretty girls had no choice but to follow him in order to survive in this new world. Gao Xiaoyun saw Lu Zining trying to attract Ning Yusin over, and her face turned as pale as a sheet. At the beginning she had followed him because he had power and money. However, now she was just tossed aside like garbage and her heart was filled with hatred. Yu Zhong eyed Lu Zining and barked out coldly, "Scram!" Li Zining immediately flared up and stepped forward, intending to slap him viciously. "Fuck. You're looking for death, Yu Zhong." Lu Zining had been acting the oppressive tyrant in Guilin City, and was one of the 4 tyrants of Guilin City. Those who offended him were turned into corpses. Yu Zhong's brows creased slightly and grabbed his incoming right hand, before his 6x strength exploded out, immediately breaking his right hand with an audible crunching noise. Chapter 401 Yangtze Gang. Book 3 The South. Ah. Help. Save me. Lu Zining screamed out in agony. Yu Zhong kicked out viciously, his foot connecting with Lu Zining's abdomen, sending him flying back into a clothes rack, before he slumped to the floor. "Young master." Right at this time, 2 enhancers who had decent levels charged forwards, helping Lu Zining up. Lu Zining was arrogant and despotic, and his father, being worried that he might one day have his just desserts, assigned for 2 experts to guard him. It was precisely because of the existence of these 2, Lu Zining had not tasted hardship before. Lu Zining looked at his broken right hand and screamed out in madness, "My hand's broken. Kill him. Kill him. I'll bear all responsibilities. Bring his head here. Don't hurt the woman beside him, capture her alive." "Yes, young master." The 2 experts exchanged a look as the gleam in their eyes turned dangerous, and pulled out daggers from their shirts. They then shot towards Yu Zhong explosively. The weapons control in Guilin City was strict, and thus, fights between gangs usually involve only melee weapons. As long as anyone made use of firearms, it would be considered an act of revolt against the government, and the special forces, armed police and army would all deploy and take down the threat. Therefore, unless it concerned the survival of the triad, no one was willing to risk using firearms. The only circumstance when guns were allowed was the hunting parties left the city to scavenge. Even then, each firearm would require a large number of ammunition, and had to be left in the possession of guarantors. The moment something went wrong, these guarantors would be dragged down as well. Lastly, the most threatening weapons that could be loaned out were only the rifles. Heavy artillery weapons would never be issued. Yu Zhong took a step forward, reaching out his hands and easily grabbing the head of one of the experts. He swung viciously to the right, sending the expert right in the path of the other guard, and their heads smashed together violently before they crumpled to the ground. If Yu Zhong had not shown mercy, those 2 experts would have been killed already. "You want to kill me?" Yu Zhong's eyes blazed as he took slow steps towards Lu Zining. "Don't come over. Yu Zhong. Don't come over." Lu Zining saw the devil-like Yu Zhong nearing, and became frantic as he scrambled backwards. At this time, 7 men came over and saw the pathetic appearance of Lu Zining, as one of them came up to ask, his face bearing a knife scar, "Young Master Lu, what happened?" Lu Zining saw the scar-faced man and immediately shouted, "Good timing. Huang Weili. Go kill that man. Kill him. I will get my father to promote you immediately. I'll gift you 5 virgins and 20 tons of rations." "Yes, young master." Huang Weili was immediately hooked by that proposition, as he got excited and raised his head to look towards Yu Zhong as he began to yell, "Which bastard? Young master you? My apologies. My apologies. Sorry. I deserve to die. I was a fool. Young master you, please have mercy and forgive my stupid mistake." The moment Huang Weili saw Yu Zhong, his expression changed and he kneeled immediately, trembling as he pleaded. The 6 other subordinates of Huang Weili also had similar expressions as they knelt down at once. Back then, when Bai Shaoxing wanted to silence them, his expression was extremely natural, obviously having silenced countless people before. They did not dare go against that group of people who easily wiped the village of zombies clean. Who is he exactly? Gao Xiaoyun looked at those people kneeling in front of Yu Zhong, and her heart was filled with shock and regret. "Bai Shaoxing," Yu Zhong called out indifferently. "Boss. What's the matter?" His voice had just resounded, when Bai Shaoxing suddenly appeared in front of everybody, and other than Yu Zhong, no one knew where he appeared from. Seeing Bai Shaoxing, Huang Weili and his group became even more terrified. This man was numb to killing, his methods ruthless and his ability shockingly high. If they had acted against Yu Zhong earlier, they would have become a pile of corpses. Yu Zhong pointed at Lu Zining, Huang Weili and the rest. "Yangtze gang wants to lay a hand on me. Since it's like this, let's take them down. Go bring some men and kill them. Since our Green Stone Triad is about to make its debut, we will need a stepping stone to bring us into the limelight. Let Yangtze gang fill that role. This is the Lu Zining, the son of the leader Lu Xianhe. Bring these 6 men with you, they should know loads about Yangtze gang." Bai Shaoxing became excited and replied, "Hee. Great. Cooping up at home these past few days have been so boring, my bones have become rigid. Oh yes, after we take down the Yangtze gang, if there are any women, give me 1 or 2, okay boss. I'm almost bored to death." Although Bai Shaoxing was lustful and indulged in the company of beauties and hated complications as an evolver, his blood was also filled with the thirst of battle. Other than having sex, only fighting and killing could give him the same adrenaline. "Don't you have to get going by now?" Yu Zhong raised his eyebrow at Bai Shaoxing. "Yes boss." Bai Shaoxing shot forwards and kicked out at Lu Zining's head, causing him to faint. Bai Shaoxing grabbed Lu Zining's hair, and dragged him like a dead dog as he turned to face Huang Weili and the rest, commanding in a cold tone, "Those who don't wish to die at my hands come with me." Huang Weili and the rest felt their body shiver as they stood up, and followed Bai Shaoxing docilely. Mu Xiangling came to Yu Zhong's side and had a curious look. "Yu Zhong Gij, are we about to fight?" Xanjiaro looked at Yu Zhong with a resolute expression. "Master, this battle, let this slave fight for you." Yu Zhong declined immediately. "No, your current level is only 1. It's not time for you to join in battles yet." Although Xanjiaro had huge potential as an agility-based evolver, and had gained some equipment from Yu Zhong, causing her stats to be almost the same as a level 20 enhancer, her combat experience was simply too low. If she were to face off against those enhancers, she would definitely lose. Hearing Yu Zhong reject it, Xanjiaro did not press the issue further. Gao Xiaoyun looked at the pure and elegant-looking Ning Yusen, as well as the absolutely charming and mature Xanjiaro, and her eyes were filled with endless jealousy. Those 2 absolute beauties were existences she herself would never be able to compete with, and Yu Zhong had gained their approval. On top of that Bai Shaoxing had appeared. The expressions and behavior of Huang Weili and the rest had shown her clearly that Yu Zhong was not simply just the son of a lowly civil servant. "Let's go." Yu Zhong brought the 3 ladies out without so much as glancing at Gao Xiaoyun. Gao Xiaoyun opened her mouth to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat as her eyes turned red, and she started wailing in anger and hatred. Yangtze gang was one of the biggest triad in Guilin City, with about 1,000 people under them. There were about 100+ of them who were actual expert fighters as well. They had carved out a living for themselves engaging in black market dealings, and they earned a huge amount of ration tickets each day. In a lush nightclub within the Yangtze gang's territory, Lu Xianhe was currently bellowing in rage. What? Zining had been abducted? Which bastard has such guts and actually dares to abduct my son? One of the smaller leaders, Li Qin, replied solemnly, "It's the Green Stone Triad. Young master was abducted by them. There's a high-ranking leader in there called Yu Zhong, and he's the son of a small civil servant." Li Qin was usually in charge of gathering intel, and the moment Lu Zining was captured, he heard of it quickly and sent people out to investigate. Lu Xianhe roared out in anger, "Green Stone Triad. I want you all in hell." Every dragon had a reverse scale which could not be touched. Lu Zining was Lu Xianhe's reverse scale. Whoever touched his only son, he would never let the person go. Right at this time, an ordinary Yangtze gang hooligan came running into the room pathetically. Boss. Someone came to mess with us. The various guards have all been killed." The moment the hooligan just pushed open the door, the flash of a blade appeared by his neck, and his head was sent flying, landing on the floor as fresh blood spurt all over the place. At almost the same time, a gunshot rang out, and before Li Qin had even caught sight of the intruder, there was a bullet hole between his brows, as he crumpled lifelessly to the floor. Killing Li Qin and the hooligan within a breath, Bai Shaoxing walked in as he smiled in an extremely terrifying manner at Lu Xianhe. "You must be the leader of the Yangtze gang. I'm Bai Shaoxing, one of the elders of the Green Stone Triad. Today I shall use your head to exchange for 2 beauties with my boss." Lu Xianhe stared back at Bai Shaoxing with an extreme chill in his eyes as he asked solemnly, "I'm Lu Xianhe. Our Yangtze gang and your Green Stone Triad never had any conflicts, why the sudden clash?" Bai Shaoxing's body disappeared in a flash and appeared behind Lu Xianhe in an instant, as a blade came rushing down towards Lu Xianhe's head. "Simple. You being alive is a threat to us. So you have to die. Old fogey, I let you live for a few seconds more, you should be appreciative of that." Lu Xianhe pressed a button under his table, and the chair he was on immediately retracted. At the same time, a pressure weighed down on Bai Shaoxing, causing his speed to slow significantly. Lu Xianhe stared at Bai Shaoxing and his eyes were filled with venom. "Green Stone Triad. Yu Zhong. Bai Shaoxing. I will remember you guys. This time, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely not let you guys have an easy life. I will hunt you down, and cause you to live forever in fear of my coming retribution." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.